Kia ora, Summoners! Welcome to the New Zealand qualifier for the Oceanic Collegiate Championship. After today, the top 3 teams from this tournament are going to be moving on to Stage 3, where they will be facing off against the best teams from all the states of Australia, representing our lovely country of New Zealand. And of course, they'll also be fighting for the top 2 spot, which will then get them flights to play at the Riot office.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Kibles and I will be your play-by-play caster for today. Smite is having a couple of technical issues, but we are into Champion Select, I believe. Otago University versus, Imperium versus VGN.GIGA. So a couple of bands coming out. We've got Pantheon as the first band from the blue side, which is of course Imperium, and Hecarim as the first band from VGN.GIGA. VGN.Giga. Alistair band as well. Shivana, another good band there. And hopefully very shortly we should be joined by Smite. And he looks like he's coming back. Still waiting on our third band from Imperium. And it comes out as Gragas. Very specific band there. And just waiting on our last band, which turns into a Sejuani. Smite, are you there? No problems. Still a couple of technical issues. That's all right. So obviously this is New Zealand teams. One being Imperium. They are representing Otago University, and VGN Giga on the purple team, or red team rather. They are representing University of Auckland. Now, University of Auckland actually have 2 seeds in this bracket. One being the University of Auckland Hawks, and the other, of course, being VGN Giga. Still waiting on our first pick from Pac-Man, who is actually a sub for Otago. He is playing instead of Castro, I believe. And the first pick coming out is, in fact, Morgana. A really, really strong support. From what I'm aware. And of course, the first pick being only 1 champion, the second pick in the Champion Select will see 2 champions being chosen out of a total pool of, I see, perhaps 60 champions, perhaps a few more. Morgana goes really well in the mid lane too, so I wonder if she has kept hold of that ignite, so I wonder if she's actually going to go as a mid laner. If she does go in mid what seems to be a LeBlanc, then that will spell trouble for Morgana. She can only really spell shield a little bit of LeBlanc's insane burst, but of course Nautilus being locked in as the purple team's jungler. And Aurelia being picked for the top lane, I believe. Strong top lane pick. Haven't seen it myself for quite a while, but a reasonably strong pick. Does, of course, health damage and percent health damage, and also can stun. So, first 2 picks coming out from University of Auckland are Aurelia and Nautilus. Perhaps going for a very strong CC composition there. I guess we'll have to wait till later to find out in the Champion Select. Still waiting on my friend Smite to come back. We see Lucian and Ziggs. Lucian, Ziggs, and Zac being picked up here. But Ziggs just being hovered over for now. Zac, of course, a very strong jungler, has extremely high sustain in the jungle. And Lucian, a decent 80 carry, I'd say. one of the strongest. You've got Draven being hovered over, and also LeBlanc for University of Auckland. I do apologise for our technical issues. It is unfortunate, but these things do happen. Hopefully Smite can join us very shortly. But I will be, in fact, your play-by-play caster. So I'll be the dude telling you the what, and Smite should be telling you the why. Hopefully he can get back in before the game starts. So LeBlanc being locked in, and of course Graves being locked in as well for Liberty. Interestingly enough, they weren't going for that high CC composition that I was thinking University of Auckland would go for. But it's interesting that they pick up a Graves versus Illusion. If you do need a bit more higher mobility if you're facing Illusion, only because obviously Illusion has high mobility with his dash that he has. So it's a strong pick having Graves. Of course, with Graves' passive, he gets armor the longer he stays in combat. Lucian renowned for being a strong duelist just because of his DPS, and Graves can kind of counteract that with his passive, which is quite strong. We appear to have an Orianna being locked in. I would imagine that Orianna will be in the mid lane, and Morgana will in fact be the support. So we're waiting on the support pick for University of Auckland now.
Alright, hello.
Hey, there we go.
Okay,
Smite,
apologies guys, I have no idea. During my intro when I got cut out, hopefully you heard at least some of it, but I'll give it a quick TLDR. New Zealand qualifier, top 3 teams move on onto the state championship in the next stage in a few weeks' time, where I guess New Zealand's represented as a state. But obviously we're very much through this champion select, and obviously you've been giving a pretty good analysis so far. But obviously we've got the Otago team Imperium going up against VGN and Giga from the University of Auckland. VGN though were the 2nd place seed. However, University of Auckland, one of the more prestigious League of Legends clubs in New Zealand university scene right now. So this is going to be almost a match of the Titans right here in the very, very first round. So you've talked a little bit about the picks so far, but I'm going to just quickly go over them once again because I didn't get to hear that. Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to apologize for having to drop out there, but I am now back in. So I want to talk a little bit about the Zach pick over there, because obviously to a lot of people watching this, it seems a little bit off the meta right there, and it almost is, but it's one of Wong's specialty picks. He picks it up all the time in matches that count. This is definitely going to be one of those. And ever since the Cinderhulk meta came back out, tank junglers are in. So his specialty pick there, it's coming back out. It's not quite a Sejuani or even a Nautilus coming out from Kafir over there, but it does the job for Wongza, and it's one of the champions he feels most comfortable on.
So just quickly, tell me exactly what does Cinderhulk prove or give to a team?
Well, obviously it's been the key that a lot of tank junglers have needed to unlock that late stage game, right? Because tanks are excellent in the late game. Grabbing that Cinderhulk just boosts it up so much more. And in the ever-evolving meta right now, currently so many tanks are just coming out, and you can see that by the lineup right here. If you look over at Imperium, they've got Pac-Man on that Maokai as well. Obviously, Wong's are on Zac. There's a Nautilus in the jungle over there, and it might sound surprising, but this sounds like this is a very tank light game currently in the meta right now. Only 3 tanks. Normally you'd expect maybe like tank supports. Nautilus has been seen down in the support role a lot. So having Cinderhulk available just allows you to bring more tanks into the game, which basically causes the game to have to revolve around much longer extended team fights, where either mobile champions like Lucian, which Bluehawk has picked up, and even Graves on Liberty over there, both very mobile AD carries, going to be able to move in and out of the battlefield very, very well in the extended fights. And same thing with LeBlanc, which we'll talk about as well in a second in that mid lane matchup. Able to move in and out of the fight. So, like I said, expect to see very, very long, extended, drawn-out team fights. Even in teams that look like they may have wombo combos with the Shockwave, the Let's Bounce from Zac, Soul Shackles, it's still going to be a very long team fight.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing the Zac ball delivery system. Maokai can play that game very well as well. Don't tell me Smite's gone again. Oh well, Smite's not having a good time today, unfortunately. So we've got about a minute to go before we join the game. But Smite is entirely correct. The ball delivery system from Zac and Oriana and Maokai obviously is going to be really interesting to see. I always love seeing a good ball delivery, and being Pac-Man is challenger, Wongza and Asian are high tiers. I'm imagining they're going to be pretty on point. I can't really see a way that University of Auckland will be able to avoid that, especially if Zac can come out of the jungle. The only real thing that I can see there is having a Janna. Now, the Janna has incredibly strong disengage, which is fantastic. Nautilus, well, I mean, I guess they could all get out of the ball delivery system relatively simply. Graves has a dash, LeBlanc has a dash, Aurelia has a dash to an enemy, so she could potentially initiate upon that ball delivery. But we're just about to head into the game now. And right. Oh dear. This is not a good time for Smite. He's not having very fun with his very much fun rather with his router. Some really nice borders coming out. A few challenges, a couple of masters, few diamonds coming out here. Looks really pretty on the loading screen, I'm not gonna lie. I was correct though, Morgana is in fact the support, so we'll be seeing Lucian Morgana against a Graves Janna. And that's a bit of a skill matchup, I believe. I can see it going either way. They both are very strong picks, very strong comps down in the bot lane. Of course, top lane Aurelia versus Maokai, it should be. No, I'm probably going to give that to Aurelia early stages, but mid to late stages it'll have to be Maokai. Mid to late stages of the laning phase, that is. So, first in, here we go. 10 seconds into the game, of course. Some major pings erupting from the minimap that we can see. All champions have bought their items and are heading off into the Rift. Well, first match, of course, Imperium, which is Otago University's team, versus VG and Giga, representing University of Auckland. They are, of course, Seed 2. We can see four champions here headed down into the bot side. From University of Auckland, we've got Graves, Nautilus. Actually, all 5 are heading down here. They are actually spotted by a ward, so they are going to know that. Imperium are going to move up into the red side. We're seeing a lot of early plays here. Lots of ward placements coming out. Vision, of course, is incredibly important in this early stages of the game. If Lucian gets caught out here, it's going to provide some early game gold. But I can see that Imperium are actually going to collapse. They can't see where University of Auckland are, but if they just go around the corner just a little bit, then they'll be able to get to... Janna, don't get caught out. Oh, Janna's caught by a Morgana snare. That's not too exciting because level 1 spells and abilities aren't that great. But we do have a flash being come out from Janna. So that's going to lead into a not so fun lane for Janna. She's going to have to play a bit careful. In the lane. Oh, getting hit by the turret, and that will be first blood for Morgana. Interesting. I actually thought she was going the right way. I guess I'm a bit confused there. But that's okay. Graves heading into lane. They could potentially be looking out for a lane swap. Who knows? It's a bit hard to see, but it looks like they actually want to face AD carry versus AD carry. Morgana really needs to play this aggressively, knowing that Janna has no flash, and they're doing that quite effectively. They're zoning off Graves. Graves is lapping up a bit of experience, and Graves goes actually in on Lucian, knowing that Lucian doesn't really have much power early game, and Graves has a lot. Lots of damage coming to him from here. In the mid lane, a little bit of here and there, a little bit of pokey fun from both LeBlanc and Orianna, but not too much happening down there. Of course, the lane to watch out for, especially in these early stages, is in fact the bot lane. A nice Morgana snare being missed there. Exhaust being dropped down from Morgana. Somebody's probably going to die here. Lucian being ignited, and that will probably drop him down to Janna unless he has a pot running. Oh, wow. That was incredible. Survived with 10 HP, and Janna being dropped very low. Some nice harass actually coming out from Morgana. And I must say, that was an incredible save.
Oh.
Like, I'm surprised Lucian lived through that. I wouldn't have. And I believe Smite's joining us.
That could be a possibility. Can you hear me quite well here?
Yes, I can hear you quite fine.
Okay, cool. So we are jumping back into the game here. Hopefully, I am praying to every god that I've got right now that I don't disconnect again. Not gonna lie,
you're not having much fun, are you?
No. And you know, I might sound like I've got a great big smile on my face, but I'm actually interiorly furious. But I can see that my boys from Imperium, down from Otago University, they've got first blood, so it looks like they've got a nice advantage here, which is absolutely wonderful for them. I'll try not to be too biased after that, just, you know, got to get something good out of all this. But let's have a look at how some of these lane matchups have been going. Asian not doing terribly well in that mid lane, and as I say that, look what's happening.
Oh, the Aurelia is coming in from the side. They are actually going to tower dive, but it's too strong. Wow! Oh my god, the flash coming out from Maokai. That was beautiful twisted advance there.
Yeah, and excellent reactions right from Pac-Man on the top lane. He knew his mid laner was in trouble, able to get down there in time. And, you know, the roam from RoboSanta looked great.
Oh, LeBlanc dropping him very low, but of course another beautiful twisted advance. Actually, Norris is joining them for a little bit of a punchy punch right here. I don't think that's not a smart idea. The flash under the turret. No! Oh my gosh. This game is so intense.
Yeah, wow, just action all across the map, and while there's only been 2 kills so far, that mid lane was quite a lot. Unfortunately, Kafo throwing a flash out for what was just quite not a kill there, as of course there was a little bit of shield left from Asian in the mid lane. T-Rex though!
Wow, T-Rex getting jumped upon by Aurelia. Of course, that was a really nice teleport, but nothing really doing that. A perfectly timed flash over the wall there.
Yeah, and, you know, in the end, it's just going to be a 5-minute cooldown for another 5-minute cooldown. You know, T-Rex going to be a little bit more vulnerable with that flash, but the big thing is, of course, once level 6 comes around, that flash isn't going to be available for any kind of surprise ultimates coming out from him to net any double kills down there. But, like I said, now it means both teleports are down, and means anything can really go for the 4v4s down at the Dragonfire, but wow, the spot lane is action heavy, and we may see a bit of a kill here.
Well, Nautilus is going in on T-Rex here, playing by Morgana. They are probably going to hand that over to Graves, which is a very good way to do it. That was quite polite, actually. If it was me, I would have taken it.
It's quite nice, but there's, you know, the state of the game right now, despite being 1 kill ahead and, you know, even 200 gold ahead, Imperium, their farming isn't looking terribly great right now. Obviously, you can see Asians a little bit behind in the mid lane, Blue Hawk a little bit behind in the bottom lane, and as a Lucian, you definitely want to get ahead, and he's less than half of the CS. Oh, Shockwave!
Shockwave coming in from Orianna actually in the mid lane, but LeBlanc is just a slippery snake when it comes to being engaged upon, so she of course...
What about Wongza though?
Honestly, Wongza in the jungle. Whoa, that was close actually from Morgana there. Zac getting ignited by Janna, that was so good. A shield coming out from Orianna, the ignite ticking away. But of course, Zac has his passive.
Yeah, and you've always got to remember that, you know, you've always got to be thinking, is that cell division up right now? And even if there were no teammates around, even if Asian wasn't available to throw that throw that shield out, sorry, Bark definitely would have been able to finish off the kill. Not in time, because of course Imperium would have shown up to support their jungler, and you know, it happened in the end anyway. So while Imperium seemed to be reacting to the general roaming and movements of VGN right now, they are falling behind slightly in lane. As I said before, you know, the farming is just not going terribly well on, you know, potentially the two carry champions right now, Asian and Bluehawk. However, a lot of history has come from, you know, I was actually mentioning this in Champion Select before I disconnected, sorry, but Pac-Man is actually a sort of new addition to their team right now. Asian, he's probably going to be fine. Long though. Oh no, maybe not.
Dive, go for the stun. Tower hits, hitting hard on Aurelia actually, and nothing doing there. Dropped very, very low on both sides actually. Orianna did well there.
Yeah, and it's all about knowing your limits. As you know, Yui could stand in there for long enough, and Flash is almost back up again, so he's going to be safe once again. Now, hopefully I can finally tell my story, and no one goes through any kind of roams. But Pac-Man, he's a new addition to the Imperium roster. However, he was in the team that placed second in Otago, who weren't able to attend this tournament, so Imperium managed to pick him up, and there's almost no question that Pac-Man was undoubtedly the top member of Team Standard Strat, the team that he got picked up from. So a lot of teams, especially Imperium, always targeted him in either camping the lane or target banning him completely out. So while I say that Asian and Bluehawk, they're a little bit behind in lane, despite being carries, Pac-Man can bring a lot to the table. On a champion like Maokai, it's a little bit harder compared to champions that he's used to carrying on, such as Shyvana, and even his infamous Poppy. But nonetheless, if a Maokai goes completely untouched in the top lane and there's no stopping him, then he just becomes a complete roadblock to the enemy team. There's not going to be any option of split pushing. It can really frustrate the enemy team in getting to the back line, or if he goes for it, the role of making it all the way to the back line, messing things up back there. So, like I said, you know, it's not the end of the story. If Asian and Bluehawk aren't getting ahead, they're not the only carries on this team by far.
Some interesting movements coming up from LeBlanc and Kaffa, of course, being played by Nautilus. That was sneaky how Wongza gave blue buff to Orianna. They pulled it around the side so that Nautilus couldn't ward it. So it's just an interesting thing to note here. But I'm just curious, what do you think of each team's team compositions? Like, what are each team trying to achieve here with the champions they've picked up?
Well, there's a pretty clear story over on Imperium's side. They want to get the ball in there, and they want to get it in there quickly, get a great shockwave off, and then everything goes from there. They're definitely a team fighting composition, as we see a bit of action in the mid lane. Whereas you look over at VGN, it's not quite the same story. They've got a big disengaged sort of comp. You know, having a Janna on your team basically makes it a disengaged comp anyway, just on her own. But every other champion has some way of getting out. But at the same time, they've got a very decent front line. They can leave Bark way at the back, just to peel for Liberty, and if things go a bit south, then Monsoon's always going to be there. He can jump in, reset the team fight. So both teams have a very decent team fighting composition. However, I'd give the split pushing advantage over to VGN simply because they've got Aurelia. But at this stage of the game, you know, he's going to be split pushing up against Pac-Man, and Maokai is a champion that can absolutely brick wall split pushing opportunities. And with both of them having teleport available, it's basically going to nullify that advantage, and it's going to come down to the team fights whether VGNs are going to be able to disengage. But Wongza in a bit of trouble.
Oh, Wongza's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, but actually a beautiful disengage from Morgana using that snare, which is actually really well played by her. Lucian is staying in this fight a bit longer. Teleport coming in. Oh, this is turning into a big fight actually. Maokai using his ultimate there. And oh no, Zac goes down, of course, to Aurelia. Some skirmishing going on here. LeBlanc is fighting up to Orianna, but Orianna will get out of that. And a 1-for-0 ending up in that fight in favor of University of Auckland.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable re-engage there by Wongza as well. You could see that he'd already had low health, and when I saw him using the elastic slingshot to get back in there on basically 0 HP, I kind of assumed, oh, maybe his cell division is back up. It wasn't, so it really made me question that re-engage once again. It should have been Imperium just getting out of there. They knew that things had gone a bit wrong. Yes, they had the teleport down, but with all the other movements coming out from VGN, then it basically was going to be a loss at the most. So, well, the shockwave in the mid lane.
Shockwave happening right in the mid lane there. LeBlanc is going to be dropped fairly low, and Orianna surviving on minimalist HP. We're talking in the 20s here, but will survive. This is incredible. I don't think... Oh, Zach going in on LeBlanc, but of course the dash. Nothing doing there. Maokai is coming in from the side. Nautilus could be in a bit of trouble. Here comes the Smite, of course, and the Twisted Advance. LeBlanc rejoining the fight. Nautilus will come down to Zach. I find it interesting that they passed that kill on to Zach, actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be a choice of either Pac-Man or Wongza, so both very tanky champions, which not really going to matter. The big thing, though, is that this is going to net them the dragon. There's no teleport available for Robo Santa to come down. Bark, he spotted what's going on, but there's just not going to be any kind of contest. Yeah, you can try and steal, but I think in the end, it's going to be better to go ahead, try and get something else out of it. But there's really nothing else to get for VGN here. So that's a really big pickup by Imperium right there. And you can see there's only about a 500 gold difference right now, but that first dragon can absolutely tell a different story.
Absolutely. Now that dragon has the new buffs that it brings per dragon that you get, that can actually change a game quite quickly. Janna could be caught out here. Unfortunately went in, but she probably shouldn't have. Zac is following her quite nicely alongside LeBlanc. Can't follow though, and this will probably... Oh, a flash and twisted advance coming in from Maokai. Probably unnecessary, I think, but nonetheless, the kill going over to Orianna, which will help her a lot.
Nothing is unnecessary as long as you net the kill. But I want to talk about, Imperium's mindset right here. We saw at the start of the game, hang on to Asian, he's getting ganked, so is Liberty.
Asian is going in, there comes the shockwave, LeBlanc being dropped very low, oh my gosh, the shield and the ball coming out. Of course, Nautilus will pick that up, but wow, that was incredible play. See, if any of these things happened to me, I'd just be straight up dead. There's no question.
Hey, well, I mean, Asian, he was straight up dead anyway. But back to the mindset, and, that plays straight into it. VGN are targeting Asian as hard as they can. And, it's obvious that that's what's going on. But you can see he's handling it very well. And that's because Imperium, they've noticed it's happening, and they're bringing their own teammates along to kind of counter-gank what's happening. You see Kaffa come in a lot. You even saw Bark come for a roam up into mid lane. But of course, they've always had Wongza nearby. Pac-Man's always been on call on the phone for that teleport to come down. So they've really been reacting to it very well. And VGN, they might have to start targeting someone else, because Orianna is a champion that does well enough when she's not ahead. However, Asian is ahead in CS and kills.
Blue, of course, being handed over to Asian, which will help her with the defense. Orianna, as you say, is really strong at defending by herself, even if she is behind.
And you can see once again, VGN moving into that middle lane, but the same story's happening again. Pac-Man and Wongza, they're moving down, they're ready to back up Asian if he gets into trouble. The bottom lane down for Imperium, though, it doesn't look like it's going too well, especially letting a Graves get a bit out of control, but Kaffa in the enemy jungle and in trouble.
Kaffa in trouble, but uses his hook to manage to get away. Unfortunately, Orianna coming in. These teams are working so well together. Wongza, Pac-Man, and Asian sticking together like good musketeers should.
Yeah, and something to note, obviously I know a lot of history about the Imperium team here, is that while all the team members haven't been in the same team for the 2-3 years that Otago have had tournaments, but they've all been in the scene. They've all been around since year 1, and that means if they don't at least, know how to work together, they know how each of them plays. So it really shows that they can work well together. They know exactly how the other one plays. VG and Giga, though, same time, though, those guys have been around for quite a while. I believe at least Liberty and Kaffa have been on the same team for quite a while. Members of the infamous League of Legends bootcamp page, I believe. I think they're both coaches there. But hang on, in the top lane, wow, Bark!
Bark getting dropped down very low. She was actually trying to get in position for a nice ult to push Wongza, I believe, out of the way. Nautilus is actually coming in. Kaffa being played there. Wongza using his ultimate Let's Bounce to drop the team members. He does, of course, have Cell Division. Pac-Man getting pushed into the turret, so he will be in trouble here. Aurelia is going for the Nautilus. Goodness, Zac. Pac-Man will get spell shielded here. In the meantime, Asian getting dropped very quickly. Both team members there, actually, Asian and LeBlanc, who is being, of course, played by Snackadactyl. Both team members getting dropped very quickly. RoboSanta coming in on Asian. Asian doesn't have the speed. There we go. RoboSanta, another kill. So, 7 for 5 in favor of Imperium. Where do you think Imperium want to take this game from here?
Imperium, I mean, if they need to do anything, it's occasionally contest the dragon when it comes up, but basically stall out a little bit until the late game, because they've got the 2 monster tanks, and while Lucian's not one of the better late game AD carries, especially compared to Graves, Bluehawk's going to be able to move in and out of the fight. He's got the peeling he needs from T-Rex, and if it becomes a big problem, Pac-Man and Wongza, one of the two can move back in, more likely Pac-Man, to move in, deal with RoboSanta, who's very likely going to be diving him later on in those team fights. So if anyone wants to move to late game, it's going to be Imperium. They've got pretty strong tanks, but at the same time, the front line's going to get pretty beefy coming out from VGN2, especially Aurelia, who can get pretty terrifying. And speaking of RoboSanta on that champion, he's picked up the Trinity Force pretty recently, which is going to give him a nice spike. Bark, however, in a lot of trouble.
Oh, Bark is getting honestly pelted by Lucian's ult, but fortunately for her, she popped her shield up, so not a whole lot of damage. They are looking for a pick here, and it's going to turn into a pretty nasty team fight, so we'll keep our eyes open for that.
Okay, so RoboSanta, he's up in the top lane. Of course, teleport is going to be available. This means that Imperium, obviously they're getting ready for the dragon right now. Once it spawns, they need to take it out as soon as they can, basically to force the teleport out of RoboSanta, because you cannot leave an Aurelia in the top lane by himself, getting free farm, let alone pressuring that turret. So they're doing exactly that. The dragon has just spawned. They don't have time to bait anything out. They need to go for it right now, force the teleport out, or just flat out take the dragon. Here's the teleport. Here comes the fight.
Here comes the fight. There's an amazing shockwave from Orianna. Unfortunately, didn't catch too many people unawares. Orianna does get dropped in this fight. Aurelia looking to be targeted down by Maokai, but of course will get stunned. Wongza looking very low here, gets dropped over by LeBlanc. There's not much Maokai can do. He'll get dropped here as well. So a 3 for naught in favor of University of Auckland and the Dragon potentially.
Yeah, and a catch onto RoboSanta. Nothing's really going to come of that. Imperium basically just need to back off, accept the loss there, as they did not manage to get the dragon. And, I mean, we'll talk about the team fight. As you can see, the shockwave went off, but it was only on Kaffa. And that's the moment where Imperium, if they had the option to, if they could get out, disengage, then they would have. However, you look at their team comp, it's not the greatest at getting out of there, especially compared to, you know, VGN, who've got great disengage, but also great chasing potential. You've got a LeBlanc, you've got a Graves, you've even got a Nautilus who can catch up to everyone, so they didn't really have the option. So once the team fight went south, you know, the fact that they can't get out, it really is a big disadvantage for Imperium right here. And you can see, you know, the 4,000 gold difference. Things are starting to slip a little bit out of control here.
They really are. Zac is moving in aggressively in red side jungle. Sorry, just to clarify, I hope we're using red and blue, not purple and
yes, we are.
And red. Just to clarify, blue. Oh, a beautiful shockwave actually taking that blue buff. Asian is going to be dropped very low. No, they're going to target Wongza actually. Aurelia's ultimate coming out here and will drop Wongza down. So a nice kill coming over there. 7 for 9 so far in favor of University of Auckland. That was an incredibly aggressive move from Imperium. Are they trying desperate measures?
I don't think so. I think they were just trying to look for the blue buff, perhaps mistimed things, as VGN obviously got back into their own jungle in time to deal with everything. And a shockwave being used, I mean, yes, it picked up the blue buff, but once again, it didn't pick up the key members. It's either got to pick up Robo Santa and a few other members, or at least the backline, you know, catching up Snackadactyl and Liberty, you know, messing them up, but importantly, letting the front line of Imperium get into the enemy team. But the fact is that when you've got a front line that is 100% tank compared to the VGN front line, where they've at least got a Bruiser, Aurelia, who's going to be pumping out the damage and getting a lot of work done, you're really relying on your backline to not only take out the front line, get through it, get to the back line, get to Liberty and Snackadactyl, but at the same time, they're the only ones going on the back line, because Wongzer and Pac-Man, while incredibly tanky, they just don't have the damage to catch out Liberty and Snackadactyl if they get there. So they really have to rely on the wombo combos and the damage from their carries to break through the front line of Kaffa and Robo Santa.
We do have a pause coming in from... I can't actually see who paused it. University of Auckland, I believe, have paused it. Let's talk about the massive gold lead from University of Auckland. Now, I know you are biased, and I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate here, but how do you think Imperium are feeling right now?
Imperium have been on the back foot before. There's no doubt about that. They've come back from leads, you know, goal disadvantages like this before, and like I said, they've got a pretty solid late game, if not in their AD carry, but in their overall team composition, where if they can get a good shockwave, that can override any gold lead at all. If Snackadactyl and Liberty slip up, even for just a second, they, you know, trip over into that shockwave radius, then it's going to tell a completely different story, you know. It doesn't matter how ahead you are in gold, if your AD carry or your mage just completely die at the start. But, you know, like I said, their damage isn't huge on that front line, so they are relying on Blue Hawk and even Asian to put themselves in fairly dangerous positions. And while being quite a mobile marksman, it can be very, very dangerous if Robo Santa is able to pick up on that, because, like I said, Lucian's got to get in quite close to get that damage down, and Robo Santa can absolutely pounce on that. So I imagine the choice for Imperium right now is to either get the Shockwave, you know, and peel onto Robo Santa, and potentially going to be him alone, or go for those backline carries like LeBlanc and Graves, but that's going to be a lot harder to do, and could end up giving the team fight if it's a shockwave that whiffs, because like we saw before, these guys don't have very good disengage. Once they're in the team fight, that's it. They've got to finish it.
Let's just have a look at these items here. I'm curious as to why Graves has gone for the Zeal, perhaps building into a Phantom Dancer, perhaps. But Lucian is opting for a different path. Why would you think they'd be doing different ways?
I think in the end, they'll both be going towards a static shiv each. And in the end, I think it's just what you recall back to base with. You know, if you recall back, you've got 1100 gold, 1200, whatever it is now for a Zeal, you'll pick that up. If you've got, 800 gold for the Avarice Blade, you'll pick that up. And I think that's just what's happening in the end, but like I said before, they'll both be going for that static shiv just for the added wave clear, because while, you know, Oriana Asian's going to provide a lot of wave clear for his team, it's always good to have it on a little bit extra on the AD carry. And at the same time, you know, while there's a fair amount of wave clear on VGN, adding a little bit more in is going to be enough, because both teams have pretty scary looking diving compositions. You know, that's something we haven't really talked about just yet, but it's fairly easy for them to get in there. And apart from that Dark Binding, there's not a huge amount of pick that's going to come out underneath the tower. So they definitely want the minions pushed right up to the tower, but at the same time, if they're on the defending foot, then they need to wave clear the enemy minions so that threat of a tower dive isn't as prevalent. And, you know, Static Shiv, you know, builds into that mindset, so can absolutely see why they're both going for it. And at the same time, you know, it's a good item for both champions, so why not go for it? And it looks like the pause should be ending pretty soon once Imperium confirm that they are ready.
Just quickly, I'd like to note that with the dragon changes, we are actually getting back into game. With the dragon changes, if one team gets a dragon and then the other team gets a dragon also, kind of defeats the purpose of getting the dragon in the first place, other than the gold. What would you say?
Well, I wouldn't say it defeats the purpose, you know. Grabbing the first dragon to even things up is a hell of a lot better than having no dragon and then the enemy team grabbing two. So you're not only getting the buff for yourself, you're denying the progression for the enemy team. And, you know, we've seen a lot in competitive games where that fifth dragon is the win condition for a lot of teams, you know, especially even if they're falling a little bit behind in laning or roaming, as long as they can keep objective control, get the fifth dragon, and not lose while everything else on the map happens, that can absolutely turn things around. And fifth dragon is going to be something that both teams are going to be looking for, just because, you know, especially Imperium, they're lacking a little bit of damage. If they can shred through that front line a little bit faster, then it's going to play into their team fight powers a whole lot better. And not to mention the fact that, you know, they need to deal with Robo Santa jumping onto that backline, and as the game is going to move on, he's going to get tankier and tankier. So denying that any more dragons to them, especially the third one, which is going to gain the movement speed buff, having an even faster Aurelia jumping straight onto either your Orianna or your Lucian is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with, mainly because you know, the main peel that they've got for the backline on Imperium is going to be T-Rex. You know, he's got that Soul Shackles, I guess, but Dark Binding is going to be the one that really holds Robo Santa back. And yes, Pac-Man has the option to fall back, peel for his backline, but that's going to leave Wongza 100% alone in diving into the enemy team, and that's not exactly what you want at this stage.
Do you think we're actually getting a few pauses coming out here? Wongza is actually disconnected, unfortunately, his mouse issues, I believe. But regardless, what do you think game pauses, especially at this kind of tier of play, does to the mentality of teams? Do you think it's affecting them by now, or not so much?
I don't think right now, because both of these teams know that they're likely some of the stronger teams moving in. So obviously it's a bit unfortunate that they're the ones that have to play out first, but of course this is a double elimination tournament, so one of the teams do lose here, which of course is going to be the case. So he's going to be a loser. they will drop down to the lower bracket, so they will have another shot at it. So while, you know, nerves might play a little bit into this, it's obviously not your last life. This specific game right here isn't going to be you know, too nerve-wracking, but it could affect your momentum moving into the next round. You know, you lose this game, you lose a bit of morale, you lose a bit of momentum, and things could start to tilt from there. So while, you know, the mentality is not going to affect this match specifically too much, especially considering things are, you know, almost even. There's a slight lead. Well, not slight. It's a fair lead to VGN, but things are definitely not over yet for Imperium. You know, it's not going to affect the mentality on this game because, you know, even if you lose, you know it was likely a fairly close game. So I feel like if there is whichever team does lose isn't going to be affected by the morale loss too much in the lower bracket. And you know, both of these teams have been around for a while, or at least they've played in tournaments a fair amount. So they know that tilting is something that you've got to get under control. So I imagine they've both got that, you know, pretty down pat. So I don't think it's going to affect them too much.
No, I'd like to think it wouldn't. Pauses like this, for me, I've played in a few amateur tournaments myself. When things like this happen, especially for extended periods of time, I mean, we've almost already gone up to 8 minutes pause time already. That would affect me. That's why I ask, do you think these players, you know, at their tier are affected by this anymore?
Oh, right. Sorry, you're asking about the pauses, and then I went off completely on a different tangent. The pauses, no. Pauses happen, you know, even at the highest level. You see even in the NALCS and stuff, which, you know, people would probably, you know, get really mad at me for calling the highest level. So let's move over onto the Korean then. At the LCK, you know, you see pauses there. There are just hardware issues, and when players are playing from home, you've got internet issues as well as that. So I think everyone understands that pauses are happening. And if it's going to affect anyone's mentality, probably going to be us as casters, because we've got to start talking about other things. But you know, pauses shouldn't affect mentality too much in this game, because like I said, both of these teams, tournament veterans, they've played in a fair amount of tournaments, and they'll definitely be used to pauses.
It is a relatively close game, this one. I mean, for what's 3.5k between friends, you know. But there are a few objectives that I can see that either team perhaps is pushing towards. Can you talk a bit about that? Smite? Oh lord. Oh no, you've got to. Well, at least he managed to finish his sentence this time.
Oh, sorry, what?
Oh, are you there?
No.
Oh, you're there.
Do you know what the funny story was? It was actually my mic muted. Whoops. No, okay, so I had this big spiel about Robo Santa. It's obvious that his split pushing is obviously showing off. You're always seeing the top lanes being pushed into Imperium's towers. So that's showing off right now so far. In terms of objectives for VGN, and it's working. And a lot of the reason for that is because Pac-Man, he's almost been forced to move away from the top lane, help out his team because they are falling behind, and that's caused Pac-Man to start falling behind as well. You could see during laning, Pac-Man was doing quite well. He was head in CS, wasn't being camped too much. But now you can see a completely different story. Whereas, Robo Santa, he's over 50 CS ahead. He's got more kills. He's got more critical items. So things are overall going basically in favor of VGN, and it's going to be quite hard for Imperium to come back from this. But like I said earlier in the game, a good shockwave can turn everything around.
Some interesting ward placement coming out from both sides of the team. Relatively aggressive from University of Auckland. Good use of the Smite buffs that have been added. I personally think it makes the game a bit complicated, but for tiers this high, they tend to use it relatively well.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, we can see Robo Santa, he's starting to shove in that bottom lane down there, and Dragon under 2 minutes away. It's definitely going to need to be a goal for Imperium to move down there, get that under control. And both teleports are going to be available. Wongs are swatted out by that pink ward there. At least he knows it's there. Can come back a little bit later on to deal with it. But wow, that Nautilus pumping out quite a bit of damage onto poor old Wongza there, who is, we've seen him go for a few questionable engages or even re-engages into teamfights. So being lower on health is going to make that a little bit more hard. Now, as you can see, Pac-Man up in the top lane, going to be a time limit on what VGN can get done here. If they're going to go for something, they need to go for it now. Otherwise, they're just letting Pac-Man get a bit of free farm.
The good thing I see in Imperium's team composition is that they have incredible wave clear. You've got Lucian's ultimate, you've got Orianna's ball movements, Morgana. They're all really good at wave clearing. So when a situation like that happens, where University of Auckland are trying to push in and siege a turret, they're not going to have a fun time, especially when they've got the threat of, say, Pac-Man up in the top lane pushing out himself.
That's absolutely true. One good thing going for Imperium right now is that at least Snackadactyl hasn't gotten out of control. You've seen several tournament matches. Going to bring one of my favorite ones up. It was actually the Chiefs going up against, I believe it was not Besiktas, Ints actually, I think, where it was actually Swiffer getting absolutely out of control on his LeBlanc, and Swiffer's a bit of an exception for LeBlanc right now, but it definitely shows what can happen when you get a 15-for-1 LeBlanc. That's obviously not the case right now for Snackadactyl, and while he's not doing badly by any means, LeBlanc's a champion that you need to get very ahead on if you want to start affecting the game, especially as you move to later on. He didn't get a lot of roaming done to affect any other lane on the map, but the fact that he's not super ahead, and especially with the removal of DFG, he's going to find it quite hard to actually change the game right now, because he's not killing any tanks. He's got to get to the back line.
Good thing about LeBlanc, though, her ultimate is an exact replica of her previous movement. Obviously, we all know Mimic. So she does have the ability to get into the backline, but if she does that, she has nothing left. She can't really do much damage at all, even to a backliner.
Absolutely true. And, both teams actually picking up Righteous Glory, so, almost nullifying each other out, because you see one team engage, you pop your own Righteous Glory, you get on out of there. But one thing it's going to give to both teams is pick potential, You see someone a little bit overextended, perhaps maybe that Aurelia in the top lane there, Imperium. You can throw out the Righteous Glory, catch up to that lone team member, pick him, and then move into the next fight with a nice advantage. Bark, once again, this guy's been caught out a few times, but actually playing it pretty safely there, knew he had his team to back him up, and once again, VGN going to be moving down to that bottom lane, while the top laners both go for the battle up there. And interestingly enough, Pac-Man's got the more reliable cancel on a teleport, but, there is the potential for RoboSanta to be able to cancel a teleport too, but the Shockwave!
Shockwave catching both Kappa and Liberty. Nothing doing, a teleport coming in from Aurelia, but a cancel there. So, Maokai is actually... Where did Maokai go?
He ended up in the bottom lane, and this is actually pretty huge because Aurelia was able to save the cooldown on his teleport, and Pac-Man, he's just got to wander on back up there, so it does mean both top laners aren't going to be able to join this fight very, very quickly. But you can see RoboSanta, he's working down this turret pretty quickly, but once again, like I said, Pac-Man, he's a brick wall on that Maokai, is able to halt any kind of split push, and as I say that, RoboSanta's hacking away at that turret, and there it goes down, so it looks like basically that teleport cancel, brilliant move by RoboSanta, in fact, that actually got them the tower, but a fight in the bottom lane.
Wongza actually getting caught by Nautilus and getting pummeled by that Lucian ultimate, a beautiful Janna ult, but I'm not sure what purpose it served. Actually, LeBlanc managing to wipe out Morgana, which is an interesting note there. Janna is getting ridiculous. Oh, the flash movements there. So brilliantly done by Bluehawk on Lucian there. Nautilus on incredibly low health. So a 1 for 3, I believe, all in all. Could have been a 1 for 4, but Kappa lives.
Yeah, I'm fairly surprised it actually turned out that way, because Imperium went into that without the Shockwave. It's now back available, so if they do manage to catch out RoboSanta here, they will have that. But essentially, I feel like that was the squishies coming out from VGN, moving it a little bit too close to Imperium and chasing Bluehawk a little bit. Their front line disappeared, they had no one to protect them, and Asian basically ran rampant. Now this is a risky Baron right here. It's already dropped down to half health, but RoboSanta is terrifying. He could definitely come in here and start messing things up, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Asian
actually going down to Zac. Yeah, that was... Wow. They actually managed to pull that off with quite a plon. 1500 HP left. Oh no, this is going to be bad. LeBlanc, if he sees it, yep, pops down the Lucian. Bye-bye, Lucian. Zac, hopefully he has his passive. He doesn't, actually. Maokai is going to have to flash out of that. But they managed to get the Baron through all that. I didn't see them get it, because I was too focused on whatever the hell was happening. Pac-Man might drop here, potentially.
He might be not. I lied, it's not going to be fine.
LeBlanc and Graves doing a lot of damage there.
So, like I said right from the start of that Baron call, that was a risky Baron, and the fact that Asian had his Shockwave up definitely salvaged it, and it obviously worked out because they got the Baron. They did lose out in the trade of 3 for 2, but moving in, Baron is a massive amount of gold for your team, and that's not even mentioning the buff that while they only have it on 2 of them. You only need one person to buff up those minions, so if Siege is on the minds of Imperium, they are going to be able to do it, but at this stage in the game, I don't think either team is really equipped right now to challenge the enemy right underneath one of their own towers. Where the real fight's going to happen is going to be that dragon in just under a minute. Both top laners will have their teleport soon. RoboSanta going to have his in a few seconds, obviously because he cancelled it. He's going to get it a little bit sooner. But by the time Dragon's up, Pac-Man is going to have access to his as well. But you can already see the map is just painted red around that Baron. Ward control, ward dominance by VGN is going to make it very, very difficult for Imperium to move in. And you can already see they're being spotted out by the wards, and they may get collapsed on right here as T-Rex in a bit of trouble.
Oh, wow! Just gets absolutely blown up by LeBlanc here. A nice shockwave catching 4 members here. Bark very low, but unfortunately the ulti coming out from Janna wasn't enough to be able to save.
Yeah,
save
and
space.
I say a good shockwave can change a lot of fights. That was not one of them, unfortunately. Wasn't even able to salvage it. Kappa taking a fair amount of damage, but Imperium need to be really careful about this because getting locked up by Kappa while his team collapses on you, I'm not sure even Pac-Man could survive that far away from the turret. A few steps, but that's quite far away when you're locked up by a Nautilus. This Dragon's going to be completely open for VGN to just go ahead and take. So moving them up to the
control there.
Yeah, moving them up to the third buff is going to allow them to collapse on Imperium a whole lot better. Allow Robo Santa to jump onto that backline a whole lot easier. And you can already see, it's all about the positioning on the map. Not during team fights, but before them right now. And as you can see, Imperium walking almost into traps right now for VGN, and it's just basically their vision control is keeping VGN that far ahead right now. It's only a 3,000 gold difference. The Baron definitely shortened that gap a whole lot. But 2 dragon buffs as well on top of that. The gold value of that is just so much more that VGN, they are fairly ahead right now, and Imperium are going to have to pull out all the stops to really contest it, and it's going to come down to that ward control. They've got to start clearing out all those wards in their own jungle. I mean, have a look at it. There's so many red little dots down there. And you can see T-Rex, he's getting onto it, but and we'll eventually clear all of it out.
Hopefully. I believe he's used everything that he's got except for one pink ward. Just quickly, I want to point out, and I've been wanting to say this for a while, but haven't really had the chance. Do you remember when Nautilus engaged in the bot lane, back when both towers were up, and it was a re-engage at low health?
Was that when Wongza went back in and just died?
Yeah.
Yes, I remember that quite clear. I'm going to remind him about it after the game, in fact. But we may have a bit of action. Might not get to talk about that just yet. No, both teams going to back off. So what were you going to bring up about that?
Nautilus's cell division was literally half a second from coming off cooldown when he died. So he timed it a bit off, but otherwise it would have been a fantastic re-engage.
Okay, so that's a little bit less funny to make fun of Wongza for. And that ward's going to have complete vision of him with that elastic slingshot, and doesn't even turn around to contest Bark actually clearing that ward out down there. Now, again, a time limit on Imperium right now. They've got Robo Santa breathing down the neck of that bottom lane turret, so they've got to move in right now. They do have Pac-Man moving in to defend. In fact, actually forced to use his teleport to get there, and Robo Santa's just going to walk away. He knows he can't contest it. However, they may be able to collapse on him just here, but they don't really have the time to kill Robo Santa before the rest of the team. Whoa, Asian! Gets blown up there, but does survive the explosion. While he's low on health, he is able to stay nearby with that shockwave, but VGN know that he has to recall, so they're going to make their move right now. They're moving on this turret. Pac-Man doesn't have the tools needed to take down Robo Santa before the turret gets blown up. Is forced to flash to get away from there, but both teams, they've arrived back in. But the end story is that top lane turret, in fact, turrets just all across the map right now, are slowly going down for Imperium. Their time is running out. They are holding out to the late game where I would have predicted that they'd have a little bit of a better time, but they've got to get the team fights right. They're only going to have a better late game if they pull off the shockwaves, they pull off the soul shackles, and they get brilliant engages by Wongza. It's going to be all about that ball delivery system right there by Wongza.
Can see a massive minion wave actually in the top lane, pushing in against Snackadactyl. Snackadactyl LeBlanc, not really a fantastic wave clearer, but she can still, if she does it right, can clear quite a few at one time. But can't
LeBlanc's
do it
fairly
sort of consistently.
With the distortion, it's good enough to clear waves. The only problem with it is that if you're under a tower trying to defend against the enemy pushing in against your turret, it's not a safe wave clear. But big waves pushed up against a tower in a side lane, Snackadactyl can handle that. Can handle it absolutely fine. Cooldown on Mimic, not exactly high, especially once he hits that level 16, which is not going to be too far away. And, while I've said that he may have had a few problems trying to blow people up later on in the game, especially with the removal of DFG, the fact that he's able to find the squishies very often for Imperium, they've been walking around their jungle, and with the vision control, Snackadactyl is able to sneak in, get an assassinate, and then get out fairly easily. So, you know, he's definitely pulling off what LeBlanc can do later on in the game very, very well. But Imperium needs to up their vision control game, and, you know, around the key point of this Baron right now, you're going to need to start doing something as it's going down.
I can feel that both teams are tiptoeing around each other trying to stop this happening, but Snackadactyl actually being dropped really, really quickly. Zach's ultimate coming out here. This team fight is messy. Kafla getting dropped really, really, really low here. Robo Santa trying to get out with his... Nah, but he won't get there, unfortunately. And perhaps neither will Bark. No, Bark will get dropped down. And of course, that means... Whoa!
Oh, what a pause!
That is scary. Snackadactyl this is a prime pause. Like, if I was Snackadactyl, I'd be planning every second, up to probably every third of a second of what I'm going to be doing after the pause comes off.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about the ridiculous situation right now. Unfortunately for Snackadactyl, the surprise element's a little bit gone, and, you know, gotta feel bad for him there, but, you know, reality being what it is, you know, it's not really Imperium's fault. Obviously, being a surprise, they didn't expect it coming. But hopefully Wongza does fix his mouse so the pause can end. But, however, what is Snackadactyl going to do? His plan is obviously to blow someone up. He got a bit of AoE damage down. Asian's going to be, to put it crudely, pooing his pants a little bit right now. But Snackadactyl... I feel like he's probably just going to distort out. He actually used Flash to get in there, though, so he didn't actually have that option. Even without the pause, I feel like he would have just got blown up anyway. He wasn't in range to... He didn't connect the distortion onto Asian, and that would have been enough time for Imperium to turn around, blow him up. But, importantly, I want to talk about the team fight that happened just before. The big thing is that we saw Snackadactyl. He was actually trying to zone out Imperium a little bit, delay them, but not exactly the right champion to do that, as you've got Pac-Man and Wongza coming right in. You're going to have to ignore them first. Was waiting for the squishies, but Blue Hawk came in and just, with his passive and I imagine both of them crit, managed to drop Snackadactyl right down to a few bars of health. So Snackadactyl was almost a non-component in that fight. And then Robo Santa, you know, he looked incredibly dangerous on Asian, and Asian was holding onto that shockwave for the longest time. You could tell he was looking for a good one to win the team fight. He was forced to use it on Robo Santa to get him off. But it ended up working out because they were able to, once they were able to deal with Robo Santa, the rest of the team weren't really able to do much. Snackadactyl obviously not able to move into the fight on that low health, and Liberty, no way he was getting near any of the enemy team after he saw what Blue Hawk did to Snackadactyl. So, that's clearly why Imperium were able to take out that team fight. But here comes the Dragon contest actually, Pac-Man moving in. This could be dangerous.
Pac-Man is incredibly tanky and can actually take it, but no, it goes over to Kaffa and his team representing Auckland. This is a nasty team fight though, and that Baron really, really helped them here. What Imperium need to do now is push for objectives, and when I say objectives, I mean turrets. They can take them at will right now.
Yeah, and oh, Robo Santa in trouble here too.
Robo Santa is incredibly tanky. T-Rex can't really do much against that. Dropped it very, very low there actually. Pac-Man managing to avoid a lot of damage, but here's that mid lane siege.
Yeah, at the same time though, Robo Santa chose to stay in the bottom lane, which basically gave up this inhibitor over to Imperium. He thought he could get a little bit of work done, maybe even get a kill, maybe a 1-for-1. Wasn't able to get that, so the risk assessment, not quite the best there. We'll have to recall and deal with the fact that now VGN are losing an inhibitor. And like I said, you know, Imperium, they are able to come back from losses, and they've actually taken the lead with the gold here. Taking out 2 Barons is really going to swing it in your favor there. However, being 3 dragons behind, they definitely need to start getting on top of that, because a 5th dragon can absolutely change the story for VGN. If they get 1 more dragon, they will be able to start turning team fights a lot more easily into their favor. You know, they've had a lot of favorable team fights, but it's going to leave a lot of room for error. And, you know, give them a lot of boosts in every other area of the map. You know, they're going to be able to clear minions, clear towers, and move a lot faster. So getting that 5th dragon is going to give them the tools that they need to take out essentially the win, or at least deal with this inhibitor being down. Whereas Imperium, they just need to sit nice and cozy, make sure they've got wards all down that river, make sure no dragons are going to come out for EGN for the rest of this game, and they should be nice and cozy.
Baron, surprisingly, didn't last as long as I thought it would on Imperium. And the game is still incredibly close. Like, it's closer now than it was before. And I find it incredibly interesting how Imperium have managed to turn that, what seems like, in potentially professional eyes, a complete loss of a game, into, hang on, 360, we're going to pull this out of our ass, and now we're going to take an inhib and 2 turrets.
Yeah, and they're also moving on that bottom lane turret as well. Going to be incredibly hard to defend right now as Liberty's not quite available. So that VGN turret is going to go down. Pac-Man, while he's tanky, I'm not sure if he can get out of this one. Robo Santa, very good at pursuing down a single target. I think Pac-Man's going to be fine, but the fight's happening. Not quite. Oh, maybe it is. Let's go.
Asian caught out by a nice hook from Nautilus. Whoa, that damage from... Whoa, that was incredible. Both Janna and Nautilus getting dropped there.
Yeah, and that was just the shockwave right there. Asian pulling out a brilliant ultimate right there. This inhibitor is going to be soon to follow. They've got super minions in the base, and Robo Santa is going to be forced to teleport back to Imperium, choose to keep going on to the Nexus turrets. It's going to be a 4v3. Oh no, actually Pac-Man's managed to teleport up. It's 5v3. Imperium may have the win here.
I believe they will. An exhaust being dropped down, of course. Zax's passive being popped out here. 2 turrets down now. Robo Santa getting focused very hard, of course. That is probably what they want. Liberty being dropped here. Yeah, this is what we call in my town GG. Blue Hawk is actually looking for a kill on LeBlanc and may die here.
Got to get out those fantasy OCC stats, right? But it is going to be Imperium taking out the win after what I've got to say is going to be, you know, despite being only 42 minutes long, quite a tough game for them to take out. And I feel like it's going to be one of the harder games for them today, but they do show that they're able to pull out all the stops, come back from behind, and take out a victory. So they will move on to the next round, and if I bring up the challenge bracket for myself, I believe they're going to be going up against an AUT team who were originally against Unitech, who were a no-show, so they did get a bye. So, sorry, let me just bring it up for myself. Yep, it is going to be AUT. Is that AUT team. Imperium going to be moving on to face them, and it looks like... you know, we'll talk about the results from the other matches as well, because they probably didn't take as long as that match. We do have Victoria University taking out a win against Fidibidus from MDS. And in match D, University of Auckland's friends down there, the Hawks, they take out a win against Forzoju from AUT as well. So 2 more matches up in the winners bracket. It's going to be, is that AUT against Imperium? And then... okay, hold on. I'm gonna try and say this team name. HKC. I think that's what they're going for. HKC going up against the University of Auckland's Hawks, and then there are going to be some loser bracket matches, which VGN Giga they're going to be moving down, and they actually have a bye, of course, because of the Unitech no-show. But there'll be the other loser bracket match is going to be Fidibidus against Forzoju. So we'll be back pretty shortly, guys. We'll find out which match we're going to be casting and try and get some more OCC New Zealand qualifier action coming on. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very shortly. Of the Oceanic Collegiate Championship. We are in the New Zealand qualifiers. We did just have one of the round 1 matches casted, and it was Imperium taking out VGN Giga. However, now we've got another match from the winners bracket. We are now into round 2, so both of these teams have taken out a win so far. It's going to be HKC from Victorian University going up against the University of Auckland Hawks, who did take out number 1 in University of Auckland. So they are looking to be the favourites in this tournament so far. So it's going to be quite a rough match for HKC to take out, but I believe in them. If they can probably put up a pretty good fight, if not take out the win so far. So let's get straight into these picks and bans. My name is Smite, and I am casting with Kibles today. Say hello.
Hello, everybody.
Alrighty, so let's have a look at these bans. As you can see, Zed, Morgana, and Nidalee, all pretty similar looking champions, and I think they are, at least Nidalee, possibly going to be targeted at Bill. I have seen that guy play Nidalee a few times, and do not want to allow him to grab that. And Zed and Morgana, you know, Morgana, kind of a flex pick, could be aimed at the mid lane, but Zed definitely going to be there, so bans kind of all over the place there for HKC, so they're not targeting anyone in particular, but they are target bans nonetheless. No standard bans coming out. Whereas on the Hawks side, you can already see 2 junglers are banned out, so targeting bans at that role. However, taking LeBlanc away just because I imagine it's going to be a pretty strong pick up for Jonty Wanty. First pick, going to be Gragas.
Yeah. The Urgot was hovered over for such a long time, and I just looked up to my screen and saw it, and I thought, hang on, Urgot? But no,
it's a thing now, apparently. If you've been following the competitive scene, no, Urgot is a thing. Quite a few players have picked it up, both in the AD carry role and in the mid lane. It can actually shut down a few champions in some places, but it's definitely not going to be first pick material. However, Gragas, definitely a great champion to pick up straight away. Throw that guy in the jungle, and he can bring out a lot of control to the game. As well as, you know, a fair amount of damage earlier on. You know, great ganker before level 6, and excellent ganker after level 6. So, it's not working. Has a great pickup there to replace Sejuani and Vi. Interestingly, no bans on Hecarim so far, so if either top laner can play that champion, they're likely going to want to pick him up. But another few lock-ins, and it's going to be both Sion and Dr. Mundo. That is a disgustingly tanky lineup so far.
I've recently picked up Mundo myself, and my gosh, is he incredibly fun to play. He provides so much. He brings so much power, raw power to the top lane, and I'm not talking physical damage. Like, there's a specific kind of raw power when you bring the amount of sustain that Mundo can bring.
Absolutely. It's gonna, you know, keep the damage a little bit low for the Hawks over there, but like I said in the last game, you know, the meta has evolved a little bit to basically encompass very extended fights. You know, these fights are lasting a very long time just because there are so many tanks on each side. And in the last game, you know, I called a game that had, what, 3 or 4 tanks, tank light, whereas already right now, 5 champions about to be locked in, and they're all pretty much tanks. And like I said earlier, that Hecarim going to be picked up over for HKC, a great top laning champion right now, and can definitely go toe-to-toe against Sion, whether he goes for that Smite in the top lane just to pick up the Cinderhulk as well, just because it is such a great you know, a great boost to all the tanks that are coming out so far. If you're able to pick up Cinderhulk, the 20% more HP just makes you pretty much immortal. And once again, in a game full of tanks, it's going to be even longer to take you down. So we could see him picking up the Smite build, but we'll have to find out later on. And Hawks going to be reacting to these picks. I'm going to find out how that comes out. Ari being hovered over.
I'm not so sure about the Ari pick. I like Ari as a champion, yeah, but to me it feels too anti what the HKC team are trying to bring to the table here. But in fact, it is actually Lucian and Braum, a strong bot lane.
And I do like the Lucian pickup as well, because while not the heaviest damage dealer for the marksman role, is able to move in and out of the fight. And while Hecarim's likely going to be built fairly tanky, if the Hawks were to pick, say, you know, Cogmore or Vayne or even Caitlyn, someone who can shred down tanks, safely. Hecarim is one of the champions that can just absolutely dive them completely on the backline, and Lucian's going to be one of the few marksmen who can at least deal with it. He's got the mobility to get on out of there, and with three of his teammates are complete full-on tanks. Hopefully he'll have some protection against that diving party pony back into the backline. But the pickups coming out from HKC going to be Callista and Azir. So some very heavy late-game damage dealers ready to shred down some tanks.
I'm excited to see this Azir pick. I really am. I haven't seen an Azir properly played in high level per se. I have seen it a couple of times, but not enough for me to be like, yeah, no, he's a strong pick. What do you think they're trying to prove here with Azir?
Well, Azir, I mean, like I said, a late game shredding damage dealer. In fact, basically an AD carry for, magic damage that you can put in the mid lanes, and does it fairly safely as well. It also brings the Emperor's Divide as ultimate, brings a lot of utility to the table. It can block out a lot of Lucian's mobility if it's placed in the right place. Ahri can't dash over it. It's going to completely block out Sion and his ultimate, and it basically ruins a lot of the tools that come out from the Hawks right now. So I really like the Azir pickup, but at the same time, his early game can get pretty rough right now. Ever since the range nerf to his stand soldiers, I feel like Ahri can kind of walk all over him earlier on. So it's going to be all about how well he can survive that early game, and if they can make it to the late game, then HKC look like they've got a very nice tank shredding composition. Because, there's also that Callista, who is incredibly mobile. I'm talking about Lucian before, how he's such a great mobile champion. Callista is just, the definition of a mobile AD carry. So, going to be able to move in and out of the fight, going to be very hard to catch, as long as he can dodge those charms that are coming out from 3IM on that Ahri, I think he's going to be pretty fine.
I think he will. I really like Blue Team's pick here. The team composition, rather. They have such amazing mobility, like just incredible. Callista, not so much Thresh, but Callista can bring that to the table for Thresh using her Soulbound. I'm gonna really have my work cut out for me when team fights erupt, especially with all their mobility.
And one thing to mention is, ever since Cinderhawk came out, it did bring tanks onto the table, but one of the big weaknesses of a lot of tank junglers is still there, and that's their early jungle clear. Gragas is a champion that, traditionally he's been able to handle it fairly well, has a lot of AoE, a lot of sustain, so we'll be able to survive in that early jungle. However, Dr. Mundo is a champion that we haven't seen in the jungle too often, but it's a comfort pick for Bill. But like I said, that weakness is still going to be there, and Dr. Mundo does have a very weak early jungle. He does drop incredibly low, and so I feel like HKC, they do have the opportunity to invade, start ruining his jungle a little bit, maybe even go for a lane swap, so they have the ability to have their support roam around a little bit. Have Sykes come in for a little bit of a roam, move in with it's not working into the enemy jungle, and deny Bill any farm, because as you can see, late game tanks, once they get going, are pretty terrifying. Dr. Mundo is one of those sorts of tanks, but there's not a lot of gold in the jungle. And if you can deny even more in the jungle by ruining that early game clear, it not only delays the late game for Mundo, but it also makes your lanes a lot more comfortable. You've got Duke and Jonty Wanty on those late game shredding champions. If they've got a nice early late game, free of jungle pressure, that's going to be just of much value to HKC. So the tools are definitely there for them to go for an early-ish invade to deny Bill any kind of late game scaling.
Matchup versus matchup, who are you giving the lanes to?
Definitely in the mid lane, it's got to go over to 3IM, just because Azir's early game just got nuked pretty much ever since the range nerf to his sand soldiers, but he's still got the late game potential. So as long as he can survive the early game, that's all it's going to be about. It's not going to be about winning the lane. It's going to be about surviving it. And if he can, preventing any roams from 3 AM, because an Ahri that roams around the map is just terrifying. And at the same time, they're not just relying on Jonty Wanty to get to the late game. They need Duke to get to the late game Callista stage. And so if he's getting constantly, if he's constantly having an Ahri roam down to the bottom lane and ruining his day, that's an AD carry that they're not making to the late game. So he doesn't have to only survive the early game, he needs to prevent roaming as best he can, and we may see a little bit of, I'd say jungle pressure, but it's more like jungle babysitting, making sure that Jonty Wanty is going to be a-okay in that mid lane.
I'm curious to see Callista and Thresh. It's not a matchup that I've seen in my own personal games. Who are you giving that lane to, the bot lane? I prefer looking at bot lane as the win or lose lane. If your bot lane loses, yeah, you're probably going to be pretty weak. So who are you giving that lane down to?
Well, Lucian is typically a champion that's great at bullying other marksmen out of the lane. It's also going to be all about whether we actually see a 2v2 lane, because like I said, the idea of a lane swap is definitely on the table. But if we do see a standard 2v2 matchup, I'd have to give it over to the Hawks, just because Lucian Brown, such a standardly strong lane, they synergize so well, and the fact that, Lucian, like I said, he bullies out other marksmen, is able to deal with them really, really well, so I feel like, once again, it's the same story, though. If Duke and Sykes can just survive the lane, get Duke to the late game, then they're going to be okay. It's going to be all on Corrupted Hero to dominate the lane, essentially.
We are heading straight into game now, and whoa, hang on, is that a pause?
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't be a New Zealand tournament if we didn't have a pause in the game, would it? Apparently someone bug splattered, so apparently someone also just went to the toilet, so it's not going to be too long, guys. They'll be loading right back in. Interesting to note is that Master Goat's going for the Smite build on Sion up in the top lane, whereas Plastic going to opt for that Ignite, so it's going to give him a much stronger early game on that Hecarim, but he really needs to take advantage of it, because a Sion that picks up Cinderhulk in the late game, you need to shut down early, so he's not able to, well, A, get enough gold to buy the health items, but B, also not stack up that Soul Furnace passive, because Sion's a champion that already gets immortal. Adding 20% extra health on top of that is going to be terrifying. But we are straight into the match, and I didn't get to do this in the last game because, of course, fully dropped out. Thanks, Spark. Thanks, Obama. But it's the early game right now, and it's going to be all about whether they get vision in the enemy jungle, they can know what's going on, especially if lane swaps are going to be on the table. But you can see different strategies from both teams. HKC going for a spread out, so no shenanigans are going to happen to them, at least without them knowing. But there's only one thing on the Hawks' mind, and that's a 5-man invade, whether it's to get that ward down on the bottom lane so they can see if there's going to be a lane swap, or if it's just if they're looking for a cheesy kill, which they I don't know, judging from where they are right now, they may get to the Tribush before Sykes is able to get in there, so maybe they will get a cheesy kill, but potentially, as long as he throws a ward in there nice and safely, there shouldn't be any kills earlier on.
Scary, yeah. It's looking really scary for Thresh. He isn't aware of what's going on, obviously Sykes. It's moments like this where you just wish you could say, Thresh, don't go there. But
I don't know. I like seeing cheesy kills at the start. I kind of hope he does walk in there after all 5 of them are there, because it's also going to get them a nice early kill. They've got good pick potential as long as some of them are holding on to some of their skills. But at the same time, Brown, he hits that Winter's Bite and a few more auto attacks connect, and with 5 people, that's not hard to do. They may be even able to get a kill before he can even flash. At the same time, though, I feel like Sykes, if he does get into trouble in any other kind of way, should be able to flash out to safety.
Sykes hasn't picked up his first ability yet, so if he does get into trouble, and that's a really safe play, if he does get into trouble, he may have that flay that he can pick first.
Well, they are going to get there first, and interestingly as well, Duke doesn't spot them, but Sykes, again, pooing his pants, is going to try and get out of there. Did get there first, so both teams get wards down. No early cheesy kills coming out from the Hawks, but all they got out of that was a Tribush Ward. So they're going to need to brute force their way in if they want any more deeper vision, because they're completely opening the map. Oh, Sykes has actually forced the flash, worried about those auto attacks stacking up, cause the stun. But yeah, what this allowed Plastic to do is walk up there, get a nice ward deep in the enemy jungle, you can see any of the movements moving around, and the Hawks didn't really get a lot from that. I mean, they got the flash from Sykes, so we might see a little bit of jungle attention down there, but other than that, nothing too huge.
It's really powerful that Hecarim's managed to get a ward that deep, but it's not really going to show him much information from what's going on. But we can see that Thresh has actually been soulbound by Kalista. I did kind of predict that. They are going for that, obviously, high mobility. Thresh doesn't really have that, so it's fairly reasonable.
Fairly standard to soul link with your support. And now this is a great play by Plastic right here. Knew that Sion was going to go for that early Razorbeak's cheese with his passive, and takes out the kill. And at the same time, it may have been able to turn around and take the Raptors, but no, that passive from Sion's going to allow him to... Oh, he's actually almost... He does take out the camp anyway, so, I mean, gives a kill over to Hecarim. Wastes a bit of his time.
But stumped down here in the bot lane, taking quite a bit of damage actually. Sorry about that, but yeah, I don't like that play from Sion. He seemed to be perhaps watching a lane or something. He just stood there taking out the chickens. Well,
no, that's okay. So if you haven't been around the scene for a while, it's pretty standard for Sion to do that. You take out the chickens, you get executed. Sykes should be fine. You get executed, and then you're able to take out the chickens and teleport straight up to top lane with a nice level advantage. However, Plastic was right onto that strategy, and all he needs to do is attack him once, and you ruin that strategy. But I was able to straight out kill him, and unfortunately, you know, Master Goat, he managed to get the camp anyway, teleport back up, and Plastic lost a fair amount of farm anyway. So, you know, apart from the kill, it wasn't as bad as it could have been for Master Goat. So, see how he handles that top lane.
This is exciting. Gragas is moving in. We do see a really early gank. Oh, flash burn from Braum. That's going to prove very interesting for how the lane is going to develop there.
And of course, you know, Bill and Dr. Mundo can't really do any kind of ganks right now because, like we said in Champion Select, Dr. Mundo drops pretty low during that first clear, so he's not going to be able to apply any pressure, especially not in that bottom lane, just because, you know, we thought Sykes, he might be a bit of a target, but... it's going to have to be a little bit later on, but you can already see Bill heading straight to that top lane, assuming that Plastic isn't going to have a ward. But as a Hecarim, you know, you've got plenty of escape potential. Even if Bill's able to connect one cleaver, the devastating charge is still probably going to be enough escape to get out of there. So I don't really see any kill potential up there.
Do you know if Sion's trinket bug is still active?
Well, I don't even know what that is, so I don't think that it's going to be active at all. But we do see Bill coming into the top lane, and we're going to see if, you know, Plastic's devastating charge, is it going to be enough?
Oh, wow, Plastic's being dropped down very low here, but he does... Oh, the cleaver slows him down. Sorry, Pony, but you're not getting away here.
Yeah, and that's one of the disadvantages of taking Ignite rather than Flash on the Hecarim up in the top lane, because generally you don't need the Flash to escape as a Hecarim, but being that overextended, you're going to get punished for it. So Bill actually picking up a nice early kill, going to relieve some of that early pressure that Dr. Mundo does have, but it's not working in a great position here.
Oh, Bill getting caught out majorly here. A Flash has to be burnt for him to get away from that.
Oh, and actually, if you look at that mid lane, Jonty Wanty doing pretty well. You know, I predicted it wasn't going to go very well for him with that early game nerf to Azir quite a while ago, but keeping ahead in CS, does have to recall due to dropping completely but other than that, doing very, very well. You know, holding up, and it's going to be the tools that HKC actually need to bring it to the late game that Azir and Kalista both need to start shredding down these tanks, because until then, they're not going to be getting through them. They're not going to be able to get to that backline and deal with it. And Azir, interestingly, going for that Forbidden Idol just to go for that mana regen rather than going for a Fiendish Codex or anything like that.
Kalista has such an interesting mechanic too. I feel it brings so much to the table when it comes to a lane like this. I'm not sure if you saw it before, but Kalista actually dodged Lucian's piercing light by auto-attacking and jumping out the way. That was so incredibly timed.
Yeah, and it's gonna affect not only the piercing light, but every ability on in the game right now. It's gonna be very hard to actually catch Duke to really take him out. But like I said, Kalista needs to get to that late game before he can actually start pumping up the damage. So while he's gonna be nice and mobile, doesn't actually have the damage he needs right now. But as you can see, HKC getting a nice lead on the CS early game. You know, the top lane falling behind just a little bit ever since that first gank up there, but gold lead is going to be slightly in favor of HKC, so they're going to be pretty happy with that, considering they are the team that wants to make it to the late game first.
Not seeing a hell of a lot going on in this early game. Lots of damage from Azir, lots of poking, lots of just general skirmishing. Bill is actually coming in from the side here. Bill, of course, being on Mundo. Unfortunately, Jonty has too much mobility. He's almost one of those ungankable champions.
Yeah, and Dr. Mundo, not the greatest ganker, especially in the short mid lane. A hook does catch Brown on the bottom lane, but not much is going to come from that. And you see Plastic, he's trying to farm up in the top lane, but he's not getting that early game advantage that he absolutely needs to get. Yes, he got the first blood, but that was more of a cheesy kill. I mean, it was very smart and good that he got it, but not really much to do with his laning prowess, and the fact that he does need to get ahead to stop the Scion, because once Scion is able to pick up the Cinderhulk item, although he's not actually going for it very early, instead going for that gold efficient armor item, the Glacial Shroud, so still keeping himself immortal for Plastic.
Plastic's doing a lot of damage here. Ulti coming out, but Plastic will just run away.
So, still no kills, but keeping...
Did I say Plastic ulted? Sorry, I meant Scion.
Yes, that was Scion that used that unstoppable onslaught up there. But as you can see, dominance up in the top lane by Master Goat. He's keeping things completely under control. He's going to be the one that scales into the late game for the Hawks there. So they don't have zero late game of their own. They're definitely going to be able to hold up to HKC and their tank shredding abilities. It's going to be all about whether they can actually catch Jonty and Duke. And you know, if there's going to be any kind of champion that can catch them, it's going to be Scion who's able to engage pretty hard, and you know, I'd like to see a Righteous Glory picked up by at least someone on the Hawks, because they do need to actually catch the enemy team. Plastic actually opting to hang around for a while, and that may have been a bit of a bad choice here, as we see also 3IM is coming up.
Oh, Ari might catch this if she's lucky. The charm coming out but missing. Of course, the ult from both, and ta-da! There comes the kill for Ari. Well done.
Yeah, so as you can see, things starting to slip out of control in the top lane. You know, I say starting, it's never really been in control ever since that Mundo gank. But interestingly enough, they are paying attention completely to that Hecarim, keeping him down, keeping him locked down. Nice dodge there from the death sentence. But importantly is the fact that Jonty and Duke are being left completely alone. They're holding their CS lead. They know that they're not really being targeted, and even if they were, Dr. Mundo's not the greatest ganking champion, so both of them are basically able to push into the enemy turret as much as they want, hold control of the lane, and not really worry about it too much. They do have to keep in mind, though, Master Goat does have teleport, and also the unstoppable onslaught. Oh no, Corrupted Hero getting caught, but is able to dash away. Nothing's really going to come from that.
Yeah, he's been dropped pretty low, though. This is going to be a bit devastating for him to come back from. He only has a Doran. Both summoners on both Braum and Lucian are still up, so yeah, they should be okay.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to actually catch those guys in the bottom lane, especially now that level 6 is around. You know, you try and go for Duke, he gets landed into safety. You try and go for Sykes, he gets Fates called out, and we're about to see an example of that here.
Sykes actually getting pulled away from that ultimate. Oh my goodness, lots of stuff happening down here. Duke is going to get caught out. Maybe? No, because the heal's coming out. Sykes being dropped very, very low. Bill is... there we go. And Ari coming in from the side? What is this game? They won't... No, they won't.
And the fight is finally over, and I feel like that was a little bit of overconfidence there by HKC there. They had the escape opportunity because you Fates Call Thresh, and then he throws himself backwards, throws out the lantern, that gets you both out. Instead, they wanted to go for a surprise teleport play, and while it looked like it might have worked out, it wasn't an ultimate for Plastic. They had more members on Hawks coming down. It just wasn't the best choice down there, and probably going for the escape rather than the greedy play would have been better there, because like I said earlier on in Champions League, all they need to do is get those lanes to play safe. They don't need to necessarily win lane, they just need to survive lane, and they've been doing that so far. So I'm not sure on the taking risks idea that they went for, but it does in the end go in favor over to the Hawks. But Dragon attempt here, and there's going to be no vision on it, so with the attention being paid to mid lane, I feel like it's going to be a free Dragon.
This will be free. And nobody really knew except for Bill just now, and he's going to get caught out. Ultimate pop from Bill. He might survive from that sustain here. Nah. I was expecting a flash of a Dragon Pit.
Not going to survive. His flash also down, so a nice pickup by HKC, and the fact that they were able to clear out the vision. They knew that some attention was being paid to the mid lane. They were able to just move in, rotate, and take it out very, very easily. Now leaving Duke alone in the bottom lane. That's going to not allow him to get a nice farm lead. Oh no, it's not working. Get out to safety.
Well done. He actually grabbed the lantern. Oh my god! Wow!
3-1M, 31M, 3IM, Ari is able to take out the Gragas, ruin the party. He was feeling so good about himself too, getting nice and safe underneath that turret. Sykes feeling pretty good, like, yeah, I'm helping out my buddy. In the end, doesn't really work out. They did waste the Spirit Rush for 31M, so I guess they can take some solace in that. But once again, that top lane, oh, maybe not, maybe Master Goat.
No. That was a well done play, though, from both. Some nice dueling happening down here between Duke and Corrupted Hero. The ultimate coming out from Lucian. Both dropped incredibly low, and Lucian will take it.
And he had his teammates nearby anyway.
Yeah, Kalista would have got picked up.
Yeah, so Hawks taking a pretty decent early lead, and that was kind of expected to happen due to their early game laners, but didn't quite happen in the way we thought it might, However, we see Bill going for a bit of a contest on that red buff, but it's not working. Gonna get out to safety. Once again.
Whee!
No Ari to ruin the party.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, they may be caught out here.
Azir using his ultimate here to block them off from escaping. Bill is going to be dropped very, very low. Ignite being dropped down on him so that he can... Whoa! Missed by the skin of his nose. Sorry, Sykes, but you won't catch him today.
Gotta talk about that Empress Divide, though. That was just absolutely brilliant. Completely blocking off their path of escape. And forcing out a flash and also catching out a kill. So, Jonty Wanty really on top of things this game. And you can see, though, the mid lane and the AD carries have evened up the farm now, but considering they were champions that were meant to win the lanes, it's good that they've evened it up, but they still need to go even further and start winning things a little bit harder. But moving later on into the game, we're almost 15 minutes in, and then laning phase is going to start ending pretty soon. So it's going to be pretty hard for them to assert their dominance. Lucian's a champion that does do very well in the mid-game team fights, just with the mobility, the excellent ultimate that's available, and the fact that he's paired up with Braum. It's really easy to actually activate those concussive blow stacks, so I feel like Hawks should be looking for some early game team fights, especially around the Dragon once it does come back up, but at the same time they do need to start shutting down Duke a little bit more. Oh, look at the damage!
Death sentence, just missing, of course, the... Whoa! There's the combo you were talking about. The nice,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was really good. Just quickly, because I'm curious, can the enemy team see the link between Kallista's soulbound and her soul-bounded person?
Well, yes, but it depends. Like, if you don't have vision of the soul-bounded person, then you won't see it, right? So it's not going to give away any information that you don't have. And you can see Hawks are getting quite a lot of power in the enemy jungle right now. As you can see, Master Goat catching the attention of 2 members of HKC, and in fact 3, but he's got backup coming along, and look at how tanky that guy is now that he's picked up Cinderhold. The Smite does come out, but the fight's begun.
Ultimate coming out, Ari charming Azir over here, both ignited. Gragas will fall, as will Azir. Lucian jumping over the wall, a death sentence missing by his soccer boots. My word, that was incredible. So 2 for 0.
Yeah, and still excellent pickup, you know, bringing the attention over to the mid lane. And HKC, without the vision to see, in fact, no, they did have a pink ward, so they should have seen that the reinforcements were coming. Cupcake Man, though, in trouble.
Death sentence being called. Oh, wow, okay. Sykes will have to flash away from... sorry about that. Sykes will have to flash away from Ardent Blaze from Lucian. Charm coming out from 3am. Unfortunately, turret falling.
Yeah, and now you can see Hawks, they've got so much map pressure. 3 turrets compared to the 0 taken by HKC. What this means is that Hawks can walk into the enemy jungle a lot less impeded. They can move in and around the map, get the vision down, and that's going to be very important if they can do it before this next dragon spawns. They got 40 seconds. You can already see, you know, the wards around both entrances to the bot side river for HKC, so Hawks have got a great opportunity to move into this next dragon. They've got to take it fairly carefully because there are a few ultimates on the side of HKC that can ruin the team fights coming out from Hawks. Just you know, the devastating charge, the onslaught of shadows, the Empress Divide, the explosive barrel. So many things can go wrong in a team fight if any of those ultimates go very well for HKC, and HKC know that for a fact, so they know they've got the potential to contest this dragon, but they need to keep vision control and make sure that, you know, vision dominance isn't just given over to Hawks. However, Lucian in so much trouble here.
Corrupted hero, why are you sitting there? Teleport coming down, 2 teleports coming down, but oh no, they aren't cancelled, so Sykes is going to get hit by Unstoppable Onslaught, and Hikarim is trying to push away 3am, and Mondo away from the fight. Fortunately, it's not going to do much because they're just going to come straight back in. Azir's ultimate coming out to push everyone away. They're trying to disengage this, and Jonty is in a lot of trouble. That's some bad positioning from the chicken right there.
I don't know, I kind of like the play by Jonty there because he moved in, got a 1-for-1. At the same time, it took the attention of the guys chasing his teammates. So, in the end, it does end up being a 3-for-2. Importantly, it's going to give the Hawks a dragon to even things up. But it could have gone quite a lot worse for the HKC there. Dragon's nice and even, and this is giving the Hawks a very solid lead as... Oh, Cupcake Man, that's just rude.
I think that's freaking awesome, and that's totally something I would do.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm gonna do it too. That's another thing, you know, you're playing on a tournament that's on a stream. Sometimes you want to show off a little bit, and that can lead to greedy plays and potentially very risky plays. You want to do something really cool, show off to the stream, and then it doesn't work out because it was a risky play. But at the same time, these guys know what's on the line. They do need to start winning the game, and we've already seen that, you know, while Hawks are, you know, in a nice solid lead right now, and things have been pretty even up until this point, and the fact that there is still the late game potential by HKC, the fact that, you know, they can't go for those risky plays. So I feel like while you want to show off to the stream, they're still going to play pretty seriously.
Master Goat on Sion in this top lane, he's just dominated over Hikarim, which is something that I find interesting. It probably all started from those chickens that were at the start of the game, but, you know.
And I like the Frozen Heart pickup as well, because while it's a pretty common pickup to take on Sion, the fact that it also reduces the attack speed from Jonty, it's going to give him more survivability against that champion. However, never mind. See you, nerds, as he gets on right out of there. Never going to get caught on that champion. Pretty much the same thing as Hikarim, having a very good devastating charge to get out of a bad spot there. But nothing's going to come of it.
So Sion's bug that I was briefly mentioned before was if you press R and you start your ultimate, obviously it's very difficult to turn while you're moving. But if you were to tap 4, the key 4, which is your trinket, and point any direction, then Sion would turn to that point that your mouse cursor is.
I don't think that's in the game anymore. I haven't seen it in a long time, so I don't think it's actually in the game. So let's talk about these items. So we've got a bit of a lull in the game here. You can see that it's not working. He's moving towards that righteous glory, which is going to be pretty important for HKC to pick up, because not only do they need to later on get very good fights going, and it's going to be all about their engages with, like I said, all those important ultimates, but at the same time, because they need to survive until the later game, they need to be able to disengage team fights, and Righteous Glory can do exactly that.
Very tanky on both sides, as you've already predicted. We see a Mog's Armor coming out, Frozen Heart, some Warden's Mount, lots of tanky builds here. Is that a threat?
It's a threat to, I'd say, Hawks if they can't make it to the late, if they can't finish it out earlier on or take a massive advantage, even bigger than what they've currently got, because basically what it means is Duke is going to be able to start shredding people. He's already got the Blade of the Ruined King, and looks like moving into a Phantom Dancer next, actually, so really going to be proccing that health, the percentage health damage, as much as you possibly can on that champion, and that's going to be massive against Dr. Mundo. It's going to be pretty massive against Sion, and despite having so much armor on Sion and armor eventually going to be built onto Bill, it's still going to be enough, especially once Last Whisper is going to be picked up for Callista, if he can fit it into his build, of course. But I feel like, yeah, like I said, it's going to be a worry for Hawks if they can't get a massive early advantage and HKC make it to the late game.
Top lane turning into a 2v2 from what was Master Goat versus Plastic. They are now joined by Mundo and Gragas, who will quite calmly and passively walk away from that. They don't really need to be there.
Yeah, oh no, Cupcake Man.
Cupcake Man. That's such a cool name to say as well. Cupcake Man. It makes you sound so disappointed.
Yeah, well, nothing to be disappointed there, as he does get out nice and safely.
You can see this pressure coming from Corrupted Hero. Lucian is a champion who I would say is really a strong sieger. So if they leave him alone in that bot lane for too long, that turret's dead.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Oh, I missed that. Oh goodness. But
okay.
The chicken has fallen.
Essentially, it was a surprise jump onto the chicken, like you said. He did end up dying, but it was an Emperor's Divide very closely. Oh, Corrupted Hero!
Corrupted Hero getting dropped very low by Callista, but those movements that she was making, 3 AM getting caught by a death sentence, but nothing really going on that. That could have been something there. Phil getting dropped very low, a flash over the wall. Don't know what he's trying to do, but that, he's gonna get dropped so low. Callista. No, Plastic is actually gonna get stunned, maybe? No, that wouldn't go for the tower dive.
That was like I said, once again, a risky play by Duke, hanging around on that low health. Probably didn't expect a flash over the wall by Bill, but at the same time, it looked like he almost had it, but Bill just too on point, knowing how to catch out that Callista. There's a bit of an advantage here right now for Hawks, as the dragon's spawning up in 10 seconds. Plastic, if he dies, it's almost definitely a dragon, but is able to keep himself up. There is the devastating, the Onslaught of Shadows available for this dragon, but so many members of HKC are too low to contest this. It's going to go straight over to the Hawks, and like I said, they had to be worried if they didn't get a massive advantage right now. That's exactly what they're doing. They don't have too much to be worried about.
I liked that play, although I believe it's Hawks didn't have enough damage to make a full and proper pick on anyone in particular. They managed to whittle them down enough so that they could take that strength, or rather the weakness from the opposing team, to be able to take an objective like Dragon.
Master Go just using that ultimate to get back up to the farm in the top lane. I was a bit worried I was missing a team fight, but no. He's just getting up there to pick up that farm. You can see, quite a considerable lead on a few champions here. Master Goat quite ahead of Plastic, and we could see how that happened in the early game. He was just dominating that lane phase. But at the same time, Bill is farming so much more than it's not working right now. And you can tell that's just because it's like Working is paying a little more attention to the lanes, but at the same time, Bill needs to get to that late game Mundo stage, and with the Randuins and the Warmogs, that's pretty late game already, and Master Goat, without any mana, could be in a lot of trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. Of course, he's already used his ultimate to get back up to lane. He just needs to get under the safety of his turret, but Plastic's just too tanky. And
oh my goodness.
Oh! I feel that was a bit of bad manners right there from Gregis. He might actually lose? No, of course not, because Sykes is there to help.
At the same time though, you've got It's Not Working and Plastic fairly low on HP right now, and most of Hawks coming right up. Cupcake Man in position to throw out a good Glacial Bishop is going to hold on to it as the rest of his team went a long way.
They did. It's so amazing to see how incredibly quick these teams are to join each other in the fray. Like, such teamwork, if only it was available in solo queue.
Oh, it can be if you hope for it. Oh, 3IM getting dropped pretty low there. That's the power over late game Azir. You know, that was a few auto attacks. That's one right there. And, you know, imagine a few of those soldiers up in the middle of a team fight being completely unimpeded. It's going to be imperative for the Hawks to jump straight onto Jonty Wanty. And he's got so many tools to deal with it. You know, he's got his tank buddies, but at the same time, Emperor's Divide can really deny anyone jumping onto him because no one has any direct blinks apart from their flash. All of their mobility are dashes, and Emperor's Divide fully blocks that out. If he gets a good ultimate up, it can absolutely turn a team fight around while he is just shredding everyone down because despite a lot of tanks coming out here, Azir is probably the mage to deal with them.
And hello, New Zealand professional games. Well,
to be fair, happens in all of the Oceanic scenes. I imagine all the other qualifiers for the states in Australia had a few pauses as well. So let's have a look at the situation right now. You can see Callista moving a little bit more into the late game phase. He's finished off his Phantom Dancer as well, so it's going to be doing a lot of damage to those health stacking guys, but with so much armor on both Master Goat and Bill, it's going to be hard to shred through them, but it looks like he may be working towards that last Whisper, so once that comes out, we may not see a repeat of Bill taking down Duke anymore. So, oh my god. Okay, so it turns out Duke has run out of time at his internet cafe, so just give him a second to go up to the counter and throw a few dollars over to the guy working so that he can get back into the game and send his team maybe to victory. I mean, it's a 6,000 gold deficit for them right now, but they still do have hope. With good ultimates and good late game scaling, it's never going to be over for HKC right now. And you know, you can delay so much with the Azir passive as well. As you can see, you know, right now on the pause screen, hopefully, if you're on the same director camera that I am, you can see that Azir has risen a turret up in the mid lane. And, you know, it's going to wave clear a fair amount. It's going to keep HKC from getting any more objectives. So they do have the tools to stay alive until the late game when they do get that power spike. And they've also got to worry about keeping dragons under control, because if Hawks get too many of those, especially if they get closer and closer to that 5th dragon stack, that's when HKC are going to start to panic. So they do need to get a little bit more vision control around that river, but at the same time they are keeping a lot of wards out of their own jungle around that side of the map, because despite the map presence that the Hawks do have, they don't have too many wards in the enemy jungle on the bottom side of the map anyway.
I really don't like Azir's passive. I feel it's one of the most scumbag passives that is in the game, possibly apart from Teemo. But I don't like it because it essentially turns one of your turrets into one of their turrets, and that's so powerful. To be able to do that, you change from having 3 turrets per lane to potentially 5 or 6. Like, it's just it makes it so much harder for a team to come back, accepting a good team fight, I guess.
Yeah. And you can see that, like I said before, it's going to help them survive up until the late game. Now, Ahri is starting to move to that late game Ahri stage. You know, not quite the burst assassin that we're used to ever since the removal of DFG, and a little bit of a rework to Ahri's kit. making her more of a kite mage, which is going to be very, very important in this game right now, because needs to be staying away from those important ultimates like the Onslaught of Shadows, the Explosive Cask, and even, maybe they're throwing Sykes in to throw a box around you. As long as you can kite away from all of those important ultimates. But at the same time, it puts a lot of pressure on him to not slip up and not fall into any of those ultimates, because if he does, he's pretty much dead. A lot of those things can basically, if any of those catch an Ari in a team fight, then Jonty Wanty, Duke, they're going to jump right on top of him, as long as he's not too far in the back line. So he's got the items to do a lot of damage. Not a huge amount of tankiness, especially because he did go for that Morellonomicon rather than the Athene's Unholy Grail. The more damage-oriented item, of course, that Morellonomicon, so is fairly vulnerable to getting caught out, but does have all the tools to avoid it, so needs to not slip up, but can provide a lot of the damage needed for HKC here. But at the same time, pick potential. But when more than half the enemy team are tanks, you've got to wonder how much picks are actually going to be worth.
I can't see what either team is going to be trying to achieve from here. Where do you think HKC is going to go from here?
HKC, they don't have to go anywhere. They've just got to get, like I said, a few wards in the river, a few wards in their own jungle. I mean, they've already got a lot of those. Try and control the vision from the Hawks, and then they can survive until the late game, be much stronger during team fights, contest the Baron, contest the Dragons a whole lot more, and they've got a huge amount of siege potential too. So, it's like I said, they don't have to do anything. They just got to keep things under control. Whereas HKC, they've really got to start getting more objectives. Yes, they're 2 turrets ahead, but there are more than 3 turrets on the map. They need to start closing things out. And here's exactly what they need to do, catching Duke out.
Duke is gonna pop just like that. I couldn't even play that. That was just over.
Yeah, and with pretty much no one in the bottom lane to defend this turret, Hawks are going to do exactly what you just heard me say. They're going to start getting more and more objectives, and getting this turret, once again, going to give them more access to the enemy jungle, which is going to be much easier for them to get war control around the enemy jungle, get control of that dragon, which, oh no, Jonty Wanty!
Jonty Wanty getting popped by Ari. That happens, unfortunately, when you get caught by a chance.
Yeah, Plastic needs to get back as soon as he can. Sykes in a huge amount of trouble, forced to flash, but here we go.
Here we go. It's not working. There comes Plastic in with the ultimate. What an amazing explosive cast from Gragas. A nice ultimate coming down from Gragas. Yep. And, yeah, some stuff happening and lots of things.
Some stuff happening and lots of things. You heard it here first, folks. But as we can see from that, the fact that Duke was into that fight so late, Plastic took so long to get down there, things were just out of control already by the time HKC could even think to contest that fight. So brilliant pickup there by the Hawks there. They take out 2 turrets and an inhibitor. They took out a few kills as well. They're looking in brilliant position here. They've got so much map to move around. That bottom side of the map is just wide open to them. You can already see quite a lot of wards placed in the enemy jungle. Could go for a few more, especially the fact that Dragon up in 1 minute 20. They can move ahead and take that out pretty much easily. We saw them fall victim to quite a few of the, as I was saying, crucial ultimates coming out from HKC, but it didn't really change the fight around too much. So it could be the fact that 7,000 gold lead is actually quite enough now. And the fact that no one was able to catch out 31M or Corrupted Hero, they were just able to use the damage to take down the tanky front line from HKC because they're not tanky enough yet.
Players in this kind of tier of play, it amazes me that no matter where they go with their Oracle's trinket, they can their sweeping lens. They can tell. Just I don't know how they've got some inner being inside them that says, "Hey, there's a ward in this bush." But they tend to always find it. I don't ever see them misuse their sweeper's lens.
Maybe one day we'll see it. But, as we can see, both top laners hanging out up there. Master Goat obviously with the advantage. In fact, basically forcing Sykes to come up, but this has been a big mistake for HKC as... Well, I mean, it was going to be a free dragon anyway to the Hawks. But now they know for absolute sure that there's going to be no contest here. They're going to take out dragon number 3, give them the movement speed advantage. And can they actually catch Sion this time? This guy's pretty much immortal.
That was a pretty good catch, though. Sion tried to ult away, and Hikrim dashed in front of him so that he hit him and, of course, stopped. This is a 4v1, and he's living through it. Not only that, but he's probably going to kill someone when he dies. Who do you think he's going to go for? Let's see.
Should go for the minions. But in any case, it's not the fact that he died that's important here. It's the fact that it took 4 people from HKC to deal with him, and that left the rest of the Hawks to just mow down that mid lane. They took down the inner turret, they took down the inhibitor turret, and they're still going for a fight.
Yeah, it's not working. It's going to get popped here. Cupcake Man is getting dropped somewhat low. Of course, 2, 3, 4 kills now in favor of HKC, I believe. Plastic is going very, very low. No, nothing doing. It's an ace for 1.
And HKC, they're going for a desperation play here. It is an open Baron, but they are leaving a lot of super minions in the base here. You can see Gragas, he's trying to take them out. We'll be able to keep them clear. But do they even have the health to take this Baron down? It's going down fairly well. Callista does have the Ren to clear it, pretty much a smite. But here comes Master Goat. If they get the Baron, it's going to be at a cost.
That was well played. There comes the play from Sykes, and of course the Fate's Call coming out. So they will both survive, or at least they should do. Master Goat doesn't really have much more of a gap closer than that. Kalista using her mechanic skills quite well there to expand the gap even further. What a desperate play, though.
Yeah, and, you know, they knew that they were going to get low doing it. They knew that Master Goat was nearby, but it's what they need to survive right now. They've lost an inhibitor in the bottom lane, there's an open inhibitor in the mid lane, but importantly, you know, getting the Baron not only gets them the gold, the buff, but it also relieves so much pressure. Now they don't have to worry about Hawks going for Baron while there's a big wave of super minions going past your bottom inhibitor. It's so much pressure that has now been taken off of HKC that they can hang back once again and just try and survive this phase of the game. They are only 4,000 gold behind, so it's not huge. There's 2 dragons ahead for the Hawks right now, so they're still comfortably in the lead. There's no question about that, but it's allowing HKC to survive a little bit longer, and they're still not able to really defend these turrets, though.
No. Unfortunately, Sykes may get caught here. Nice position play there. Sion's ultimate coming out here. Hikrim trying to chase away, and he will get charmed by 3 AM. Corrupted Hero dropping down to Azir. Of course, that power coming out from his Sand Soldiers. Bill is also being dropped down very low, but they're so incredibly tanky. Master Goat still has 2,000 HP left before he drops. A missed charm there, unfortunately. Nice shield popping out. Nothing doing. Master Goat will drop. Ari and Braum getting chased down here as well. Oh, what a shame you can't get through that gate, Sion.
But, you know, nice pickup there by HKC. They were able to use their tools to use that big late game scaling champions. Jonty Wanty was pretty much uncontested over on the flank somehow. Duke, he was chased out of the fight by Bill, but Bill took a lot of damage doing so, and Duke was able to come back into the fight pretty much full health once Bill realized, I can't catch Callista. It's just too hard. And so HKC managed to take that fight out pretty well. And at the same time, the inhibitor did respawn at a great time for them. So once again, no pressure. There's no Baron to worry about. There's no Dragon for a while. There's no inhibitors to worry about. These guys are feeling so much more comfortable than they were a few minutes ago.
Yeah, they are. Mostly for that Baron, and mostly for the fact that team morale is actually going up from the recovery of a tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can still see though that, you know, the map dominance is still on the side of the Hawks right now. And they are trying to take advantage of that by placing wards all through that jungle, denying vision from HKC. Just because, you know, you don't have vision, you go for so many more risky plays. So Denying all that vision is so important. You can already see this one ward on, you know, this side of the map for HKC near their base, and while it might be the next target for the Hawks, I don't think it will be. Hawks definitely going to be looking at one of those open inhibitors, maybe leaving Master Goat split pushing up in the top lane to put a time limit on what HKC can do, force them to go into maybe an unfavorable fight. But Teleport's still a little while away, so we'll see what the strategy is going to be. Dragon up in less than a minute though. And
before that dragon comes up, I'd just like to mention, and you'll be happy with this information, that somebody's particular favourite team has got through into the semis. So whoever wins this game will be facing Imperium.
That is excellent. So if you guys are watching, well done, boys. But I'm going to focus on this game right now, as you know, while last game that we cast was reasonably close, this game's pretty close too, because I feel like one more favourable team fight for HKC right now could easily put them ahead, almost. Maybe not in terms of gold, but in terms of scaling and late game champions. This Dragon's undoubtedly going to go to the Hawks here. I don't see any contest coming out from HKC. I mean, with Hecarim all the way over there, yes, the teleport's available, but going to need to come in now. But you can see a fight coming out. Sykes actually goes in.
Sykes does go in, and Bill getting dropped reload, the Ignite being popped down. Duke getting attacked here from Corrupted Hero. A beautiful death sentence from Sykes here. Meanwhile, up here, 3am has been terrified and won't be able to do anything in the rest of that fight. Bill having to flash over the wall. Oh my goodness, what an incredible fight just over a dragon. Master Goat is so incredibly tanky. Duke may fall here, especially if Master Goat respawns. No, he's going to go for the nearest champion, which is in fact Sykes. What an amazing play! That was incredible.
We're going to see what HKC are going to go for right now. Dragon is available, but they do need to start getting some turrets down. You can see in the bottom lane, no turrets have been taken. But they are splitting up. They do have the power to just do both at once, because taking the Dragon fairly easily. Not a lot of wave clear left for the Hawks, because you know Bill's the only one alive who can really survive in that turret. But they take down the Dragon. They're pretty close to taking down that turret as well. Bill doing what he can. Actually manages to hold off the assault on the inhibitor turret, but it's quite low. If there's going to be a fight near there again, it's not going to provide too much. But I said one more favourable team fight and they could be in the lead. That's definitely the case right now. While not ahead in gold, they are just destroying these team fights.
The thing about getting to this point in the game, although gold isn't really swinging much either side, we're giving like 900 gold either side. The biggest decider for a game at this point is death timers. You die, you're out of the game for 30 seconds, and there's a lot of things that can happen in that time.
And it did actually get pretty close in that last fight. If you paid attention to Duke during the fight, he actually took a full culling to the face over the Dragon Wall, and Corrupted Hero almost able to capitalize on it by jumping over the wall, almost taking Duke out, but Duke has his buddy Sykes nearby on hand to peel off for him. Did manage to take out the clutch kill, which basically won the fight for them there, because the damage from Duke coming out straight afterwards was able to keep them very ahead in the fight there. Now we're seeing the Baron vision control game coming along. One good hook by Sykes, so it almost doesn't matter who it goes on to. That could be a good fight for them. And look at the zoning power as well by John Monty. You can't really deal with those sand soldiers there. None of the squishies can go near it. The tanks can barely survive it. And the Hawks looking like they're on the back foot now, with HKC well in the driver's seat.
It's a Baron dance, but it's slowly developed into something more. I can't really see what's going to happen. Sion is recalling right now. He does have his ultimate so that he can get back into the fight relatively quickly. But if HKC knew what was going on, they'd engage right now.
Yeah, and the fact that they've got the Righteous Glory advantage too, they have one, and there's not actually a Righteous Glory over on the Hawks. In fact, they opt for Banner of Command. That's an interesting choice. You can already see the buffed up minion there. We'll see how that turns out, but it just gets destroyed. So, yeah, no, like I was saying, the Righteous Glory advantage is over to HKC, so they've got all the tools they need to engage, and while there's quite a lot of disengage available for the Hawks, there's so much chasing potential for HKC that I don't think it's even really going to matter. And a hook comes out, it's not going to go in, but ultimate actually burned for Bill. The fight's begun!
the fight has begun, but so much disengage coming out from the HKC team. Bill is trying to chase in on this. A charm hitting Gragas, actually. He will fall. Bill right up there in the front line. He will drop. Unfortunately, he had no backup. I don't see this fight getting much further, but Master Gold is actually staying in the fight. He kind of wants to re-engage, but his team is saying, no, let's leave.
Yeah, and the fact that they don't have Bill up right now, even fights, as long as they've got the right members available, are going to be in the favor of HKC, because as long as they've got Azir and Duke, as long as there's no one to jump on them, then they're going to be absolutely fine. Sion is too busy dealing with the front line to get through to Duke and Jonty Wanty, and 3IM also at the same time has to deal with the front line. This Baron attempt, though, is almost desperation, but it's dropping very, very quickly. But HKC, they know what's going on.
I can see this going in the favor of HKC. Corrupted Hero, beautiful death sentence actually coming in. They're still trying to focus down the Baron, and it goes over to the red team. So they do manage to secure it, but Master Go being dropped so very low. There's not a whole lot he'll be able to do. Perhaps take out Sykes, but that's about it. So they got the objective they were after.
They got Baron, but at what cost? They lost 3 of their team members, who are all going to be dead for at least 40 seconds right now, and this is going to be pretty hard to defend. Yes, they have the wave clear from 3-1M. God, I've given that guy a different name like every time I've said his name, but they have wave clear from him. They do have 0 pick potential. They don't have the damage. Oh, okay, there goes their wave clear. The turret goes down. This inhibitor's in a lot of trouble, but not as much trouble as Bill.
Bill is going to actually have to flash out of that Kalista using her massive range on the spear to drop him down and away from that fight. That was a nice play, though. They, instead of just taking one objective and saying, okay, sweet, let's go back, let's regroup, let's think what we can do now, they just rolled on and flowed from that. Baron, turret, inhib.
And now, it's going to be the Hawks with the inhibitor disadvantage. They've got super minions pouring down that middle lane. And with 1 minute until the dragon, they need to keep that mid lane under control. Because if we see another dance around an objective, around that dragon, those minions can start pouring into the base, start tearing down those Nexus turrets. And this next dragon's going to be super important, because you give the movement speed buff over to HKC, there is no hope in winning another team fight, just because they're already having trouble catching Jonty Wanty, catching Duke. Give them 5% more movement speed, that's a lot of trouble. And Sykes takes a lot of damage, but he's got 30 seconds to go back, heal up if he wants to, but he should be healthy enough. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, he wanted so desperately to clear that award. Nice death sentence, although it was point blank range. Not much of that culling is going to hit, but it did actually get Jonty Wanty a fair bit. It was right on the very edge there. Minions are pouring down that mid lane. Dragon up in 5 seconds. The question is, will they contest or will they not? It looks like they want to, but I don't think they have the manpower.
I feel like HKC, you know, they need Jonty Wanty nearby to contest it. They should just abandon the dragon, move up that mid lane and start pressuring it down. Obviously they don't get the steal, but there's going to be a fight.
Whoa! Ari getting dropped down by Kalista Plastic, and it's not working. Right in the balls deep of that fight. Nice Azir ultimate trying to knock them back. Corrupted Hero, beautiful kiting technique there from him. Bill is getting stunned in the dragon pit and he will fall. Duke, some nice mechanics coming out from him. What an amazing fight, and I'm honestly thinking this could be GG.
This is absolutely the game. A minute until most players are up. Super minions pouring in the base. It's going to be a good game over to HKC here. And it was a good contest on the dragon. Obviously they got the fight. Brilliant Azir ultimates, but the fact that they were just able to survive until the late game, those monster late game carries, Kalista and Azir are some of the best at what they do. And no one was able to get on them. And they are going to be able to take out victory. They will be going, if you were right, going up against Imperium in the winners bracket, which will begin pretty shortly. Not too sure which game I'm going to be casting next. We'll try and cast some different teams, guys. Did see a bit of that in the chat. Perhaps we're getting a few too much of University of Auckland. Soz, guys. But we'll have a look at the challenge. We'll find out which match to find to cast for you guys next. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere, guys. The OCC New Zealand Qualifier will be back very shortly. Hello, Summoners, and welcome back to another round of the Oceanic Collegiate Championship, the New Zealand Qualifier. This game, we've moved down to the losers bracket, and it's actually going to be, is that AUT going up against Force Soju? And unfortunately, it's going to be an AUT versus AUT match, so while it is going to be a bit of a grudge match, unfortunately we couldn't get some inter-university action going on, but grudge matches, they're always going to be fun. Now, Force Soju managed to take out first place in the tournament. Whether or not that was a close match or not, I will find out in a second, but there is a bit of blood between these guys, obviously. So, bit of a grudge match. Picks and bans have already been done, so they're going to go through pretty quickly, but we'll still have 3 minutes to talk about them once that delay does come up. We did actually have to kick them out of the first 10 seconds of the game, because they remade just for us, and that's a Katarina. Wow, okay, cool. So let's talk a bit about these picks here, Kibles.
I love Katarina. Oh, Urgot! Yeah. And Carp. This is interesting team compositions. I can't really tell what either team is trying to play at. Neither really have great CC, neither... I guess for is that AUT, they might be looking for a pick/disengage. That kind of a interesting sort of team composition, but I'm not sure if... No. I see what's going on here. Okay, sorry, it took me a while.
All right. Enlighten us.
AUT versus AUT, right? These two teams would have scrimmed against each other a lot of times. So they will know each other's team's strong points and weak points, and they will be exploiting that. Although we might not be able to see, but perhaps Ari... CP Terra doesn't like playing against a Katarina, or vice versa. Like, I feel that that's what they're playing with here.
Yeah, and the Katarina, like, obviously, because we jumped into the middle of this, we don't know the actual order that things were picked in. So we don't know, like, who picked up what first. Looks like they did the same bands, though, which is quite nice of them. So, I mean, if we just have a quick look at those, you can see that the top lane for Soju was targeted a little bit by those bans there. The Aurelia and Maokai taken away from Forensic, although he's come completely out of left field and picked Carthus in the top lane. Pretty interesting pickup, if I've got to say so myself. Haven't seen that happen in a while. Sometimes you see some weird picks like, Swain top lane, which it can be a thing, but Carthus, yeah, you'll have to prove that one to me. And the LeBlanc would be the third ban, targeted right at Buller, and the fact that he picked up Katarina instead shows that this guy likes his assassins.
Interestingly, Cat has picked up Teleport. Did you notice that?
I did in fact notice that, and that definitely shows the playstyle that Force Soju are going to go for. They're going to go for roaming, they're going to go for group gank squads, essentially, and basically pick up as many kills all across all stages of the game. They're going to go for picks, not so much in the traditional sense. Yes, they can pick them up with Death Sentence, but using Teleport to get a whole lot of picks early on by teleporting to the bot lane, teleporting to even the top lane. I mean, going to be pretty rough to try and take down Zac, especially if you don't have any CC up there. You'll just elastic slingshot away. But that bot lane is definitely going to be an option. There is so much crowd control lockdown coming up from an Urgot Thresh combo that Buller is going to absolutely love that. And yes, while Janna has a lot of disengage, you get hit by any of those abilities. You get hit by Death Sentence, you get hit by Flay, you get hit by the Hyperkinetic Position Reverser, you're absolutely done for, and no Monsoons are going to save you there. So I mean, there's so much kill potential for Soju in the bottom lane there that if I was on Is That AUT, I'd be a bit terrified.
I feel like ITA have gone with a very defensive pick list there, and flip it on the overside. Soju have gone with a very aggressive. Like I can see the team fight now. Urgot will hyperkinetic position reverser, whatever that is, his ult to any one of the damage dealers. So Graves, Ari, Gragas, any of them. Move them out of the fight. Carthus ult Amumu ult, go in, easy. Then Katarina just jumps in and kills them all. I can see this working so perfectly.
So there's a bit of a flaw in your plan there, right? So you're saying Keiwu, he wants to go in, just throw his ultimate onto one of the squishy guys.
Yeah.
That ultimate doesn't have the biggest range, right? So how are you going to get to Graves, Ari, who are pretty mobile champions? They're easily going to be able to get away from him. They know that that's all Urgot's going to be able to do late game. So that's going to be the one thing on their minds. Do not get near that Urgot, and they should be fine as long as they do that. So it's going to be a little bit harder for that. However, if they do it a bit in reverse, Amumu gets in there, gets a good ultimate, then the hyperkinetic position reverse, it can easily come in and pick off anyone. So it's essentially the same thing. You know, it's going to work out very well for them. But Urgot, he can't simply just walk up to Graves and Ari. He's going to have to work for it. But we are loading into the Rift here. And it's going to be a bit of a grudge match here, of course, as For Soju are the winners of the AUT tournament. But is that AUT second place? They're going to be looking to prove that they are deserving of one of the top 3 spots here today in the New Zealand qualifier. And of course, everyone going for that number 1 spot too, just so that they do get that better seeding into the next round, and also, you know, taking the glory of being the best university team in New Zealand. Gonna be on everyone's minds too. Not to mention, you know, everyone back home watching, supporting their own university. They want to see their own team take it out, show that, you know, the best university takes out the victory. But here we are, we're loading in. Last game we saw a bit of a 5-man squad looking for something early on. Both teams this time, they're going for a bit of a spread out defense, trying to prevent any kind of shenanigans.
I can see a lot of similarity to the games that we've previously seen already. Very much so. But both teams are running almost the exact same mirror image alongside the whole map.
Yeah, so nothing too terrifying is going to happen. I don't predict any kind of lane swaps just because, you know, Urgot kind of wants that 2v2 down there, especially, I mean, looking at the Urgot Thresh composition, there's so much kill potential there. You don't want to scare off the enemy top laner if you go for a 2v1 against him. So no deep vision is particularly needed, just enough to prevent the enemy team from doing anything terrifying to you. You can pretty much assume, you know, Vez is going to start at that blue buff on the Amumu. It'd be pretty rare to not start there. So everything's pretty safe, everything's pretty assumed. No one really knows anything for sure, apart from those mid laners having a bit of a dance. But other than that, things look pretty standard. As
an Urgot, and you're fighting a 2v2, so Urgot Thresh versus Graves Janna, who do you ult? You either ult the opposing AD carry and take out 2 of the main damage dealers in that fight, or you take out the support who's going to provide a lot of utility. Who do you pick when you ult that?
If you had to pick who to ult, you'd definitely go for Girls on Graves. You take him really far back into the lane. It means Death Nostalgia. If he wants to go for a Monsoon to save him, he needs to get very far to get in between. You know, in the right sort of in between. Otherwise, you're just throwing the other duo back near your tower, back in the escape path for your AD carry. So if they're able to get onto Graves, he's a little bit harder to catch with the quick draw, but other than that, if you can catch him, definitely go for him. But now we can see the race to level 2 is going to happen in the bottom lane, and it's going to be so important. If Keiwu and John Mini can grab level 2 first, they're going to have a pretty good advantage if they can take advantage of it straight away.
Yeah, as always. And they'll probably get it from this minion here, I think. Yep, there we go. Both teams actually got it at the exact same time. I feel that clutch hook there from Thresh, but nothing really doing from it. Have you noticed that Janna's attack damage is so freaking high for a support? 59 plus whatever bonus she gets from her 61 now, plus whatever bonus she gets from her shield. That's ridiculous, and you can really see that coming through in her autos against Thresh.
Yeah, the one thing that the Soju bot lane are going to have to worry about is if they miss their harassment opportunities, then they've got nothing. You know, Death Sentence is down, the Acid Hunter is down for Urgot, then that gives plenty of opportunity for the other guys to go in, but there's the hook. Do they get much from it, though?
No, of course not, because the shield is so demoralizing when you manage to get a hook like that.
Oh!
Oh, right in the mid lane there. Bulla getting dropped very low. That's so unfortunate too, because Katarina is really weak in the early game.
He had flash as well, but it was obviously caught on completely the wrong side of the map there. Had already used Shumpo, not get on out of there. So, I mean, nice first blood. And like you said, Cat has a pretty rough time earlier on with that melee range way of getting CS. Yes, he's got the bouncing blades, but then you got to choose, you know, do I want to use it for harass? Do I want to use it for farming? And that can really turn things around. And the fact that, you know, he's had an early death, teleport's going to alleviate that to some point, but it's going to give a 5-minute window where there's going to be no chance for him to roam down to the bottom lane. So now, girls in Death Nostalgia are going to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Karthus versus Zac. Who do you feel is taking that out? Right now, I feel that Karthus has the ability to take it, but Zac's sustain in that lane is just so strong. You can't really combat that. It's
going to be in the favor of Karthus for a little while. Until the Spectre's Cowl comes out for T-Jun, he's going to be a little bit on the back foot. Of course, there's going to be no kill potential against T-Jun. Oh no, in the bottom lane.
Nostalgia getting dropped very, very low. Unfortunately, they just popped that heal, so they're going to walk right out of that. They won't have that next fight though.
And you've got to remember though, Urgot's a champion that relies so heavily on mana. You can already see he's pretty much out of that. So all that harass that he was doing earlier on, going to be pretty much gone, and they're going to rely completely on the death sentences. Another thing to mention is that he's gone for longsword rather than a Doran's blade. This could say that he wants to go for an early brutalizer as soon as he can, but at the same time, you know, you need that Tears of the Goddess as soon as you can, once again, because Urgot needs to pick up that mana immune, and ever since the changes to his shield, he gets a little bit more shield based on his mana. Hippopotamus not going to find anything in bot lane, despite waiting pretty patiently.
Yeah, he wasted quite a lot of time down there, actually. He probably could have gone for something else. He is calling for a dragon, though, really early, but almost 6 minutes, actually.
And I really like this call, because they knew that Keiwu had to go back, and if he wasn't back, then he'd be completely out of mana, couldn't contest it at all. Captain Terra's got absolute control in the mid lane. As you can see, the flash comes out.
Flash comes out, but nothing really doing. There's the ultimate from CP Terra. Bulla going back in, Ignite, dropping down on Bulla. One auto should do it. The flash coming out from Terra, he will take the kill. He's dropped very, very low. Around the side here, we can see Amumu sneaking up. Can he land the bandage toss? No, but he might pick it up still.
No, not quite. No way to catch the Ahri. Captain Terra's going to be fine. But yeah, bringing it back to the Dragon, they knew that mid lane was completely under control. Urgot probably back. What better time to take Dragon? You know, yes, Forensic could have teleported bot lane, but probably not going to happen, and then T-Jun would get a big advantage. It would have been a big mess for Soju to do that, so excellent call on the Dragon by Hippopotamus, and going to give them a nice early advantage.
It was such a waste of a flash from Ahri's side there. When she flashed in to take that last auto, I really feel like that was unnecessary. She didn't need to do that to secure it, but, you know.
Yeah, that's alright. But the important thing is that it's going to now be down. And while Ahri's a champion that, you know, can escape very easily with the ultimate, it's something that Bulla should be able to blow pretty easily. Unfortunately, he's a bit on the back foot, so I can foresee Captain Terra using that Spirit Rush to try and pick up a kill. If Bulla can survive that kill, call for Amumu to come in and gank with his ultimate, it should be pretty much a free kill. You combine Curse of the Sad Mummy with the Death Lotus, and with an Ahri that can't move, should be a nice pickup, and definitely something that you want on a Katarina, because being 0 for 2 on a champion that needs to snowball, it's not looking good.
No, Ahri's doing so much damage to Bulla. Unfortunately, Bulla hasn't used that teleport yet to be able to get those kills that she so desperately needs as a Katarina to get ahead.
Yeah, well, it is back up now after using it to get back into lane earlier on, so the opportunity's there, but the Soju bot lane is a bit too pushed in. There's the potential to teleport to top lane, but he's got no wards to teleport to, not to mention it's a Zac with a Spectre's Cowl. It has to be a teleport to the bottom lane, but they're just too pushed in, so this teleport right now as a summoner spell isn't getting a lot of usefulness out of it. There's no Ignite to even think about contesting kills on Captain Terra. So Buller really on the back foot here. Yes, he's picked up a Negatron Cloak, but when you're buying items to survive lane as Cat, that's not a good thing.
No, you really need to get ahead as Cat and pick up stronger, more aggressive items. Thresh going for the death sentence onto Girls and is picking it up. Carthus ulti coming down. Won't pick up any kills there, but still very exciting.
We got a pretty depressed Mummy coming down to the bottom lane. He's going to pick up that pink ward though in the Tribush, which is going to be... oh, he does just walk through it, thinks he can get the kill, but no, instead, they're just going to go for the horde. No dragon to pick up, of course. If there was, they'd have a great opportunity to take it. In the mid lane, Captain Terra, he's picked up a needlessly large rod, so throwing all semblance of, efficient finished items, just wants to snowball this lane out of control here. And it's going to pump up his wave clear massively, going to force Buller to stick to his turret. I'm talking about how he can't teleport to other lanes because they're too pushed in. He can't teleport because he can't leave the mid lane. Captain Terra will just destroy that tower as soon as he leaves, get a whole lot of free farm. And that needlessly large rod's just going to make that even worse.
Greg is coming around the side here. Oh goodness, there's the explosive cast coming down on Forensic. Jun might go down, but he has his passive, so he'll be fine. Fnatic. Oh, sorry, Fnatic. Forensic being dropped very low. My goodness, Fnatic. What am I talking?
I would have forgiven you if he had the Fnatic skin, but he doesn't. But in the mid lane,
Fuller going down. There's the Ignite being dropped. Will drop again, giving Ari a 3-0 lead.
And just look at the damage that he pumped out, despite going against a Negatron Cloak. Of course, Bull are going to have to go for that Abyssal Scepter, which not a terrible item for Cat, not at all. But he's just not able to snowball from it, doing just not great at all. And Vez taking a lot of damage himself.
Oh, Terra might pick up one if he can. Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for it. Actually, teleport coming down. Terra doesn't have his ulti. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. They've finally managed to turn it around. There's a kill for Katarina. Hopefully she can make some decent use out of that.
And that's the teleport coming out as well. So finally, it's a little bit of use, even if it was only in his own lane. But Katarina, unless he's snowballing ridiculously, Buller's not going to be able to do much, even with that one kill. Yes, it was a shutdown, but what's he going to use the gold against? Yes, there's Tijan, who's built a Spirit Visage. Gragas is eventually going to be incredibly tanky. No hope of taking him down. It's really going to be all about taking Graves and Ari down, but again, those guys are very mobile, very easily able to get out. Then you've got Death Nostalgia, easily able to cancel the Death Lotus. Just things are not looking great for Buller, and it's essentially making him be essentially a mid laner down here, as Buller's going to provide almost nothing to team fights, not even an Ignite.
Yeah, I'm probably in agreement with you. Although they did manage to pick that up, she's not going to be able to do much with it, unfortunately. Oh,
yeah,
man.
well, I mean, it's better than not picking it up, but there is a long road to snowballing this Katarina, and that's the only thing that's going to make him useful in this fight. So either the rest of his team needs to start doing incredibly well, or Buller needs to snowball ridiculously. And
can you see what's happening down here?
Can I see what's happening down here? They're trying to set up a kill, but they're just too pushed in. And even if they did go in for something, I feel like Death Nostalgia has the tools to get them out of trouble. All they've got to worry about is the hyperkinetic position reverser, which would secure a kill, yeah, but it's just not enough. And the fact that Captain Terra wasn't... they couldn't see him on the map, so... Oh no, he's diving him in the mid lane as well, dropped him to half. And Buller, he's going to need to call for help here, but every other team on his map needs help too. Here comes Hippopotamus into the bottom lane.
Hippopotamus. Oh no, what a...
And you could call that a hippopotamus.
Oh, you could. He is going to get flayed here. Nice Janna disengage here. Carthus ultimate dropping Hippopotamus down very, very low. Teleport coming in. I believe it's probably from Katarina. No, it's Carthus coming down. Hyperkinetic position reverser coming down. Oh man, this isn't looking very nice. Tijun getting dropped as well. Oh my gosh, Ari's coming in to clean up. Talk about mop up on aisle 3, except Forensic.
That was not a clean. Okay, mop up on aisle 3. He He took the mop with the bucket into aisle 3, tripped over, like his head fell on the bucket, and he's just sitting there looking pretty embarrassed. Unfortunately, it looked like it could have gone well, but kind of walked right into the middle of the enemy team there. What it means is that Force Soldier can pick up a nice drag and even things up there. And you know, all things considered, the gold's pretty even, the dragons are even, towers are pretty much even. The only thing is that Bula, he's a little bit behind, but his team is making up for it. And the teleports from everyone have really been... well, it's been helping Force Soju get back into this, you know. Their teleports haven't been used to create any kind of, you know, ganks or anything. It's always been reactionary teleports. And so they are still playing from the back foot slightly, but I feel like things could change once those teleports are used to set things up rather than react. Oh no, Vez, the poor mummy.
Getting abused by the Wind Lady right here.
Wind Lady.
Yeah, man, the Wind Lady. Don't you know?
I mean, you're not wrong, I guess. A lot of pressure coming down into this bottom lane. They've once again bringing Hippopotamus down. They'll still have his ultimate, but there are wards in pretty much all the right places here. He's going to be completely spotted out. Jonomy, though, moving a bit too forward.
Jonomy is moving forward, as well as up in the top lane. Forensic is going to drop. He will get the kill. That is, Ari will pick that up. Nothing really happening in this bottom lane, which I'm quite disappointed about. I thought they would pick up Jonomy from that.
Yeah, but I mean, the knowledge that they had of Hippopotamus coming in would have been enough to keep him alive. Jonomy moving in a bit too forward, but other than that, he was able to get out, even holding on to his flash. So he's going to be pretty safe. So still a slight lead over to is that AUT. Things could definitely turn around if we can see Force Soju pick up a turret. They've got a fair advantage in the bottom lane. Urgot barely ahead in the creep score. But Urgot's an 80 carry that's not really an 80 carry. He's going to fall off a little bit later on, but whoa!
Oh wow,
Flash
nice
is in time.
Hyperkinetic reverser going in. Oh, beautiful! Ultimate the shield! But no, because Kwoo's damage output from that is just absolutely ridiculous. But Jomini is caught out here by girls. He will drop. Oh, Hippopotamus goes with a beautiful explosive cast there. I wanted to say he was going to give it to girls, but I guess not.
That was good though that they were able to split their attention. They didn't all go straight for Jonomy. They knew that they had enough to take him down. They managed to use the rest of their tools to pick up an extra kill onto Kwoo. And which is looking pretty good right now. It's going to allow Graves to catch up a little bit more, and he is definitely going to outscale the Urgot. So Kwoo, you know, he needs to start getting things done now. And yeah, he's 3 for 1. But the fact that Captain Terror, 5 for 2 on that Ari, well ahead in CS, is just going to destroy people. And we're about to see an example of that. Forensic, rest in peace. Here comes Ari.
Pepperonis are going to be rested right here for Forensic. His passive is still up. Passive, of course, being it never goes down. But regardless, Chun is bad-mannering him so bad, running around like a lunatic. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was quite funny though to see Captain Terry. He missed everything but his charm, but obviously they had a massive numbers advantage up there. No way they weren't going to get the kill. But yeah, so now it looks like is that AUT looking back into the driver's seat here as they're controlling the flow of the game so far. Yeah, they are about to lose their turret down there. Gold's still fairly in their lead, but you know, a 2,000 gold lead at only 17 minutes, not the biggest deal in the world, especially with even dragons. But once these tanks start tanking up on is that AUT, I feel like it's going to be so much harder for Soju to really do anything about it. Urgot not really going to be able to shred through them, as you know, being one of the lower damage 80 carries. Forensic though, you know, being a consistent damage dealer, but rather than a tank, you know, with the extended team fights, his passive is going to mean less and less and less, right? The good thing about the older team fights that didn't last all that long was if the entire team fight could last inside the Karthus Defile during his passive. Nowadays, though, the fight's likely to last long enough for all the tanks to get out of there, and the passive is going to mean a little bit less. So They are sacrificing tanks for a little bit more damage here. We'll see if it is going to mean much. T-Jun though, he's getting so aggressive up there, but he's got the wards to go that far.
He does. His sustainer's kind of... I mean, he's getting about 100 health from his little blobs that he's picking up, and Chrisis's Q is doing about 160, probably 180 damage by now, so it's kind of being mitigated by Zek's sustain, which is a bit annoying to play against.
Yeah, and, you know, comparing the mid laner's items is just... It feels a little bit depressing for Soju there, just because Captain Terra has almost a complete item over Bulla there. He's got his completed boots, finished 2 full items, whereas 1.5 items finished for Bulla, not even finished his boots, so he's really relying on so much setup from the rest of his team. They've got to get a brilliant Curse of the Sad Mummy, and if he doesn't get a full Death Lotus off on pretty much everyone, it's going to be very hard for him to actually contribute much to the fight. Yeah, it's possible, but the CC has to be there. He has to also not be interrupted, so Monsoon has to not be available. Forensic running out of mana and running out of time here.
Forensic. Oh no. See, I thought he was going to make it out of that with that flash, but I guess not.
And throwing out the Rage ultimate just because, oh no, Hippopotamus with the flank.
Oh, Viz coming in there. No Curse of the Sad Mummy yet. Jomini gets caught by the charm. He will go down. Unfortunately, Jun going in with the jumpy jump. But
the jumpy.
Yeah, man. This is going to be a free dragon for, I believe it's ITA.
Yeah, and that was great timing by them as well. Sure, you know, T-Jun is spending a lot of time up in the top lane dealing with Forensic, but had time to teleport down, and with Hippopotamus, and just the fact that, look at the map, it's just painted blue right now. Hippopotamus knew that there just wasn't going to be any vision by Soju. He was able to sneak in there, get a surprise engage, and even just completely deny Vez any kind of ultimate there. As you can see, he threw the explosive cask only onto Vez, but what that did was deny a good Curse of the Sad Mummy, which in turn did not allow Bullet any hope at all of getting a good ultimate off. So, excellent strategic play by is that AUT, just because they know exactly what they need to do to be able to win team fights, and they're pulling it off flawlessly.
And oh no, Vez, you missed the lantern.
Let's get honest though. Vez, that lantern was to pick up the souls, not to give Vez a ride.
Oh, he still missed it, and our audience is probably quite sad about it.
So
at this point of the game, who are you giving it to?
Right now, it's easily in favor of is that AUT. They've got the late game scaling, they've got the snowballing Ari. Death Nostalgia may be in trouble. Even if he goes down here, he's gonna be his team is gonna be fine, and he's probably gonna get out.
Forensic actually getting harassed like heck in this top lane. He did get out, Nostalgia that is. Was it not for a flash, he would have been dead.
But at the same time, Curse of the Sad Mummy used on one person, you know, that's when the desperation moves start coming in. That's for Soju saying, we need to start getting kills, we need to start getting back in here. We'll use this big ultimate to get this one kill. They didn't even get the kill. Now the big ultimate's gone. They don't have that for the next fight. And it's a pretty big cooldown, let's be honest. So that now gives a nice window for is that AUT to start moving in, start sieging down turrets. They've got just disgusting wave clear coming out from Captain Terra, who's a massive threat, not only with his wave clear, but with his pick potential too. So they've got so much power right now in the ability to start sieging down and get vision control all over the map. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw is that AUT wandering through the enemy jungle and start getting vision down. And you can see, you know, for Soju, they're trying to contest it a little bit, but they just aren't able to.
They don't have the power at this point in the game. They've only got 5 kills spread out over their whole team. The highest kill is actually Urgot Forensic having a bit of a skirmish. Oh, Hippopotamus getting caught by the beautiful death sentence here. Beautiful fight right here. Carter Soldier coming down. Katarina getting the reset, but an exhaust gets dropped down on her, so she's not going to pick up the reset perhaps. No, because Chun is coming in here, and Ari's going to pick up the kill on Katarina. What a fight. What a turnaround.
Yeah, and you've always got to keep tabs on the Zac, and that's why having vision in your own jungle is so important. The fact that they're just not quite able to get that is giving that AUT a big advantage over them, and now they're able to pretty much take down this turret. No one's able to catch on to Captain Terra.
Curse of the Sad Mummy coming down, but it's to no avail. Zac's passive has been propped. Whoa! Ari getting dropped so very, very low by Kaywu. Zac going in for the kill? No, you can't go through the gate, man. Stop trying.
Come on, it looks so much like the other one in my base. But anyway, once again, you know, it looked like a good catch by ForSoju, but they're so behind. The fact that one good Orb of Deception can just tear the enemy team in half makes it so they've got to take these fights so carefully. They're 7,000 gold behind. That's very rarely overcome at this stage in the game. When you're only 24 minutes in and the enemy team has that much of a lead on you, there are very few cases where, you know, the team that's behind does actually manage to take it out. Yeah, they've got the tools to maybe get a cheesy victory with a few good team fights, a good Curse of the Sad Mummy, you follow that up into all the AoE that comes out of them, but as the game goes on, like I said, tanks are going to get tankier, and they're not going to care too much about all the AoE. They're just going to turn around, probably do the laugh emote, and then just beat you to death, cancel your stupid Deathload or so ultimate, and then turn around and win the team fight. And if they can never catch Captain Terra, then they're never going to win a team fight.
1 minute down left till we see a dragon. Oh, I am wrong. I just saw a missed sweeper lens. There we go.
There you go. And you should probably know, you know, there's no point sweeping that bush just because any ward that's going to be in there, it's going to be a pink ward. 99% of wards in there will be a pink ward. But anyway, yeah, he does miss the sweeper, like you said. A little bit of pressure coming up into the top lane. Not so much pressure in the lane, but in the jungle. Oh no!
Coming down, Kaywu getting popped by Terra. That was a fantastic catch.
And there's a monster wave coming up on that bot lane too. Ari going to be able to tear this turret down. Not going to be available for the other side of the map on the team fight, but I feel like that AUT have the tools to deal with this.
That was a really... This is a strange fight that I'm seeing going on here. There was engage, disengage, and engage. But you see, no matter what either team did... no matter what Soju did, they were losing a turret regardless.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe having the cat try and defend against Ari, it's not really going to work, but Tijan, he's going in.
Chun going in. Forensic is being dropped very, very, very low. John Mani is trying his very best to survive this, but he's not going to, unfortunately. Oh, beautiful ult coming out. Is John Mani actually surviving? What is this? Oh my gosh! Chun, run while you still have life. John Mani is playing a risky game here and will get dropped down by Graves. Unfortunately, Kaywu also... What? Why would you flash that? I don't understand. Okay. Katarina trying to get the resets. Yep, uses the ult and will only get 1 kill. So 4 for 2.
So I mean, that's pretty good pickup by Soju there. They did lose an inhibitor turret though. That's going to be completely open. And as we can see, they're already not doing too well in the even fights. And so now they don't even have a turret to defend that inhibitor. They do have the defender's advantage, of course, but this dragon's now up. They've got Captain Terra trying his darndest to deny a bit of vision there. But I don't think he's really going to be able to contest it here. Might be able to pick up a kill if he can catch Kaywu. Does have Spirit Rush available, Flash available, so he's going to be completely safe doing it, but spotted out, so I feel like this dragon goes straight over to Soju.
I apologize, I had a bit of a lag there. Dragon is over to Soju. Do you think they'll be able to make much use with that?
Well, yes, the use and the fact that, you know, they're denying a third dragon from the enemy team, always good. But I feel like is that AUT know that they're recalling after that dragon. They know that they had to do that straight away, so why not go for a Baron? It's going to be the easiest Baron of their life. There's going to be zero contest here. And you can see Soju, they know what's going on, but the path to Baron's completely watered out. And even if they try and go for a contest here, it's it's still going to be is that AUT winning the fight. So they've got to be very careful in how they engage this. They should have taken the time to get a bit of vision control down in their own jungle, because that's what they need right now. They need to get their own wards down, but also sweep out any of the other wards. And I feel like putting pink wards down on your own jungle right now, not the best idea, just because there's so much of the enemy team spending time in there. Is that A2 just have complete dominance. They're always going to walk over those pink wards. Green wards are the way to go. Go green.
Go green. Kitera actually going in with the ultimate, I believe? Or was that the last proc? I can't... my face right now. 4 in this top lane are going to try and siege this against a lowly John Manee, who can't really do much to stop them.
They are going for a bit of a split focus here, as they do leave Captain Terra in the bottom lane. I think it's a good idea. Does split up their focus. If more than one person goes to deal with Captain Terra, which they kind of need to do, then the rest of his AT walk over this inhibitor turret. At the same time, Captain Terra can deal with anyone 1v1 right now. It looks like he is going to loop around, get a bit of wave clear going on, and put pressure on all sides of the base here. And the fact that they do have Baron buff, you know, allows them to really easily siege down just the Baron up minions. And the fact that only one person needs to be nearby to buff them up. So split focus, definitely the way to go.
And there's nothing really Katarina can do against an Ahri.
Yeah, no, not one that has 7 more kills than you anyway. I mean, look at that. He's got an entire 1.5 items just fully up on Bula right now. So he really is the terror of Is That AUT right now. So I'd like to see them group together for a little push in the mid lane here. Get everything going. Oh, T-Jun though.
Yeah,
bit of trouble.
T-Jun Let's bouncing, trying to get out of this, but there's... Whoa, that was a good flash. He saw the death sentence coming. Will Bula be able to pick this up?
Oh,
no, look at that.
Oh, no, he'll be fine.
Scumbag! Oh, no way. That was amazing play by Nostalgia there. Not only that, but Jun also had the, oh, God. What is that item?
The Locket of the Iron Solari.
Correct.
Imagine. Anyway, what this means now is Requiem's down, the Box is down, Death Lotus is down for a little while. They are not in a good spot here with an open inhibitor. There hasn't been a lot of focus towards it coming out from Is That AET though. They've had Ahri look at it a little bit, but I feel like Captain Terra should be the one pushing the top lane while the rest of the team just 4-man brute forces that bottom lane inhibitor down. They've got the Baron, so they really need to stop bothering around the jungle here, start moving up the lanes, because that's where they've got the advantage with the Baron buff. The wave clear coming out from Captain Terra, the pick potential. There's not a whole lot of use being in the jungle. Yes, we already know you've got ward control there. It's time to use that to get more objective control. And you know, I say that there's still 7 for 1 in towers.
Yeah, there's not really a whole bunch that ITA are doing to close this game out. They have the ability to do it. I really feel as though if they grouped as 5 in that bot lane and pushed it right through, they would win the game, hands down.
I feel like at the same time though, it doesn't really matter how much later they leave it going. They don't need to close the game out because they're going to have the advantage no matter what. They've lost the Baron window though, so it's going to make it a little bit harder to break through the walls here. Bit confused at why Death Nostalgia is up in the top lane by himself. Don't even have the Baron buff to justify it.
Supports need CS2, man.
Yeah, I guess he picked up a few. Oh, I mean, I guess he's got Banner of Command. When did that come into play? Hasn't buffed any minion up there just yet, but this inhibitor is open. And it's really going to be the best point of access for ITA here. They're looking to siege down multiple fronts once again. This inhibitor is taking fire, and for Soju need to make a choice.
They have to make the choice right now whether or not they are going to siege it or if they're going to run away. It's up to them. They have the ability to do so, to make either decision. And I feel as though either way they go about it, they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, Soju though, they're pretty much waiting for ITA to make a mistake. And that is not the position that you want to be in right now. And you're also going to think about, like, you know, the morale, the mentality. This is a loser's bracket game, so the loser of this is out. They don't make it into the top 3. They don't move on to the next stage. And at the same time, Force Soju won their tournament game. So they're going to be probably not too happy that they may be kicked out potentially by a team that they have already proven that they can beat. But in comes Captain Terror.
Okay, we're getting popped straight away in this team fight. Let's Bounce coming through, getting all 4 members there. Hippopotamus is actually going to be dropped pretty low. Curse of the Sad Mummy. This team fight is split so hard. 2 for 0, I believe. Carthus ult coming out. Nothing doing.
Yeah, but right now, there's not a lot they've got left to defend this base. This inhibitor turret's going to go down. I'm kind of surprised that ITA didn't go for a win there. But taking the safe option, it's been their plan so far, and I'm not surprised to see them continue with it. And of course, taking the Nexus turret's pretty risky with 3 members up. T-Jun getting dropped low, but what, you know, the hook hits, is there going to be follow-up on it though?
I can't see the follow-up coming through this. They should have though, that could have been a quick pickup for Bulla. But otherwise they're just going to try and take this Dragon rather, and hook up around to Baron. Probably take that too, and then shove it right down the throats of Soju.
Dragon number 3. It's not going to be a huge advantage in this siege part of the game right here. Especially the fact that everyone relies on their mobility abilities rather than their movement speed. They're not exactly running for most of the time. But what it will do is allow them to start pressuring multiple fronts of the base. The Baron's coming up in 30 seconds, and you know, let's assume, you know, somehow ITA get the Baron. Somehow I think they will. You know, they'll be able to start pressuring up in the top lane. If they see a good opportunity in the mid or bot lane, then they can use their movement speed buff to move around a whole lot quicker. So, you know, while it's not the most important buff to pick up right now, it's definitely going to be an advantage that they can use if they need to. But Baron is slithering back into his den. He's going to be available to take down. And still, ITA taking this sweet time. And, you know, why not? They've got the time. They're well ahead, 12,000 gold. And Soju, they are just cowering in their base. No way at all they can contest this Baron. And this is going to be an onslaught on the base that's going to be almost impossible for them to stop.
The issue here is that Urgot was defending bot lane, and he doesn't have the time to get here to stop it as a 5-man team. Jun just waiting here in the background, goes on Bulla. Bulla might take the lantern, and blue team gets the Baron. Vez going in, trying to get the steal. Jun is coming around the side, gets hooked by Jomini. Nothing doing. Jun, oh, that was a beautiful play from Vez. Bandage tossing red buff. Oh, I missed that.
How did he managed to live for so long?
Yeah, my mistake. Sorry about that. Flash being burnt from Jomini. Janet is going to exhaust him, but it's a bit late at this point. Baroned up, 5-man, 12 kill lead. This is going to be GG.
There's going to be a few kills for Carthus there. Oh, wow, he doesn't even get... Oh, no, he gets girls. There we go. He stood in the defile for a bit too long. But with Captain Terror still alive, this is going to be a hard defense. Oh, Captain Terror actually dropping pretty low. Urgot does get him. But, come on. Nexus is... What are we going to say?
He got the girl.
He did. Urgot the girl, Urgot. But anyway, Nexus goes down. Is that AUT are going to move on to the next round, which is going to be pretty important, by the way. But for Soju, taken out of the New Zealand qualifier. We're only down to a few teams left now, guys. There are, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams left in the game, left in this qualifier. So, we've narrowed it down from 8 to 4, taken everything in half, but the next match is going to be the all-important one. It's going to decide who makes it into the top 3. Not quite the grand final. It's going to be the thing that's on everyone's minds. So if you're going to watch any of the matches today, make sure you watch that one. We'll be back in not too long. Don't go anywhere, guys. See you soon. Hello, Summoners, and welcome back to the Oceanic Collegiate Championship, the New Zealand qualifier. And boy, do we have a match for you. It is going to be VGN Giga going up against Is That AUT. But the important thing about this match is that the winner of this match is guaranteed at least third place, whereas the loser is kicked out, they're given fourth place, and told to go home. So the important thing about getting into the top three, of course, is that you do get to move on to the next stage where you do face off against the best teams from all the universities in the states around Australia, where in that stage, New Zealand's kind of counted as a state, just to make things easy. But that's how it's going to work. But into this match right now, those bans are targeted almost entirely right at that top lane, apart from that Zach. Oh, no, T-Jun played at Zach top lane, so 100% bans right at the top lane.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line rather, in this match. Like you said, both teams, this is their last chance to be able to do something radical and pull out all the stops. So both teams will be really focused and looking at pulling out a win here.
Yeah, and way back in the first match, in fact, that was where VGN first came out, was we talked about nerves a little bit, right? And I said, doesn't really matter first match because you're a bit nervous. You're going against the best teams around New Zealand universities, but you still got another chance. If you lose, you go down to the losers bracket. And that's exactly what VGN have done. Made it way back up here through the losers bracket. However, in this match, this is when nerves really start to play. There's a lot on the line. If you win this match, you move into the next stage, and you have the potential to make it to the top two. Get those flights to Riot, play at the Sydney office in the grand final of the OCC. However, if you lose, you go home fourth, and that's it. Nothing won there. I think there's a bit of Riot points, but no glory, nothing. So nerves are definitely going to be on the line here. Now, quite a lot of picks have come out. The Sejuani coming out first. Not a big surprise. Great jungler in the patch right now. Good to take away from the enemy team. However, Hippopotamus, he's going to be nice and comfortable, going straight back onto his Gragas. And Girls, same thing on his Graves. And similar picks over on VGN, but I want to talk about the Alistair a little bit. Bark is definitely going to be taking that Alistair. And last year, I believe, when his team took out the victory at the Digital Nations tournament, played a lot of Alistair. That guy is a monster on that champion. And I'm almost surprised that maybe as the AUT did not do enough research on that guy, because Bark, you may know him by his other name, Delta Freeze. Quite professional a little while ago, but in any case, playing one of his favorite champions, Alistair, not a surprise. But Captain Terra going to be back on that Ahri.
Captain Terra we saw in the last match, he was a beast on Ahri. Picking that up again, I'm concerned for how VGN Giga are going to deal with that.
The difference here, though, is he's not going up against the Katarina, where it's pretty easy to get a nice early lead, especially if you get a bit of jungle focus, which is what happened. So I feel like VGN are definitely not going to let that happen. And they were perhaps, watching the last match. No, actually, they were playing during that, so they won't exactly know, but they could have a look at the match history, see that Ahri did pretty well, maybe target that a little bit. Oh, this could be interesting if these two champions do get locked in. Having a Corki mid is not the worst idea. You've got plenty of wave clear. It's kind of difficult to get in and harass Ahri, at least until level 6, and yeah, it makes a little bit more sense picking up that LeBlanc. And Lucian as well, going over to Mumu and Bark, Jesus Christ. No, he does change over to the Corki. I really hope this is an AD Corki mid rather than an AP Corki mid. We saw an example of that at the wildcard tournament by, I believe it was a Detonation from Japan, and let's just say it didn't work out too well. So it's going to be an AD Corki mid. Please don't prove me wrong there, Liberty. But it's going to be up against Captain Terra's Ahri, so they do have to be very careful in how they handle that lane.
I'm not going to lie. After seeing ITA's performance in the last match, yeah, I'm giving this to ITA just from Champion Select. And I know you shouldn't do that right from the get-go, but seriously? Corki versus the terror that is Captain Terror's Ari. Yeah, I don't know.
He may be a terror, but again, remember, it's against this one guy, so sample size isn't huge. Got to remember that. But also the fact that Liberty is, a veteran of tournaments. He's been around for a long time. Is in fact one of the coaches on the League of Legends boot camp page. So the guy knows a lot about the game, about playing in a team, about not just winning lane. And so I imagine he'll know that maybe not getting focused by the jungler. If he is getting focused by the jungler, sorry, he'll be able to handle it a little bit more. He's got his buddy Kaffa, who I know those guys, they've at least played on teams quite often, so wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of camping in the mid lane. Or not even camping, but maybe even babysitting if for some reason Captain Terra does get out of control. But if I was VGN, I wouldn't be too terrified of Captain Terra, just because, yes, he did well on the Ari last game, but that may have been a little bit of a fluke. You start going well, and especially against a cat who can't really do anything once the snowball's gone, right? So yes, you can give it to ITA, but I feel like VGN are a team of veteran players is what I should say, and the fact that if anyone should be worried, it's going to be ITA, because that's still a terrifying lineup, especially Bark on that Alistair.
We saw Bark's Janna previously. Was it an insane Janna? I played it so incredibly well. I'm curious and excited to see Bark's Alistair. An Alistair that's good is incredibly good. An Alistair that's bad, well,
Bark's not a bad Alistair. I'll guarantee you that. All right. But I mean, let's just look at the lineups once again. It is just chock full of tanks again. A little bit less so than some of the games, but you've got at least 3 tanks on each side. Nor 2.5, I guess, on the ITA side. You get that Lulu. She can throw out Wild Growth, make someone half a tank, I guess. But in any case, it's going to be once again another tanky game, and that kind of plays to the advantage of. I suppose, is that AET, just simply because they've got Ari who can move in and out of the fight, and these fights are going to last a while just with that many tanks. Same thing with Graves. He's going to be in combat for a long time, stacks up his passive really easily. But at the same time, Mumu on Lucian moving in and out of the fight, he's just got to worry about getting caught. T-jump on that Malphite, pretty easy to just launch your ultimate, unstoppable force, right on top of Mumu. And if he catches Liberty at the same time, if those guys don't focus on splitting up, all he needs to do is catch those two, and the team fight is won for ITA. So VGN have a lot to worry about, but at the same time, they're all individually very good players, and we've already seen that they can work well as a team. So I feel like they can really easily overcome that composition.
I like Sejuani in the jungle. This Gragas in the jungle, is that a thing now?
Yeah, it's been a thing for a fair while, ever since Cinderhawk came out, just because Gragas always could jungle before, and it was alright. It wasn't the worst jungler, but the fact that you can just bring it out, throw Cinderhawk on him, he just becomes such a tanky body right there, and after that he brings so much utility to the table. A nice long-range slow, the gap closer, the small knock-up, and then once he hits level 6, explosive cask. That's a brilliant tool to bring to ganking after level 6, as long as you use it right. So there's nothing to say that Gragas can't be a good jungler.
Yeah. But don't you think there's probably... See, I can see a primo Yasuo coming out instead of Ari.
Why do you say that?
You've got Gragas, explosive cast, Malphite's ult, Lulu's knockup. That's 3 ultimates that synchronize really well with Yasuo.
But at the same time, in a tank meta, right? Yeah, you might get a great Yasuo ultimate, you might get an excellent Yasuo ultimate, but at the same time, what are you going to do after that? Your ultimate's not going to kill everyone unless it hits a few of the squishies. And at the same time, then you've got to deal with a whole lot of tanks who are just smashing you in the face with all of their gap closes. They've probably got 300 armor. Yeah, you might get Last Whisper, but it's not really going to work out against all these tanks. So I feel like Ari, possibly the better pick. And I have been told by one of our organizers that it's actually CP Terra, not Captain Terra. So I really apologize for that. Thought he just didn't know the abbreviation for Captain, but turns out I don't know the abbreviation for CP.
So I was saying it right. I was a bit nervous actually about that. I was like, he's saying Captain Terra, I'm saying CP Terra. What do I do? Oh well. Regardless, he's a Terra in the game. We are heading into the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, it's going to be how are nerves going to affect the opening strategy of each team, right? Because we saw a few games ago a team went completely as 5. I think it was the Hawks, and you know that can be a risky play because if the enemy team spots you, then it's basically signaling to them, yeah, just go anywhere else in our jungle, and you can get wards, you can get vision down, you know, it's all yours. But if they're not spotted, and they get a cheesy kill, they get vision on like an entire one side of the map, then it can work out. So it's a bit of a risky play, especially if they do catch someone out, get a cheesy kill at the start, then it can work out. But the safer play is always going to be the fan out defense. And when you're playing in the matches as important as this, deciding who gets into at least the top 3, then I feel like teams are going to play the safe option. They're going to spread out, make sure nothing's going on. Both teams have a fair amount of scouting. You've got the saplings coming out from Maokai. You've got even barrels if you need to come out from the Gragas. It's going to be the safe option for both teams. But as I say that, there is an on my way ping right into the enemy jungle. I feel like maybe VGN might move as a unit, but no, they look like they're splitting up.
Yeah, there's a lot of scatter coming from this first movement, but incredibly similar. 5 spreading out all over the map, just trying to see and scope out what's going on. Yeah, not really a whole lot to talk about. Where? No, Lulu's. Oh, nice little.
Well, you know, he got some gold from that with his good old Spell Thief's Blade.
Yeah, man, that's a whole potion right there that he can get.
He's the richest guy in the game right now. You know, look at the gold. Look at the gold. 2.4k to 2.3k. I guess you are right. ITA definitely have it in the bag right now.
Absolutely, I have to give it to them.
Yeah, let's bring it back to this opening though. As you can see, no wards crossing the river. Both teams playing it entirely safely. Everything can sort of be assumed. You don't know anything for sure, but safe assumptions are pretty much the way to go here. And we're not even going to see any lane swaps, because once again, lane swaps, they can be a bit risky. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Bark and Kaffa. There are children watching this. But yeah, no, there's not going to be any lane swaps, because, yeah, once again, they're a bit risky to do. You don't want to get it wrong, and gosh, stop doing these emotes. This is disgusting. This is really entertaining. I love you guys. If you guys are watching this later on in a VOD, any of you people playing this, and it's interesting as well because we saw, what was it? Bark and Kaffa were doing it, but Hippopotamus and Death Nostalgia, they were both doing it together as well. So they didn't know the enemy were doing it, but it just happened to be synergizing. So that was pretty awesome. But the level 2 race in the bot lane going to be super important, because if Bark can get his combo going really nice and early, that can absolutely zone one member of the bot lane completely out from ITA.
Yeah, this is one of Lulu's strengths. And she's playing it really, really well as well. Although, half mana pull right there. She's going to use her mana in such a way that it's going to be dangerous.
Oh. There's the level 2.
Yeah, that was a pretty messy combo, actually. Not gonna lie, it wasn't chained very well, but...
Well, no, well, I mean, it didn't need to be chained, right? Because he headbutted him into the wall, because it didn't get the full duration or the full length of the headbutt. There's a bit of a mini stun. He's doing it once again, but hard to slam as a bunny.
Nostalgia is gonna be dropped very low. Bark is so incredibly crazy on Alistair. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that he can headbutt them into the wall, and they walked into it again, right? So hopefully they've learned from it right now. Don't stand near the wall, because it makes his combo so much easier. He doesn't have to chain them together. He can get right up behind you and get in your way, start body blocking you, and you can already see that it's completely working. Mumu completely in the lead here in CS. He's got a nice big wave. Oh, didn't get the combo there, but you know, they're starting to zone out. Girls as well. Death Nostalgia starting to run out of mana. Things are going completely well for Bark and Mumu down on the bottom lane there, and it's going to be pretty hard to come back from this. And it's going to give him a good opportunity to just recall, spend that 600 gold. Probably not on anything, actually. He sticks around, though. That's pretty risky.
It's incredibly risky. Oh, he was baiting out the heal. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Mumu is going to pick up first blood. Well done on the Lucian. That was an amazing bait, actually.
If that had happened to anyone else, I would have just, you know, assumed they'd fully, you know, got that by luck. But however, that looked incredibly calculated by those two. They're going for a tower dive.
Oh no, that's a bad move. But Mumu playing to the strengths, he knew that if he autoed Lulu under that turret, as it was switching targets, then he would get attacked. Gragas coming from the side. Mumu's in a bit of trouble. Yeah, this is going to go down. He's going to try and pick up that kill, but he can't.
Kind of surprised he didn't just go for the escape there. Maybe looking to pick up a cheesy kill once again, but could have used the relentless pursuit to get over the wall, but wasn't able to. In the end, it just ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but you can already see the CS advantage is so far in the side of VGN right now. You know, a big lead in the mid lane for Liberty, a big lead for Mumu. Same thing in the top lane. Robosend, everything is going according to plan for VGN here. So everything could change though as Gragas comes into the middle lane.
Charmed by CP Terra, Liberty is in a bit of trouble, has to flash away from it. Will survive, but that is flash down on Corki, and an ignite down. Ari going in for the charm. Can he get the auto? Oh. Yes, he can. Very well done, Sejuani. Going for the flash charge, and will pick up this kill unless, yes, Gragas comes in. All Kaffa needs to do is get out of there, because that's all he can do.
That's a bit unfortunate as well, because it's such a good flash charge. Would have picked up the kill. No flash available for Ari. It's a bit unfortunate. Now, a little bit more fighting in the bottom lane, but I think both sides are going to be able to get out of this. Death Nostalgia is going to be sort of zoned out, though. But the damage is going to be enough to force the lane back to normal.
Sejuani versus both junglers here in the mid lane, duking it out with each other. Just trying to keep the lane in the middle for their mid laners. Top lane, not really much happening up there. Why is that?
Well, I mean, come on. Are these guys ever going to kill each other? I mean, as I say that, though, Robo Santa going in for the kill. No ignite for either side, so no one's going to die that easily. And Robo Santa, he's out of mana.
Yeah,
so not going to happen.
He can't throw that little baby tree.
But anyway, as I was saying, the flash being down on Corki in the mid lane, not super important, just because he's Corki, he's got Valkyrie. Good pulverize in the bottom lane, but I don't see a kill coming out of it. But yeah, no, Corki, he's still going to be safe in the mid lane, even with flash down. It's going to be rather hard to still focus him down. But here comes CP Terra, coming to get that snowball rolling.
He won't make it in time, unfortunately. Maybe... Nah, he's not going to go for it. And that's okay.
That's okay, you know, it's all right that that's what happened. But it does give Liberty a little bit of breathing room, a little bit more time to actually increase his farm lead. If you have a look at that, he's got a lot of farm ahead, and that's not going to be all that good for CP Terra. You know, you got so ahead in the last game, and maybe he's a bit overconfident here. Realizes he's not actually going to get too much here from Liberty in the mid lane. Corki is just a champion that can just so easily wave clear, especially once he starts getting the Sheen, the Triforce, and even level 6. Now that level 6 is around, the wave clear is just going to be easy. So what he can do is he can pin CP Terra to the turret, and because he's Corki, he's still really safe. He doesn't need to roam too much because that's not how he scales. He can just farm, and then you've nullified a very big threat on ITA. And that's exactly what Liberty's doing right now.
Yeah, Liberty is playing to the strengths of the champion that he's picked up. As is Bark though. And so I feel like both these teams are so strong on their particular champions. But I don't know. It's so hard to call it at this point in the game, you know?
Yeah, however, the Dragon attempt coming out from ITA, they know that the enemy bot lane has gone back, so it's going to be a fairly easy Dragon. They've got the pink ward to throw down that vision, and I'm not even sure VGN are actually aware of this at all. So, I mean, now they've come in and spotted it. They're going to hear the cry of the Dragon too, but an excellent pickup from a team that's quite behind right now. Not doing too well during laning, but able to pick up the Dragon, maybe get themselves into the late game where they might be able to take a bit of an advantage. However, going up against a team that has 280 carries might make that a little bit hard.
I'm wondering if they're going to collapse in here on a tower dive. Malphite's looking to play the game.
If they're going to do something, they do have to do it now. Robosanta, he's got teleport, so if things go badly down there, he can always teleport down, help out his team. But the thing about Malphite ganks, they're pretty quick, right? So he comes in, throws people up, and it's over pretty soon. However, he's going to back off, head back up onto his lane, and it looks like, you know, ITA, they're trying to go for roams, however, Bark has gone in.
Nostalgia getting knocked back, unfortunately. Exhaust being dropped down. Lucian will maybe pick up the kill. The culling coming out. That's incredible. Oh, Alistair's ulti being popped out here. He only has a few seconds though. Nostalgia getting dropped. Malphite coming in with the teleport. Girl's gonna get dropped down here. So there's 2 kills so far. A worthy tower dive. Yeah, Jun going hard against Mumu. Bark in the background. CP Terra coming to join them. Charm catches Kappa under the turret, and he's gonna drop as well, even though Sejuani actually ulted him under the turret. Oh man! Terra, why are you so scary? Charm under the turret, twisted advance, CP Terra is in a lot of trouble here. Kill goes over to Lucian. Very nice.
That was excellent play right there by VGN. They knew exactly how deep they were going to go. They saw the teleport come out. They knew they had their buddy that could teleport down too. They were already too deep anyway. So they managed to pick up a few kills, knew their limits. Of course, CP Terra came down to mess things up a little bit, but they knew once he had his ultimate down, he was a sitting duck and they were able to take him out. So it's a gain. VGN holding a nice solid lead. In fact, 11 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead. It's going to be pretty terrifying for VGN, for ITA right now.
They had high morale though from the last game, and I hate bringing up the last game, but it was an incredible game. So, living in the past a little bit here, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, morale. Previous games can entirely affect next games, right? So, CP Terra, though, you know, he would have been on quite a high from how well that previous game went, but now it's not going quite as well. You know, maybe that could affect his attitude a little bit more. However, as Corki gets closer and closer to this Trinity Force, there's going to be a massive mid-game power spike, but Hippopotamus...
No, he'll get out of that. Culling going deep. Nice explosive cast. Corki trying to pick up the kill with his little missiles. Mumu going so deep, and that was beautiful. I'm impressed. I guess VGN are trying to prove me wrong.
Well, I mean, you say he's going to get out of that, but do you not know how deep Bark likes to dive? This guy's been tower diving all game, and it's really paying off. VGN getting such a solid lead right now. Mumu at that mid-game Lucian stage flashes out of a kill, but Bark's going in.
Bark goes in. Ari being dropped incredibly low, but Lulu's ultimate there being popped up, so she will be safe for now. Charm hitting Mumu. No mana to follow through, unfortunately.
I was kind of expecting collateral damage from girls, but wanting to hold on to that, keep his turret safe. I feel like VGN may be overstaying their welcome just a little bit here. A wild Tijan may appear, and the Unstoppable Force could absolutely turn everything around when everyone's so low on HP. But VGN gonna back off, heal up a bit, come back for another day. But look at some of these items. It's where things are really starting to get to roll. You start comparing them to, you know, their counterparts. You got Robosanta, he's finished his Rite of Ages. Whereas Tijan, he's not even finished his Sunfire Cape. It's not going to do much anyway. You know, 80 carries. Mumu, he's got his, he's about to pick up his Infinity Edge, I believe. Waiting for a little bit of gold. No, he's going to recall and then pick up his Infinity Edge. Whereas girls, BF Sword. That's it. That's a bit unfortunate. He's only got 100 gold to spend as well. So, you know, Mumu in such a huge lead. Robo Santa in such a huge lead. And once Liberty picks up his Trinity Force, that mid-game power spike is going to be just terrifying.
Yeah, this... VGN, I swear, they've heard me say I'm giving it to ITA, and they're like, no, hang on, you screw up. You are wrong. We're going to take this win, and we're going to make sure that it's a good win, and by a long shot. They're 5k ahead, 5.5 even, in gold for the whole team. That's a big difference. Oh, Bark knocking Hippopotamus into the blue buff area, but Liberty will have to flash charm catching Kappa. He will drop. Liberty having to use his only escape to get over the wall, and he is in a lot of trouble because he's got no mana. There comes Bark with the headbutt pulverize combo. Girls going very low from oh wow, double kill there. Kill versus kill, I guess you could call it. Bark, you're in a bad place, my friend.
15 seconds until the dragon's up, so looks like ITA in a great position to pick that up and get a 2-dragon lead actually, and they've evened up the kills, so Farm's telling a little bit of a different story. However, as you can see, the gold lead is still there for VGN. The 2 dragons, you know, eventually it's going to be worth about that much in terms of gold value. And Robo Santa, though, still winning the wet noodle fights up in the top lane.
Wet noodle fights.
Exactly what it is. That's what it is.
I can literally see a big giant rock monster slapping a tree with a wet noodle. Oh dear.
I didn't think it was that funny, but apparently it was, so thank you. But yeah,
Have you ever seen a wet noodle? Come on, that's hilarious.
Yes, that's what happens when you cook them. Okay, so let's stop talking about what we're gonna have for lunch and start thinking about this game. Still a 5,000 gold lead for VGN here, and they've got everything to prove right now. They want to move on to the next round. They're the only University of Auckland team left to go. They want to represent the university. However, you know, AUT, same story. They're the only one from AUT left. They want to move into the next stage, start proving that they're the best university. But of course, only one can move on, and only one of them will get to represent their university almost internationally. You know, in the Oceanic region, you know, you're going to be competing up against some of the best universities from all across Australia. You're going to be going up against UNSW, all the other universities in Australia that I don't know the name of. But anyway, they absolutely need to start winning this game. Both teams looking with everything to prove, but still VGN is so in the driver's seat. And not to mention, you know, Imperium have already made it to the grand finals, completely off screen. They are sitting nice and cozy, waiting for the other teams to finish their matches. And VGN do make it there. It's going to be a bit of a grudge match, grudge series even. So, see a bit of action in the top lane.
Bark going in on the Gankaroonie on Hippopotamus, but he's just going to walk out of that. That's the thing with Gragas. He can pretty much walk out of anything, especially with the build that he's got.
Yeah, of course, Gragas going for that Cinder Hulk, just like 99% of junglers in this patch right now. Yeah, but it's no surprise going for that massive tanky build, and you can see it helps him get out of there. CP Terra does seem to be what might be the saving grace for ITA here. I mean, slightly behind, but he's got 4 kills. He's picked up his Luden's Echo, which is a fair power spike for an Ahri right now. No longer going for those Morello-Nomicons or Athene's Unholy Grail. He's going straight for the damage, and you know, it's going to limit him a little bit in terms of mana, but if he ever catches anyone and he's got the mana for it, it's going to be a huge amount of burst coming out there, and as long as they've got the follow-up to go for it, then ITA may be able to even things up a little bit. I mean, they do have 2 dragons in the lead.
2 dragons is a lot. Like, it might not seem like, well, to us Season 3 players, might not sound like a lot, but that's 6% attack and ability power, and it's 15% damage to sieging. Well, to turret. Oh, Nostalgia being dropped very low by the culling. Mumu going to get caught out by Terra here. Terra going to get wild growth. Charm just missing Bark's bottom there. Unfortunately, only 1 kill, but it's on the carry, so potentially they have the opportunity to push right back. Oh, wet noodle fights! Woohoo! Soggy pasta! Let's go for it, Bark Bark. He's going in with the headbutt, an ult out of that. That was very nice for him, Jun using his unstoppable force to escape. I've seen that quite a lot.
Yeah, it can happen. And it's a little bit sad every time it does, but things are just not going well for ITA right now. And now that Liberty, he's looming ever closer to that Trinity Force that I keep talking about. Once he picks that up, he can really go toe-to-toe with anyone, as long as he's not caught up by any of their pick. But a lot of their picks are going to come from that Charm, or the Explosive Cask. But, you know, Charm's not an ultimate. It's the only one that you have to consistently be worried about. Whereas everything else is an ultimate. You got Valkyrie to dodge the projectiles that come out from everyone else. You know, if you can even predict an unstoppable force, and if you time it right, you can still get out of it.
Oh,
and here we see.
Don't lose blue. Ah, very nice.
Yeah, a little bit good that he pulled it back around the corner so the Smite couldn't steal it.
I wasn't sure. Did Sedge have? He did. That's incredibly interesting. He could have taken that.
I think I got pulled around the corner so he couldn't actually see it to smite it. So a bit unfortunate. Or maybe he just did not want to hang around because things. No, not very good.
Things are not always as they seem, are they?
Yeah, no, and you know, still teams do want to play the safe option. It's only a 3,000 gold lead for VGN right now, so they know things could slip out of control, and it's exactly what happens against Imperium. You know, they had the lead, and then they slowly lost it over the course of the game, and Imperium were able to take out the win. VGN absolutely do not want that to happen again, especially in a match as important as this. T-Jun, though, he may be in a bit of trouble here. And yeah, he is just going to go down. There's just absolutely no way he was getting out of that. Death Nostalgia pretty soon to follow. And now VGN are in a great position to start sieging down this turret. Maokai in the top lane, taking that turret down. 30 seconds until Dragon's up. So this tower should be an easy take. And then move straight down to the Dragon. But Hippopotamus gets locked up by the Glacial Prison. And Captain CP Terra in a lot of trouble. A great culling over the wall, catching girls a little bit. Robo Santa has teleported into the fight. And plenty of kills picked up, only sacrificing Kappa. VGN going to take the tower and then move down to Dragon. Maybe even go for this inhibitor turret here. I don't have a huge amount of minions right now, but with many members of AUT, hello, they could go down, take the Dragon, but no. Pings are going out though. I think they've realized that it's actually there.
Hello. Okay, is my mic working now?
Yes, I think so. Are you there? Oh, alright, cool. So, he'll be back eventually, hopefully. But in any case, VGN pick up their first Dragon of the game, and this is actually huge, because it's 21 minutes into the game, people are actually scaling right now, and the fact that they're able to pick up the extra 6%, it's way bigger than any of the other Dragon buffs right now, so very important that they managed to take it out. And they, with that previous victory where they caught out T-Jun, snowballed that into a whole lot of victories into the rest of the team. Now 7,000 gold ahead. And you know, you look at the kills, that doesn't tell the exact story, of course. You know, 1 kill difference, but the gold is so different. The towers, they have a 3-tower advantage. Farm is just ridiculously ahead for VGN right now. I'm kind of struggling to see how they're going to lose this from this point, you know, because they've still got such great team fighting potential. Double AD carry comps usually do have that. Not to mention the fact they've got great AoE crowd control. You throw in the Glacial Prison, follow that up with Bark Bark's Pulverize. And Bark Bark is just such an obnoxious Alistair. Just the headbutts, preventing wards from being taken, completely denying any of the front line any access to the squishies on his team. And, you know, not to mention the fact that is that AUT don't really have a dangerous front line. Yes, if Unstoppable Force does catch out some of the squishies, that's a bad thing, but that's more on Corki and Lucian to really deal with, rather than any kind of protection coming from Bark Bark. Culling coming out onto Hippopotamus and followed up with a twisted advance, and he's once again going to get caught out. This could be a good Baron attempt. They see 2 people in the bottom lane for Izzet AUT. This should be a Baron, no problem. Of course, the Scuttle Crab's going to tip off is that AET and what's going on, but they don't have a Smite. All they've got is the Unstoppable Force. Maybe, no, they're better off just going for some other kind of advantage, maybe pushing the mid lane a little bit, because there's no way. He goes in anyway, T-Jun goes in. Sichuani does manage to pick up the dragon, but T-Jun's realized he's made a horrible mistake and gets taken down. And VGN looking very hard to stop right now.
2 turrets for a Baron? Is that worth?
No, I definitely wouldn't call it worth, especially losing a whole lot of your members. They do take down another turret, of course, but Bark is soloing CP Terror. Now he's got his friends arrive, and there's the Glacial Prison.
Kafa, you legend. That's one of those opportunities that you just have to take.
Absolutely, and it's going to give them the opportunity to start taking down more turrets in the top lane in retaliation to the few turrets that is that AET managed to grab. I mean, it lessened the gold gap a little bit, but the fact that BGN were able to just take a tower of their own completely nullified that. They're now 10,000 gold ahead. How many teams have you seen win from this point? I mean, come on, it's very hard to win from this far behind. The enemy team has Baron, they have got Dragon, there's no other objective in sight. It's so hard for that AUT to do, and you know, their only option right now is just to turtle up and kind of hope for a misplay coming out from VGN.
It's complete opposite end of the spectrum as well. ITA coming from the last game, yet again. That I'm imagining, especially Terra, will be feeling quite uneasy about where this game is headed.
Yeah, no, that's true. Alright, so we see the blue buff being taken, so at least they're getting some of their own jungle, you know, things aren't completely hopeless. Well, I mean, not by a long shot, it's not hopeless at all. It's still going to be a difficult win, but Hippopotamus, you know, buddy, you can't just walk around your own jungle, it's not yours anymore.
Hippopotamus, you can't be doing that, not in a time like this. Wild Growth pops out, oh my gosh, that one pick turns into potentially 2 kills. Liberty goes down to Ari, which is really, really nice. Robo Santa has that ultimate working. Bark is there to try and peel and save him, but there's not much he can do. Here comes the rest of VGN, and they will pick up a kill. Mumu on. Oh, the culling dropping death nostalgia very, very low. Oh my god, this Mumu's on a run. Is that a double? That's a double. That's a quadra. No penta.
Scumbag Kappa steals the pentakill. Now, I did not see that coming. I looked at the map. Oh no, Robo Santa. I looked at the map. I saw Mumu and Kappa miles away. You know, I thought, okay, well, this is the time for Is That AET to take out a fight. You know, surely they've picked up a few people. They've got the guy out of trouble, and Kappa just doing the BM execution. That's, or maybe there was a surrender. And that's what's happening.
Oh, Mumu, you can't do that. Lulu's coming to get ya.
So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of confidence by BGN here, and let's get real, why not? You know, they are so far ahead. Mumu just destroying Death Nostalgia there. It's Dragon's up in 45 seconds. Maybe they can find a pick like this on Bark, but
Bark dropping very, very low, but they traded a 1-for-1. Liberty has been stunned over in the corner here. Mumu is the focus here, taking out CP Terra, so it's still just a 2-for-2. They're trading off kills here. Liberty is in so much trouble, he needs to get out of here, otherwise he will go down as well. Jun going down very low, it's not a 3-for-3 unfortunately.
That was still way better than what VGN should have got. They should have been completely caught out, taken down, and ITA should have been very happy with the outcome. Unfortunately, they're only sort of satisfied. Because despite catching Bark out, despite dropping him completely though, he managed to get one last final pulverize, and that pretty much got just so much damage coming out from Mumu over the wall that it made it very difficult for ITA to make the fight any better. Dragon is available right now, so it's definitely going to be something that both teams are going to be looking for. It's more so on the onus of VGN to take out this Dragon, because they need that tower damage, or they don't need the tower damage buff, they want it. But it's more that ITA don't want them to get it, because if VGN manage to get it, then the hope of defending the few turrets that actually exist for ITA right now, going to go completely down the drain. Bark Very aggressive.
Oh, a nice area of effect. Slow coming out from that prism from Sejuani, but not really gonna do much. Just really looking for that stun rather than the slow. But they are forcing them away from this dragon, and that's ideally what's probably best right here.
Yeah, however, VGN are also forcing ITA away from their base. They get the dragon. They're going in for a 4v5. RoboSanta can teleport down if he needs to, but I'm not sure if he's even going to.
Wild growth being popped up here on... oh goodness, Junior being dropped so very low. Ari? No, Lucian picked that up. Sorry, my mistake. Terra getting dropped down as well. This isn't looking very positive, but in the top lane, RoboSanta is pummeling away at that turret. Lulu will recall it as... No, Hippopotamus will. Bark has something to say about that. Not as a squirrel.
I feel like this was a lot of overconfidence by VGN here, but they are going to get the inhibitor in the end, and hopefully Bark, you know. They'll get him. There we go. But they did get the inhibitor in the top lane, and I feel like the team chat probably likely went along the lines of, yeah, nah, don't worry about teleporting. We've got this. 4v5, no problem. We're so ahead. Didn't quite work out how they planned. They still got the dragon. They still got an inhibitor though, so in the end it does end up being okay. VGN have such a lead that it doesn't matter if a few of them died. What does matter now though is that ITA can't leave their base, and there's 30 seconds until Baron's up.
Who do you think's gonna take it though?
I'm not sure if you're being serious with that question there.
No, seriously, because that last there was a team fight just before where ITA actually came out better off. And so I wonder if, given the right situation and given the right scenario, ITA can actually do something about it. There's 8 seconds left to go. Not anymore, they can't, because Death Nostalgia is going to go down. Unfortunately, Wild Growth being popped up on Gragas. Lulu will die. What was that, Sonya's?
That's what you call the golden piggy, but Hippopotamus trying to get out of there.
Alistair going very hard on girls. I just realized, my gosh. Children.
Just ignore it. But anyway, as we can see, VGN right inside the base of ITA. The final moments. Potentially Moo in a bit of trouble, but...
Moo in so much trouble, but actually gets
so much trouble that he kills the enemy mid laner. Wow. But in any case, this could be ITA's final moments. T-Jun's going to go down. He tries to use his ultimate to get out of there, but this is going to be an open Nexus very soon. Bark doesn't care.
Whoa. No
of course,
way.
he's going to go down to the Nexus laser. And this is just VGN having a little bit of fun as they're about to win the game. I mean, maybe they might go a little bit too far, but somehow I doubt it, as the Nexus goes down and VGN move on to the semi-final match where they will face off against... who was it? Orcs? No. I don't know. We're about to see. It's HKC. That's who it was. HKC is going to face off against VG and Giga. And of course, as an AT, they're going to be going home with 4th place, unfortunately. No chance of making it to the next stage. However, VG and Giga will be moving on along with HKC and Imperium to the next stage. So that's the important details to go down. But we've still got 2 more matchups to go down. So don't go anywhere, guys, as the semi-finals will be coming up right away after the short break. HKC against VG and Giga. See you guys soon. Hello, Summoners, and welcome to the semi-finals of the New Zealand qualifier for the Oceanic Collegiate Championship. Unfortunately, someone got kicked out of the lobby, so we're almost into the match. But once he's back in, should be no problem. Of course, the match that we've got for you is going to be HKC coming from Victorian University of Wellington, going up against VGN Giga from University of Auckland. They are playing for the opportunity to face off against Imperium from Otago in the finals. And those are my boys, so we better see a good match today to see who gets to face the best team right now. But in any case, it is going to be HKC going up against VGN Giga. We've seen a few games from both of these teams so far. Just recently, we actually saw VGN Giga take out Is That AUT in a very, very convincing victory, I've got to say. But HKC, interestingly enough, in round 2 of the winners bracket, they kicked University of Auckland Hawks down to the losers bracket, and Hawks actually won the tournament over won the University of Auckland tournament over VGN Giga. So could be a bit of an even match here, a bit of a bloodbath, but we'll find out. My name is, of course, Smite, and I'm casting with Kibles today. Say hello.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, indeed. All right, so this is, of course, going to be the second last matchup of today, being the semi-finals. Because, as you guys know, the finals is going to be straight after this. It's going to be Imperium versus the winning team. But, of course, we're going to have to talk about this. Of course, all teams still left in the tournament, making it to the next stage of the OCC, basically the final stage of it, really, where it's down to 16 teams, and the top 2 teams from that do get to play in Sydney. Flights provided and everything. They get to play in Sydney at the Riot office. But enough about that. That's a few weeks away, because now we're into the semi-finals. HKC got an interesting matchup, of course. There's a few things that they could go for in regards to banning. Aurelia makes sense going up against the Robo Santa. That guy played a pretty terrifying Aurelia a few games ago, so no reason to not take that away from him.
I find it funny that I only just made this connection now, that the 80 carry and the support's names are literally cow noise and dog noise. Yes, I know. How bad is that?
Come on, man.
Oh, God.
It's pretty obvious. But anyway, a lot going to be taken away from Jonty Wanty. If you remember a few games ago, this guy played Azir, so that is a champion that he can play. So it's going to be on the minds of VGN Giga. If they were paying attention to some of the other games, Alistair ban, absolutely zero surprise. If you saw the last game, Bark pretty much the MVP in that game, and one of the best Alistair players in the Oceanic region right now. You know, there's EGM as well, but Bark probably almost up there. But Thresh getting banned out as well. Sykes did play that a few games ago as well, so no reason not to take that away from him. And Bark likes to play very different supports, right? So taking a very common pick away when he's probably not going to play it, very good choice there by VGN Giga. Now the last ban coming out for HKC, going to be Gragas, taking that away from Gaffer, who still has the Sejuani if he wants to play it.
Sejuani, I feel in the last game wasn't like outstanding, but still did relatively well. You know, in comparison. I'm hoping Jonty Wanty brings out Azir again. He did really well and was doing a ton of damage in the game that we saw him in.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be Sejuani being banned out instead. Of course, it's not working. I believe he played Gragas a few games ago. But they do go in first pick Nautilus, which is a bit interesting considering Hecarim has been left available, and VGN are going to jump right onto that. And also picking up Vi, one of the big comfort picks for Katha. What this means, though, is that it's going to be two champions that are more bruiser-like than heavy tank. Hecarim does get incredibly tanky, especially if he does go for the Cinderhulk Smite build up in the top lane, whereas Vi almost definitely is going to go for the Warrior enchant. But the fact that it was a first pick Nautilus, I'm not terribly sure on that, just because it is giving away the Hecarim.
Question is it going to be an arcade Hecarim or not?
It's going to be the party pony.
Well,
Absolute sure.
That's the ultimate important question here. We need to be asking about skins, not strategy.
So an interesting choice is coming up right now for HKC. Although they just lock in straight away, no fear. They are going for that Urgot. So that's a little bit interesting. I think they are going for a bit more of an early game build here, just because of that Urgot. Can transition fairly well into the late game, but depends on team comp. You know, if it's an 80 carry that's quite hard to deal with, champions that are just going to be unstoppable. You know, you can only see Vi and Hecarim right now, and those are champions that, you know, while you can use the Urgot ultimate on them, it's not going to do a huge amount, especially because during their ultimates they're obviously immune to it, and that's, you know, straight after that, that's when you want to get them. So it's, you know, it's potential to work, but I feel like, you know, leaving it open for VGN to just free pick whatever 80 carry they want against Urgot is a bit of a dangerous thing to go do, especially against an 80 carry like Mumu. If you saw him last game, he did fairly well on that Lucian, and now he has free pick of any 80 carry he wants against Urgot.
The Sivir pick against Urgot. Is Sivir particularly counter Urgot, do you think, or?
I wouldn't say Sivir counters Urgot, but Sivir also brings a huge amount of synergy with Hecarim, just because the big movement speed buff coming out from On the Hunt. So generally when you see a Hecarim, you're going to see a Sivir paired up with it, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. We also saw a lot of it during the wildcard tournament. The Chiefs picked up that composition a lot. In fact, won most of their games until they started getting that composition banned out against them. So VGN have a very strong composition as well, especially when you factor in the Orianna as well. Throw the ball on Hecarim. He's got an easy engage with all the movement speed, and you know, obviously his ultimate. He gets in there, follow that up with a brilliant shockwave, and then there you go. There's a easy team fight right there. Failing that, you've got Vi, who can target the ball onto anyone pretty much. Just click them with your ultimate, and there you go. And there's going to be the last two lock-ins as well over on HKC. It's going to be Rek'Sai and Ahri. And Rek'Sai's a jungler that can kind of go either way. You can go for the Bruiser heavy build where you pick up the Warrior enchant. We can go for the very tanky Cinderhulk-like build. So we'll see what It's Not Working goes for to counteract the Kafir on Vi, but there's also going to be an Ahri.
Ahri. We've seen a couple of nice Ahris in the last few games. I like it. Rek'Sai is the first time we've seen him in this particular tournament. Or her, rather. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sexist. So yeah, that'll be interesting. I do like Leona. Such a good pick. She's, in my personal opinion, well, in bronze anyway, she's such a strong support.
Picking it into a Morgana, though, not the greatest choice, I'd have to say. But I mean, you know, I do have faith in Barkbug. He's going to be able to pull something off. But it's going to be a rough lane against that Morgana, because pretty much everything that Leona wants to do completely nullified by Black Shield. So it's going to be rough going against that lane, like I just said. But maybe perhaps they're going for a lane swap, because, you know, you don't particularly want to go against an Urgot, as, you know, most 80 carries, of course, because he does still make your laning phase not that fun. And we're actually going to see both top laners going for the Smite build, which is pretty cool. But the reason I want to see a lane swap coming out from VGN is because they can get two birds with one stone, right? They can get away from the Urgot, not deal with it, not deal with the Morgana ruining any kind of Leona engage, and at the same time, they can leave Hecarim in the 1v2 lane, but with Smite, he's going to be able to dip into the jungle, go grab that Grump, go grab the Wolves, and not fall too far behind in farm. And at the same time as well, it also frees up Bark to go roaming on the Leona in places where there's not going to be a Morgana. So I would not be surprised to see a lane swap here, especially now that we're getting later on into the series where some of the best teams are starting to emerge, and lane swaps really become an actual option.
Lane-wise, who's taking it?
Well, I mean, it does come down to whether there is a lane swap, but I mean, mid lane. We'll have a look. Orianna versus Ahri can be pretty much a skill matchup right there. It's just all about who gets the right amount of harass out. Both of them have equal amounts of opportunities to deal the harass to each other. Ahri, it's a little bit more on the aiming, I suppose. It's a little bit easier to get the harass down from Orianna, especially if you go in and you see the charms being missed. You know, charms down, you can get in there, get a whole lot of free harass. However, with the heal rather than ignite on Liberty, I feel like he's going for more of a survive the lane sort of style of play, where as long as he gets to the late game, look at the team fighting power from their team, they should be fine. As long as he doesn't let Ahri roam, doesn't let Ahri get out of control, and so he's not going to be going for too much of a I'm trying to kill Ahri, just control the lane. So I feel like that's probably going to go into Liberty's favor, just because that's probably the easier plan to do. But if Jonty Wanty gets even one kill or even a slight lead, he'll be able to start snowballing things out of control. So a bit of a long story in the mid lane there, but I feel like it really could go either way.
It could, but realistically, who are you gunning for? Who's your bias?
Liberty. I mean, VGN have proven more to me so far in the tournament. Perhaps because, you know, maybe we've covered more games for them, but they're definitely looking like, you know, I said this from the start, you know, one of the fan favorites coming into the tournament, you know, just the favorites in general. They're one of the teams that's looking like they're likely to take out the win. But HKC at the same time, you know, they've definitely proven a lot. They've taken out a lot of important teams, and not to mention, you know, one of those teams that they took out were the Hawks, who originally beat VGN in the University of Auckland tournament. So it's not like HKC aren't able to win this, but I feel like so far in this specific tournament that VGN have proved more to us why they should win. But at the same time, I don't feel like that's a big enough sample size, so I can't really make a good call on it, but if I had to, it would be Liberty, just because he's got the easier job to do.
Right, fair enough. So we are just about ready to head into this game. The double smite thing, is that just a high tier thing, or am I missing something here?
Well, ever since Cinderhawk came out, top laners have started to realize, hey, I can just play a tank on the top lane. As long as I can survive the lane until I get my Cinderhawk going, then it doesn't matter that I've got Smite. I might miss out on Flash, but then you play champions that don't really need Flash, right? Like Hecarim. The Nautilus is something new that I'm seeing on this, but he does have escape potential with the Dredge line. He's fairly tanky with the shields, can slow anyone trying to chase him, so it's not as bad not having Flash on him, but it's still going to be probably a bit of a rough lane for him up there. But yeah, no, the Smite being taken in top lane is so that you can become ridiculously tanky, because of course you can't buy Cinderhulk unless you've got Smite, you know, it just doesn't let you buy the item. And at the same time, you can always dip back, pick up the Gromp buff. Unfortunately, you know, only Plastic's going to be able to do that if he's on the blue side in the top lane, but if there is a lane swap, then Robo Santa will be able to pick that up as well. So you get things like that, combine it with like Thornmail, even if there's a threatening AD carry. Not really in this case, but the Gromp buff, ever since it started scaling with your bonus HP, really hurts. So having another champion that has access to that buff is actually just added bonus onto the fact that you can get Cinderhulk if you take Smite in the top lane.
I'm starting to, like, every time we get into a game, it's like, yes, we're getting into the game, and then it's like, nope, not for another 2 minutes, mate.
It's generally because some people have slower PCs, I think, and they want to have a fair start, right? Like, even though you've got the gate there, you don't want to be, like, even a second behind, because, as we saw a few games ago, you know, if, I believe it was Sykes on Thresh, if he didn't make it into that Tribush in time, he totally would have died. So, making sure that everyone's loaded in or ready to go, pauses make sense. But as we can see, both teams going a bit for a fan-out defense once again. No, I mean, this match isn't as important as the match we just cast, whereas, both teams know that they're moving on to the next stage, but they want to go for that better seeding. They also want to prove that they're one of the better university teams in New Zealand. So it is still getting a little bit more nerve-wracking as we move further on. I mean, we've passed a big high point, but it's still going up. So both teams playing it out pretty safely. Only a few wards past the river.
There's not really much aggressive warding going on here. What's the deal with the whole Gamestah and Golem start? Like, what's with that? Why don't? Because even as a jungler now, I still start blue buff.
Right. Well, I mean, the reason is just because you do a 3-camp start, right? So you do the Gromp, you smite it, you get the buff from that, and then you move on to your big buff. You can take it without smite, and then you just move on straight onto your next big buff and take it out with smite. Most champions can do that, some of them can't, but that's generally why you do it, and that's why you'll see it happening here. Alright, and so it does look like we do actually have a lane swap here. I'm not sure if it's some mind games coming out, or maybe perhaps HKC wanting to completely zone out Robo Santa on that Hecarim, but the lane swap has happened, and it's actually caught VGN as a whole by surprise. So what it means is that Robo Santa can't follow his jungler around, and you can see him, he's already moving over to the Krugs there just to pick that up, but Sykes actually playing it out very, very cleverly, following him along, making sure he can't do it without getting punished for it. So, unfortunately, Robo Santa being completely forced out of lane, forced to go down to the Raptors.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, but, I mean, how do you feel about the lane swap going on?
I feel like it was played out very well by HKC, just because they caught BGN by surprise. Robo Santa going to be fairly behind him. I mean, he picks up the camp, but he's missed almost an entire wave of experience. If the lane gets frozen, then he's going to be even further behind. And you can see Plastic, he's handling it really well. He was already in position to take out the Krugs and teleport straight into lane. So they definitely came out on top, despite, the CS looks different, but, that's 2 Krugs for 4 Raptors, so it's still pretty even.
I still call them golems. How bad am I?
That's alright, I think quite a few people do. They're still pretty much golems. And Bark, oh, that is just rude. Come on, man. But in any case, he's going to pick up a nice amount of at least experience down there. Same thing with the Robo Santa. So, I mean, in the end, both top laners not going to be too behind for it. It is going to maybe open up the map on the bottom side a little bit more towards BGN, which will give them some more dragon control. Both of these top laners, they're not going to be able to be dived underneath the turret. They're just far too tanky, and they both have crystalline flasks, so the sustain's going pretty well. They'll be alright. So there's no huge advantage to either side right now, as Robo Santa, he's recovered from what happened.
Yeah. So some people may be confused by, well, I'm not, because I saw this plenty of times in Season 3. But what exactly for our potential Season 5 newbies is the purpose of having a 2v1 lane? Like, this seems very anti-meta to people who don't know what's going on.
Well, I mean, the purpose, I think, coming out from HKC would have been to, one, zone Robo Santa on that Hecarim, make sure he doesn't get going, because Hecarim can be a pretty massive snowballing champion if he gets going, right? But another thing that came out from it was just the surprise factor, They knew that VGN hadn't got any wards really past their river, so they decided to actually just go for a surprise lane swap, because they wouldn't see it coming. And unfortunately, as a result of this, like I said, the dragon side of the map completely in control of BGN, so Kaffa is just able to solo the dragon, no problem.
Wow, that's amazing. Robo Santa actually getting caught by Morgana's snare here, but he will get out quite easily. Neither top or bottom turret has fallen yet, but here comes Vi coming in for the Gankaruni tower dive. First blood going for Siva. Quite a long first blood. Whoa! I actually expected him to die, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Lives
once
on
again,
10 HP.
calculated by Kappa once again. Good job. But yeah, no, not catching Robo Santa in the top side of the map. Pretty upsetting for them, especially after they just had their own top laner dived. You know, it was an excellent move. They knew exactly where most of the enemy team were, so they knew nothing surprising was going to happen after they just saw Rek'Sai on the opposite side of the map. So they knew they had the tools to deal with it. And obviously it paid off. Civ was able to go back, grab a BF sword, which is going to make the wave clear just absolutely ridiculous. And while Nautilus, his wave clear is pretty decent, will be able to defend the turret for a while, you should be losing out on a lot of CS.
Yeah, he's probably not the best to be CSing under turret, even if you are good at it, but yeah. Actually, interesting enough, we're going for the lane swap back. I wonder if part of the purpose was to get Leona going, because we all know Leona is practically useless pre-3, perhaps, pre-level 4.
Yeah, but at the same time, now that the wave clear's there, the BF sword advantage, they've got so many tools to deal with Urgot and Morgana, it's not going to be a disadvantage in lane at all anymore. Mumu having the spell shield to deal with any kind of dark bindings. However, we see it's not working. He's paying a bit of attention up to the top lane. There aren't any wards around. Oh no, there's a ward over the wall there, and it's spotted out it's not working. So unfortunately, he's not going to find anything there. Gaffer showing up in the mid lane though. He's going to be able to find something. Waiting patiently. Yeah.
He is waiting incredibly patiently. I'm waiting for something to happen, but
it's a stakeout because he's in the office of icing him.
Ouch.
Oh no, in the top lane.
Oh no, there's the... Whoa. Actually, Rek'Sai. What?
So if for some reason you didn't quite catch that one there,
yeah,
it was actually the Urgot ultimate. Basically catching an unaware Mumu, going to bring things a little bit more even. We're only 200 gold different here, so no huge advantages. Of course, the early dragon pickup actually by VGN will give them a nice lead on into the late game, where their team composition is just huge in the late game. While none of the champions are specifically late game champions, just the engage power, the team fight power, and you know, the safety of it too, makes it such a great late game composition. So while not individually, as a team, it's amazing. So having that dragon just nice and early on will leave them a little bit comfortable in knowing that, you know, they won't have to worry about getting it later on. Ari looking like he's going for that Morellonomicon, going for the more aggressive build rather than the Athene's Unholy Grail, just like Liberty is going for. And you know, that makes sense into their playstyle, as you can see with Liberty going for the heal. You know, it suggested that he wasn't really looking for kills in the mid lane, looking to just survive, make it to the late game, and then take out the team fight victories, whereas Jonty Wanty really needs to start to get going in the mid lane, or at least get a nice advantage in wave clear, so that he can start roaming, affecting other sides of the map. So definitely does need a more aggressive option, but at the same time, being a champion with so many escapes, will be able to not really need to rely on any kind of defensive stats that you know, the Athene's Unholy Grail provides.
Leona engaging on Duke, but Morgana's spell shield does counteract the stun. Duke is dealing a lot of damage to get stunned by Leona's ult. Beautiful ult. Duke having to flash away a heal, and there's the ultimate coming up from Urgot, and nothing really doing there. Oh, Mumu, you're doing so much damage, mate.
Yeah, and that's the advantages of picking up an early BF sword, best friend sword for that guy up there. You can see already that you know, it's not working. He was heading up to the top lane, but plastic, and a lot of trouble underneath this in this bottom lane now, I guess. And maybe that's showing why perhaps they were going for the lane swap. Did not want that Nautilus vs Hecarim matchup at all.
Do you think at this point Rek'Sai is just playing in his tent right there?
Yeah, it seems like it.
There it is! Well done. Well played by Mumu. Unfortunately, he has no mana left, so he is probably going to go down. I can say, oh, Ari coming up from the bottom side. I didn't actually see that myself.
Yeah, and you can see VGN trying to take some kind of advantage from this in the mid lane. They will get the tower down, and they do have the ultimate combo there, the Salt and Battery along with the Shockwave. They're going to be able to get out of trouble? Yes, they are.
Yeah, there's the Shockwave from Orianna coming out and will pick up the kill on Rek'Sai. Bad positioning, I feel. They didn't really have the damage to back up Rek'Sai's engage.
No, not quite. And 2 seconds until Dragon comes up. It's going to be pretty much freely handed on a silver platter over to VGN, who, once again, looking nice and solidly in the driver's seat here. They've got advantages all across the map right now. Slight leads in CS, and, gosh, even the, it looks even between the 80 carries, but then you've got to consider that Bark has got that Relic Shield, and 21 CS actually, so perhaps handing most of that over to Mumu, so actually massive leads all over the map in terms of CS, and now with a 2 Dragon advantage on a team that's looking to make it into the late game, pretty terrible.
Battle of the Wards.
Kaffa gets wrecked in that fight.
He does, absolutely. 1 for 1 plus 1.
It just looked kind of rude, you know, like Kaffa thinking like, yes, finally took that pesky ward, managed to do it before Morgana takes him out. Ward plopped down, just takes it out anyway. But like I said before, a nice solid lead going over to VGN right now, and in fact even an engage in the top lane.
Spellshirt blocks the snare, so Mumu can escape, but that's her ulti burned as well.
Yeah, so a lot of tools actually used. Bark getting pretty aggressive, and there's the example of, you know, Black Shield fully blocking everything out by Leona. I feel like Bark is just trying to make plays here, and he's really paying for it.
Yeah, he is, but it's going to get turned around because Hecarim is teleported in. So is Nautilus, actually. He's here. Well, it's a 3v3, but Mumu's hanging back. There's a beautiful ult away from Leona's ultimate there. Fire's joined the fray as well. Bark laughing away there. And the anticlimactic flash. I love it.
Yeah, little unfortunate. Wasn't able to connect the stun on there. Now we can see that Robosanta, he's managed to pick up a Cinderhulk, which is pretty massive. And Nautilus should be picking it up as soon as he recalls to base as well. So those guys are going to start getting tanky. In fact, Cinderhulk's all across the map. It's not working, opting to go for the tankier version of that champion. And Urgot, this is the stage where he starts, you know, falling behind. He's lost the advantage that you get from being an Urgot in lane. It's not really going to... He's not going to be able to bully anyone fully out of lane. Yes, his ultimate's still there. Yes, it's still a good tool, but they're potentially just lacking a nice, consistent physical damage dealer. Yeah, like a ranged one, because the Rek'Sai's there, but melee. Can't even beat the red buff, though.
Rek'Sai's so low. I'm waiting for a game where we see a jungler die to their buff.
oh, no. Wongza already did that in the Otago tournament. So if you're watching that, Wongza, or anyone on this team, remember that. It happens. Actually died to Krugs, not even a buff. But yeah, so now that we haven't seen a full combo coming out from Kaffa and Liberty, but it's so powerful. In the bottom lane though, Black Shield gonna keep them safe. The turret does go down. Kaffa, he's spending most of his time farming, but also getting a lot of vision control. And you can already see, you know, 20 CS ahead of It's Not Working. Mainly because It's Not Working has spent a lot of time trying to make something happen in the top lane a while ago. Wasn't able to find anything, and so just wasn't able to farm. There's now Kaffa in a bit of a lead here, but in the bottom lane.
Bark getting caught out here by Rek'Sai and 2 others. And Mumu trying to do as much damage as he can. Robosanta getting caught by a dredge line just randomly. My director's camera got pulled up there. I love it when that happens. But yeah, nothing really doing from that, just a kill on Leona.
Yeah, indeedy. So.
And they burnt so much to get it too. Like, there's how much is too much to burn when you're trying to kill a support, you know?
I think at this stage, it's definitely in favor of here comes the top lane.
Plastic getting done. Kaffa dropping in under the turret. Plastic going for Robosanta. No, he can't combat that. Mumu getting exhausted actually by Sykes is gonna go very low. And Urgot takes the kill on Silver. Sorry, bro. Almost.
That's alright. He's allowed to take out the kill. But yeah, no, you're talking about, you know, how much is too much. At this stage, it's definitely in favor of HKC to go for desperation plays, and maybe, you know, try and find things that perhaps aren't quite as worth it as you'd normally think. Using lots of ultimates on just a single player, maybe even the support, and then backing out, making sure you're safe, and waiting for it to happen again, because they're still behind in terms of gold, towers, dragons, absolutely everything right now. So they're really struggling to find something to come back from. Jonty Wanty's not going to be able to get snowballing right now. He's even in farm, but hasn't been able to affect the rest of the map due to roaming. So Liberty's done a great job in what I said at the start of the match, which was just controlling the Ahri in the mid lane, and he's done exactly that. Hasn't let Ahri roam around the map to affect everything else.
Yeah, Ahri. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this Leona who's just running around by the dragon pit. Do something! Stop just fighting. I feel like Barkbuck's just taking the piss. Why do you think that is?
Barkbuck's a funny guy. Actually got to meet him up in Auckland at Digital Nations. Pretty awesome guy. So does like to, you know, enjoy the game when you play it out. Yeah, a lot of these tournaments can be serious, and there can be a lot on the line, but in the end, it is a game. You know, you wouldn't be playing in these tournaments if you didn't actually enjoy the game. So, gotta hand it to Barkbuck for trying to enjoy the game while still playing a very serious match. And now, VGN, they're considering doing the dragon anyway, despite the Scuttle Crab being here. They do have their teleport up for their top laner in a few seconds, so they will be able to bring him down.
The dragon jump, Leona's ult comes in, Vi's ult comes down as well, getting Leona snared by Morgana, sorry. Oh, all these names and stuff. Hecarim coming around from the side, killing Sykes. Charm just missing by the skin of her teeth. Mumu will get taken down. A strange Orianna ultimate there. But, you know, all in all, pretty nice. A 1 for 4. That's a decent trade-off.
Yeah, and the fact that they get to pick up Dragon on top of that, they're really starting to get things really underway here. Especially considering the fact that Kaffa took that dragon at 5 minutes into the game, so they're already at 3 stacks, and we're barely at 19 minutes right now. So if there's going to be a 5-stack win condition, it's not actually going to be that far away, because it's going to happen at 30 minutes into the game. A 30-minute 5-stack dragon is just terrifying right now. So things are really starting to snowball a bit out of control here. In favor of VGN, especially considering their composition. The Hecarim that's getting rolling, he's 4 for 0, and he's going to start moving towards that Trinity Force. It's going to be a bit later than you'd normally see on a Hecarim, but that's just because he's got the Cinderhulk first. But once that Trinity Force comes out, I think it's going to be almost all over for HKC, just because they don't really have much to deal with the Hecarim.
Hecarim's doing okay though. Realistically. 40 seconds on Baron. Do you think they're gonna do the dance or no?
No one takes Baron at 20 minutes when it spawns, so it's quite alright.
You never know.
You never know, but I can make a very good, educated, clever guess right now that they're not actually going to go for it.
Yeah.
So the options at HKC here are slowly dwindling away. Usually when you see a team that's quite far behind, you generally expect them to go for a turtle, try and stay safe. Oh no, but Jonty Wanty in trouble here against Barkbuck. Just disappears. And not even a chance to use that Spirit Rush to get out of trouble. And, like I said, it's just because of the snowball. Now the fact that VGN are able to move into the enemy jungle, get a whole lot of vision control, and deny the enemy vision, and allow them to get the cheesy kills like that.
Serious shit. Sorry for the swearing, but Sykes, you are going down. My word, when Hecarim comes running at you with that kind of speed, yeah, it's trouble. It's not working. It's going to get stunned by Leona twice. with the Zenith Blade and the other one, I forget. My apologies. Mumu is trying to do as much damage to Plastic as she can. A flash over the wall, Bark Bark. You're a strange man.
Bark Bark is probably my favorite player in this tournament right now. Just so entertaining to watch everything he plays. But this is just a huge lead for VGN right now. They're so far ahead. 7,000 gold. Towers all across the map have been ripped down.
Oh,
Mumu,
wow, Mumu.
I think he's in trouble. It's hard to tell against VGN.
He totally was in trouble there, but he didn't make the ultimate mistake of shopping while recalling. And that's what could have potentially saved him right there. Potentially. I mean, Ari whiffed her charm. What's to say that she wouldn't have whiffed her Q as well? High possibility.
Yeah, that's always, the potential's always there. So now we see VGN coming in to try and defend this turret. In fact, the very first turret that might go down, in fact 0 turrets have gone down against VGN. And that's not going to change right now, as, you know, the team's already made it back. They've got plenty of wave clear, they've got plenty of team fight potential. And HKC have always got to have in the back of their minds, VGN can engage pretty much anyone, anytime they want. With the On the Hunt combined with the Hecarim engage, you follow that up with the Kafir engage, and then Shockwave to follow it all up. And it's just a monstrous team fight, and it's so easy to do just because you've got On the Hunt to get in range of it. They are splitting up though, and are looking for something else. Clearing out wards, absolutely a good choice. Don't want any sneaky desperation barons to come out, but Duke,
you're in trouble here.
how are you gonna get out of this one, buddy?
Yeah, he's not gonna be able to. That ultimate coming out, unfortunately, unless he has a flash. Flash over the wall. No, nothing there.
Flash back into the base. No, doesn't quite happen. And now the pings go out to the Baron. So, you know, say 20-minute Barons don't happen too often. 22.5-minute Barons when the enemy AD carry is dead, though. They're a different story. And not to mention, now that everyone's taking Smite, it's very easy to have someone nearby to secure the buff. However, the pings went out, but they didn't quite go for it. Just once again, securing the vision so well. It's so hard for them to get any vision, and as I say that, they just walk in and ward everything up. But denying so much vision as well. HKC going a bit. Oh my god, Bark Bark. So mean.
I like Bark Bark's playstyle on Leona. It's so cheeky. Lots of laughs coming out. Lots of oh, Keffa getting snared.
Yep, here comes the engage.
Yeah, it's gonna miss the big light thing. Oh shit. This is so bad. Robo Santa and Keffa and Co are trying to kill Jonty Wanty. Jonty Wanty? That's right. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Bye bye Nautilus. So now that they have no tank, what are they gonna do?
Well, they literally have to sit behind their inhibitor, get a chair out, get some popcorn, and watch VGN rip their base apart. They're at least going to get this inhibitor here. 20 seconds. Oh no, Duke gets caught out.
Whoa! That was like the closest charm I've seen in my life. Hecarim, you are the luckiest man alive, but still gets taken down by Rek'Sai anyway. Snare comes onto Bark Bark. Sivir doing as much damage as she can, but Mumu, getting... What? How did that not... Was that a spell shield on Rek'Sai's, shooty thingy?
Potentially.
Oh my gosh, Mumu! These guys are going so strong. Wow, okay. The damage from Mumu is incredible.
And once again, you see Kafir just taking out the dragon. Does he have the health to do it? Of course, with his passive shield, should be fine, but... Uh-oh, been spotted out here, but Mumu's nearby to help him out. Where is he?
That was anticlimactic, my god. I was holding my breath. Dragon there goes down to Mumu's team. Sykes getting partly caught. No, Sykes will go down. Sorry, Plastic is caught up against a Mumu. Mumu. Plastic, please run. You're in so much trouble. Rek'Sai's ultimate is coming in, but he's behind the wall in the river. You can do it. You can do it. Go in. Come on. Aww.
Not quite gonna happen.
No.
Now, it looks like it's gonna be HKC on the retreat.
Oh, nice Orianna ultimate healing for the rest of the team. No, that was a bad fight. I feel that could have gone in the favor of blue.
And now this is going to be an open Baron over to VGN. They're a little bit low, but they've got the Hecarim to start tanking things up. They should be fine in the ability to take it out. There is an open inhibitor as well, so things are looking pretty good. They are 11,000 gold ahead. We're only 25 minutes in. 4 dragons as well. Once that next dragon's up, it's going to be pretty massive for VGN to get.
Sucks. Oh no. Do you feel that both teams are making such desperate plays that it's going to change the game and make it ridiculously unpredictable? Kappa going in with the ultimate. Jonty Wanty, please ult away. There's nothing you can do. Wow, sneaky, dinky. Very well done.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say the VGN plays are desperate. I'd say they're trying to play to the crowd, trying to have a little bit of fun because they know they're so ahead. You know, it especially shows for Buck, and oh no, wow, surrender vote failed for poor old HKC there. Probably shouldn't tell you guys that. No, let's just pretend that they're all on board, but maybe the morale's dropping a little bit. But it's kind of no surprise, you know, 13,000 gold ahead. The enemy team has 4 dragons. They've got Baron buff. They've got one of the best team fighting compositions in the game right now. All they need to do, you know, split push a little bit, and that should be almost impossible to lose. Leave Robo Santa in the bottom lane, let him pressure down that turret, and then if your team's able to, flank around to get him. But it looks like they're just going to go in anyway.
It's a bit of a dance around this turret though. There's Kefir actually going very strongly, but Orianna doing so much damage actually to one of the frontline tanks, you know. If Orianna does that much damage to a tank, what's she gonna do to the likes of, I don't know, Sykes? Oh, nice snare, but it's got, the ball delivery system. Bye-bye, Kefir. Bye-bye. Jonty Wanty? Jonty Wanty dies. Jonty Wanty not die. Robo Santa is gonna die instead. Sorry about it. Oh, my apologies. It wasn't Kefir that died, it was... This fight is so long, I don't like it. Just end the fight. Charm connecting onto Mumu. Vi's ultimate coming onto Jonty Wanty. I can't believe she saved it for that long, actually. Liberty! Whoa, what the hell killed him? I missed that. I totally missed what killed him.
They have an open inhibitor. In fact, they've got 2 of them. Do they have the HP to deal with a 2v3 right now? Surely they might. They do go in. Another red turret has been destroyed, but this inhibitor's going to go down. Do they want to stay and take the other one? Probably not, and they're going to get out of here. 15,000 gold lead.
That's a good position for them to be in. Sorry, gold lead?
It's a 15,000 gold lead. Things are just absolutely in VGN's control for a long time. Buck trying to make the Dark Binding hit his teammate there. No surprises from this guy. But I mean, you look at some of the items advantages that they've got on the team right now and just the differences between the roles. You look at what Mumu's got. He's got an Infinity Edge, he's got a Static Shield, he's got all the core items he needs to do exactly what he wants to do. Whereas you've got Duke. He's got a Black Cleaver, started to build tanky with the Frozen Heart, does need the mana as an Urgot. Putting out the damage that HKC need right now, so that's putting a lot of the pressure onto Jonty Wanty. Essentially has to do most of the damage, and while it's a safe champion to do so on, he's been the target of focus fairly often if they're able to catch him. But might see a fight pretty soon as everyone seems to be split up all over the place, but the first one to go down is going to be this inhibitor.
Yeah, that's 2 inhibitors down. They're in such a lead. I'm surprised they haven't closed it out before now. I guess, like you said before, they are just trying to have a bit of fun.
At the same time, they want to be a bit safe, but here they go in. Bark not quite connecting, but Mumu. Oh wow!
Delivery system, yummy, says Kefir. I'll take that. Kefir just standing under the turret. Why the hell not? Jonty Wanty getting dropped so quickly, so squishy. Bark going in on Plastic, of course, because there's no Morgana, so this is pretty much free game. It's not working. Come on, die for it. No, Mumu.
In any case, though, there's pretty much no one left to defend this Nexus against VGN, and it looks like HKC is going to take the third place, the bronze medal, as VGN and Giga are going to be elevated up to the winners bracket, and we're going to have a repeat of round 1, VGN versus Imperium. So, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back fairly shortly with the grand final, and it's going to be a big one. It's going to decide who's got the best university team in New Zealand. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Hello, summoners, and welcome to the grand final for the New Zealand qualifier for the Oceanic Collegiate Championship. We've been following this tournament all day, but we've come full circle. It's back to round one again. It's a rematch of round one, in fact. It is Team Imperium from the University of Otago, representing not just Otago, but the South Island in general, and taking down the giants that are actually University of Auckland's VGN Giga. Both of these teams have played all day today to make it here. Of course, it is going to be a best-of-3 series. However, coming from the winner's bracket, it's going to be Imperium with a 1-win advantage already. So, my name is Smite, and I am casting with Chrisis now, and look at these bands that are coming out so far. What can we tell about them?
G'day, Smite. Very glad to be here. Actually, been happy to be here for the entire day. Really, seen some cracker games. Obviously, seen a little bit of shenanigans, but very pleased to have a North versus South derby to cover for the grand final. So, Alistar and Aurelia they're going to be targeted bans for sure. We saw Aurelia on Robo Sansa earlier on today, absolutely monstering through the fields of justice, and Alistar on Bark Bark, ironically not on Moo Moo, but Alistar on Bark Bark was a real unstoppable force earlier on as well. So very, very targeted bans. Would you say Gragas is pretty much one of the top junglers, and so it's kind of a safety ban?
Yeah, absolutely, and we've already seen that Kappa knows how to play the champion, knows how to play it well, so it's a good ban to take away from them. I'm surprised that nothing was really taken away from Moo Moo. However, a lot of the AD carries could be picked up by Blue Hawk as well. Maybe he wants to take some of them for himself. First pick, however, is going to be that Sejuani. Going to go over to Wongza, of course. He did have his Zac banned out, but is comfortable on that champion too. However, it's going to leave 2 picks open over on the VGN side. They've got a lot of options to go with as well. And Maokai, I definitely agree with. You know, it's a great top laner to just open with. Great blind pick, doesn't really matter who you pick it into. So many things you can do with that champion. And Kappa, he's going to cycle through a few of his junglers.
Yeah, we don't know what he's gonna. Well, we just there. He locks in the Vi, and we saw him playing Vi early on, and interestingly enough, not using the Vi to initiate. So the rest of his team was initiating. What he would do with the Vi was in mid-fight, target somebody who needed to be finished off, who was trying to escape and trying to prolong the who might have been a threat if the fight had been prolonged. And of course, in the current tank meta, Smite, that is exactly what team fights are these days. They're these extremely extended affairs, so it's really useful to have a champion like a Vi who can stick around, be tanky, disrupt, and do all sorts of crazy things, and then use a kind of a re-initiation tool like her ulti to finish somebody off in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Asian is that his champion pool in mid lane is actually quite strong, so it doesn't really matter that you know, some champions were banned out against him, such as the Orianna. But they do go ahead actually and lock in Sion and Morgana, and that Sion's going to go straight up into the top lane with Pac-Man, who has just so many strong picks, and I'm not surprised that there weren't too many bans targeted towards him. Obviously, that Hecarim just sort of has to go, but because he's got so many picks, such a threat, it's not very much use in targeting too many bans up against him. So picking up that Sion, though, is going to be a pretty big asset. And, you know, you're talking about the tank meta, all these extended fights. Sion is pretty much the king of making that happen.
Yeah, we saw earlier on a Sion versus 4 champions, and he lasted impossibly long. It was like a 45-second engage, and somebody commented it was like watching Jonah Lomu versus England. It was just you didn't think he was actually going to go down, and it earned his team that particular sign earned his team a turret down in the bottom lane while he was distracting the rest of the team. So absolutely expected to see a sign in the game. So meantime, we've had on VGN, we've had Liberty and Mumu making their picks. Liberty picking up the Ari, and one would assume that that's his own champion. That's the one that he's going to play himself.
I'd certainly hope so. Also, to bring up the Vayne as well, I mean, you're talking about the tank meta before, and you can already see, Scion, Sejuani. I wouldn't be surprised to see another tank pop up on the side of Imperium. And, Vayne's great at shredding down tanks, but in the extended team fights, it makes it a little bit harder because usually in team fights, you've got a few tumbles to stay invisible and take out a few key targets. However, in these long team fights, there's a chance of a Vayne ultimate running out, much more chance of you getting caught in between your invisibilities. So it can be a little bit harder to play Vayne, especially if you're lacking a whole lot of peel, and it's going to be all down to this last pick on VGN. And who else is the king of peel but Thresh?
Yeah,
I guess Janna would be the queen, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Janna's kit is more disengage, isn't it? More than anything else. So, kind of, if you want a peel specialist, I would choose the Thresh any day over Janna, because you don't want the fight to end. You want it to continue. You just want to keep them away from your Vayne. Vayne is going to be vulnerable, though. That's very, very close range. It may well be a problem. But we've seen Mumu just demonstrating mechanical prowess. We saw that game earlier on where he was playing the Lucian and just really baiting the opposing team over and over again and mechanically outplaying them. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see him on Vayne, a very mechanically demanding champion, but of course a late game hyper carry. So we're in for a long one. I think we are.
Yeah, well, both sides have pretty massive late game assets on them. Obviously, you just talked about the Vayne, but you can add Shyvana into that too, because it just becomes such an unstoppable, raid boss level. I don't want to say carry, but just so annoying to deal with, almost Scion level of tankiness in that dragon form. But yeah, and then we flip over to Imperium. You've got Vlad, who scales so well into that late game. That just does so much damage, and same with Scion. Like I said before, becomes so unstoppable, pretty much immortal. The only thing that it's not really going for Imperium in that late game stage is going to be that Lucian, who really needs to get a spike going in the early game, start bullying out Mumu and Bark, which is not an easy ask at all. But if he can do that, then it can really propel Imperium into the late game with the lead that they might need.
So Blue Hawk, being an Otago man yourself, do you think he's got what it's going to take to do exactly that, to be that early lane bully?
Absolutely. He has the potential to do it, but like I said, it's still going to be a hard ask. I feel like with the attention of Wangza from the jungle, it could be potentially doable, because you've got the only other options to gank for on your team or apply pressure to are going to be mid and top lane, and both Pac-Man and Asian are going to be fine scaling into the late game. They're both very safe carries. They won't have to really rely too much on getting pressure from the jungle. Whereas as soon as Wangza shows up to the bottom lane, the second that Mumu or Bark step out of position, especially after level 6, Wangza's going to be on that straight away with that Glacial Prison. And after that, it should be pretty easy cleaning up, especially if it's followed up by Soul Shackles. So I feel like if the attention is brought down there by the jungler, then absolutely Blue Hawk can get a massive lead earlier on.
So can Sejuani's dash get interrupted by Flay?
Yes, it can. However, there are some ways to get around that, right? We saw a few times in the previous games the flash charge coming out from Sejuani. You do that straight onto Bark or Mumu, you can completely get around the Flay, and in fact even dodge the Flay entirely if you do it right, because it can almost interrupt the cast time there. So while Bark does have the tools to repel Wangza away, it's definitely doable that he can get around that. But with the flash play, of course, that's a 5-minute cooldown, so you're not going to be able to do that all the time. But I feel like even if he can repel the charge, once level 6 comes around, it's going to be all about that Glacial Prison.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So Robo Santa in the top lanes, picking up the Shyvana, going up against Pac-Man on the Scion. That's going to be a tank farm fest, and they're just going to punch each other. But of course, the key difference between the two is that Scion has a flash, and Robo Santa's decided to rely on Dragon Descent and instead take Smite rather than that flash. So going to be a little bit vulnerable in the early stages of the game before hitting level 6.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I did say before that Wong's are potentially going to pay a lot of attention to the bottom lane and not too much to gain from having a look at the top lane. But however, against a champion that doesn't have flash, even Shyvana, who has a lot of movement speed, a lot of mobility to get out of trouble, before level 6, if Wongza can connect the charge, get some slows going, that can chain into the crowd control coming out from Sion, they can potentially get a nice early kill and a nice early lead. He's got to be careful about that though, because if he shows his face up in the top lane, then there's the potential for, obviously, a counter dragon coming out from VGN. So if he's going to do it, he's going to have to do it early, and Sejuani's not a jungler that can gank straight after level 3. You need to go back because you're just not healthy enough. And Wongza, I did say it before, he's prone to getting executed by the jungle. It's happened before. It happened in the grand finals of the Otago tournament, and totally got it filmed. So gonna show it to him every single day, and gonna bring it up once again. But however, long story short, he's not going to be able to gank until he's at least gone back after one clear.
Hey, so there's a question in the Twitch channel from Mr. Roth asking why Pac-Man is playing top. Is he a sub?
Okay. So the story with that is, I did mention it way back in the first game, but people are probably not.
Well, they're tuning in
here the whole time.
Final,
Yeah, they're tuning in now. Yeah, obviously, grand finals pretty big. Pac-Man's playing top because Team Standard Strat originally did have a seed in this tournament as well, and that's where Pac-Man's from. They were the second seed from Otago. However, Team Standard Strat, his entire team weren't able to play, so Imperium managed to pick up Pac-Man, and it's no secret that Pac-Man was the strongest member coming out from Team Standard Strat, so it's actually a very good pickup for Imperium to take from this. So if you're wondering why one of the biggest rivals of Imperium's playing on their team, that's why. They want to take out a victory, and so far it's been such a big asset. This ward's going to spot out the 5-man invade here by Imperium, and how VGN going to react to this?
Well,
they're not going for any deep wards on the opposite side of the map. They want to go for a fight.
Yeah, there was a blue ping up near this top turret, or in the bottom lane, that turret, looking as though they were trying to spot out a lane swap, but as soon as they saw this 5-man invade, they changed tack completely, and they've lined themselves up in the river, and they're going to look for a cheeky gank. But here come the blue pills.
Yeah, and I feel like Imperium don't want the lane swap to happen. They want the 2v.
Oh, they've cancelled.
Yeah, they have cancelled. Sorry, yeah, Imperium don't want a lane swap to happen. They've seen the ward go out. So we've seen a lot of mind games come out in the lane swap situations where you run past the ward and then you recall. That's obviously not going to happen this time. Kaffa, though, he's like completely on the other side of the map. Not really doing anything. Might be a little bit late to his Gromp buff. Not going to get any help at all. But Imperium, they've got to know something's going on, especially once they see Mumu appear in the top lane. They must know blue buff probably gone, and it's going to be all on Wongza to try and make a steal. But and yeah, sorry, the execute threw me off, but of course that was obviously on purpose. Wongza making a steal on another buff, otherwise he's going to get 3 buffed. But here's T-Rex to try and ruin things for Kaffa. It gives them the information they need. They know that that's where he's starting. However, it's going to be a long trek over to the red buff for Wongza to steal. He's potentially going to get 3 buffed here.
Yeah, Wongza on his own red buff at the moment, so he's going to make sure that he at least picks that up. In the meanwhile, Kaffa starting at blue, which is quite non-standard these days when we're talking about the current jungling meta. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we've got that lane swap that's come through from VGN, and just sitting away, they're allowing the lane to push itself up, and Mumu picking up as much as he can. He's already picked up his 9 CS, but down in the bottom lane, it's equally uncontested for CS, so the CS is pretty much neck and neck at this stage.
But this is exactly what VGN wanted. Imperium completely caught out by surprise here. Their top laner doesn't have Smite, so Robo Santa, he's able to just walk around the jungle, get as much farm as he needed, and then was able to go back to lane once the mini wave started shoving up here, as you can see. Whereas Pac-Man, he's not going to be able to get that luxury. If you look at the lane, it's completely pushing against him. He's losing out so many waves of farm up there, and it's going to be very difficult for them to go up and reset that. Sejuani's not a jungler that can get in safely and reset the wave, you know, shove it into the enemy turret, because he can easily get caught out by Bark, and you do not want to give an early advantage to a Vayne Thresh lane. So it's already a pretty bad situation for Pac-Man.
Robo Santa down in the bottom lane eats a bunch of damage as he stands pretty much in the path of the dark. Oh, Pac-Man goes down, first blood in the top lane. He's going to run forward and try and get some consolation CS, but that was the first blood that goes down. Nicely done. And that onto the Vayne.
Yeah, and that is absolutely that's just awful for Imperium right now. The fact that the guy who's meant to be struggling in early game managed to get his lane swap, managed to get free farm, and managed to get first blood. So Imperium have to do something about this, perhaps go for just another lane swap in general, try and get their duo lane up there, shoving the bottom lane in and then moving up there just to counteract it out, because he'll be able to get back, go buy items, have an item advantage up in the top lane. But Imperium, they're reacting to this by going for a dragon. They know they've got the numbers advantage down there, they've got the vision advantage, and we saw VGN do exactly this. Asian, though, maybe in a bit of trouble if he doesn't time his pull right.
Yeah, I think he's going to be quite safe and really just serving as a distraction for the mid lane gank that's come in. Dragon's just about to go down. That's a nice early dragon just over the 5-minute mark, and they've all got their attack boost. Blue Hawk NZ wants to try and create something out of that. Vi was taking a look at what was going on, but a handy lantern gets him out of danger, and we're back to, well, I don't want to say back to people getting to their lanes. We've got Sion heading onto his top lane, and Shyvana deciding, actually, I'm gonna blue pill. Maybe I won't. Maybe I am.
Maybe he will. But in any case, it's a nice pickup, like a consolation prize for Imperium to take up. They're obviously still fairly behind in gold, but picking up that one dragon nice and early will give them a little bit more breathing room. They don't have to worry about another dragon being taken out. Oh, Mumu has tumbled. He's going to be fine. In fact, Pac-Man not going to be fine.
Wow, Mumu eating tons and tons of shots from the turret, but in the end, timed it just perfectly. Used his used the summoner heal to make sure that he survived there, and coming away with another kill. That is a Vayne on 2-0-0 at the 6-minute mark, and pushing onto this turret now as well. So doing very, very strongly. The only consolation is that Lucian is keeping up in CS, if not in kills.
Yeah, I mean, but when you see a Lucian going even in CS against a Vayne, you've got to consider that almost a victory for the Vayne, and a gank in the middle lane.
Yeah, Asian uses that troll pool, gets himself out there, so gets a bit of attention from Robo Santa, who's effectively telegraphed exactly where he is, and said to Blue Hawk NZ, look, I'm not in the bottom lane, you can push your lane all the way up, the wave is going to crash against the lane, and it's likely that the lane swap is in progress. So we'll have to see whether Lucian and Morgana return back down to that bottom lane, Smite.
And it looks like they're going to do exactly that. Now, Vayne with the 2-kill advantage, he's managed to pick up his Bilgewater Cutlass, so in a full-on skirmish, he's going to likely win out in the fight. However, the trading potential for Blue Hawk is just monstrous with that BF sword. He's going to be able to do so much damage with the piercing light, going to be able to wave clear very well. All he's got to do is worry about the enemy jungler, Kaffa, going nearby. You can see that they've already got pretty good ward control, and I would not be surprised if we saw Kaffa rush up to level 6 and then come straight back down. Look at the bottom side of the map, it's just painted red. Yeah,
it's glowing red as Kaffa moves on down, so Blue Hawk NZ will be the target, although the harassment going down onto T-Rex, and there comes the combo down onto T-Rex from Mumu, who's eaten an exhaust, so unable to do the type of damage that he needed to do, and no level 6 on Kaffa, so unfortunately not able to finish the job either. So pressure on this bottom lane, Smite, but they weren't able to turn it into a kill on Blue Hawk or T-Rex.
Yeah, but during that fight, oh no, Blue Hawk. Actually going to be fine. But yeah, during the fight, you could see the burst damage that he could actually do.
Kaffa goes in again. He's flashed, tried to flash out of range of the turret. He has just in, picks up a lantern to get out. Mumu comes forward and picks up that kill. He might actually try for a fourth. and decides, actually, discretion, the better part of valor. I'm going to back away. As Vlad has disappeared. So Asian might come down and pick up kill there. He flashes through. He gets charmed straight away. Troll Pools picks up the shutdown and is now going up against Liberty. Kappa comes in for a, well, his ulti's just come up and he tries to get out with the lantern, but it's too little too late, and unfortunately gives up a kill. Bark taking a bit of attention there, gets knocked on the head by Wongza, and that evens things up a little bit. 9 minutes and 3 kills to 4 in favor of VGN.
And I feel like the kills going over to Wongza is actually not the worst thing in the world, because having a ridiculously tanky Sejuani making it into your backline, because obviously the main threat right now for Imperium to worry about's got to be Moo on that vein, and having a big tank going into the back line, messing things up, throwing out an ultimate, being much harder to kill, is going to be the best thing to deal with that, as the rest of Imperium sort of deal with everyone else. Because Bluehawk, he's still got the advantage against everyone else in terms of a mid-game champion, especially once he does manage to pick up his Infinity Edge. You can get some lucky hits onto anyone in the front line, and then he's got T-Rex to back him up. You know, you can deal with Robo Santa, deal with Kaffa, and then once they've dealt with all that, all that's left is Moo, and hopefully Wong's has managed to distract him for long enough, because, you know, let's be honest, once Wongza gets into the back line, he's not going to be getting out. So I feel like I said, you know, back to my point, the 2 kills going over to Wongza, it's going to allow him to survive that much longer, take up that much more of Mumu's time. Yeah,
especially with Sion being as far behind as he is, you know, you wanted to have 2 frontline tanks. And if you can't have 2 of them, at least have one that is super strong. Bark just doing a little bit of warding, or trying to do a little bit of warding, and being zoned out by T-Rex on the Morgana there. Nice little binding. Back in the mid lane, Liberty versus Asian. I mean, what is that ulti? We've got a gang
down
coming down at the bottom lane. Pac-Man coming through. He catches Bark, knocks him up. This is going to be a great turnaround for this bottom lane, because it is a double kill. 1 each going to the support and the ADC for Imperium, and they will be very pleased with that. They've got 4 champions down here, so they'll follow up as well with the turret, which was sitting on a smidgen of health as it was.
And at the same time as well, 5 seconds until the dragon comes up, so they're going to be able to pick up the 2nd buff too. So despite things not going too much their way before, they've really managed to turn it around. They knew exactly where the threat was, where exactly to shut it down, and they knew the sacrifice they'd have to make, you know, leaving Robo Santa up in the top lane, basically by himself, who's now actually proxy farming because he's in such a good position. But the fact that the rest of his team managed to lose out on that, Pac-Man in so much trouble. This guy is not tanky at all.
Yeah, he's eaten 1 ult, 2 ults. There you go, the dragon comes down and pushes him down. Robo Santa might be in a little bit of trouble if Pac-Man decided to actually chase him, but he doesn't. And they will now take, so this will be a turret in reply for the red team VGN.
But at the same time, you know, Pac-Man, he's already behind, the top lane was already going to go down. The fact that Imperium managed to save the bot lane, essentially, is definitely worth way more than just sort of, you know, taking down top lane a little bit more. Kaffa, he's just going to ride the Dark Lantern out. The Dark Passage Lantern. The Dark Lantern.
Oh, he spent some time in the Dark Passage, did he? So we've got things shifting over to the mid lane. Obviously, once you have a bottom lane turret that goes down, things start to shuffle around in the lanes. Mumu decides to stick around at the bottom lane. He does think he's stronger than Bluehawks at the moment, so ready to go one-on-one. Pops his ulti and is going to go in for the tower dive, but makes a bad call there. Eats a culling, and that together with the tower damage takes him down. Meanwhile, Bark eats the ulti from Vlad, and that is a nice little kill from Vlad. And the assist going down onto T-Rex is actually doing great work on 1, 0, and 5 as the Morgana. So really, for a support, he is absolutely swimming in gold.
Yeah, and Morgana's one of the supports that you would absolutely love getting a whole lot of gold on, because it gets you that much closer to actually having a Zhonya's Hourglass if you have the luxury of picking that item up, and it'll build into the team fight potential coming up from Imperium later on in the game. And Pac-Man, unfortunately, is just getting let's be honest, he's getting destroyed in the top lane.
Yeah, he's just getting bullied. But, you know, I really like what Imperium have done in response. You know, they've recognized that there is a champion on the opposing team that is really strong. That's Mumu on the Vayne. There is a champion on their team that is really weak. That is Pac-Man. But they are focusing on those team benefits, the team bonuses. They've got 2 dragons. They have 2 turrets. So they're doing well in terms of gold, and they're doing well in terms of buffs.
And at the same time as well, if things start to slip behind a little bit, they can just hold back until Pac-Man does manage to get a little bit more tanky, gets that farm up, gets that health from the Soul Furnace, because they've got the wave clear to defend their turrets if it happens. T-Rex, though, with a cheeky black shield, no one's going to charm him today.
Yeah, picking up some much wanted CS here at the bottom lane. We'll focus on the support CSing under the tower just for a moment because they hardly ever get to do it. Yeah, Pac-Man, he's sitting up there at the moment trying to defend his inner turret. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, we've got Mumu pushing the wave against the turret and deciding, well, actually I'm going to pull off because there's an engage going on. Kaffa has caught Wangza. Wangza flashes away. And T-Rex might now be in a little bit of trouble depending on how long his black shield can last, and turns around and says, look, yeah, I'll eat your charm, no problem. Oh, yeah, maybe a little bit overconfident because he's gotten himself caught. Bark goes through after the death sentence, but T-Rex miraculously survives. The culling comes through to try and pick up a kill. Blue Hawks focusing on Kaffa at the moment. It's really going to be a very, well, Pac-Man deciding not even to try and get any CC through. But the flash forward from the Vladimir Asian, picking up his double kill as a result of that. And another one of those protracted and extended team fights that happens. And all of a sudden, at the 15-minute mark, we've got 10-5 in terms of kills for Imperium. Smite, these guys are looking great in all the stats of the game at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like it's been pretty much the entire game. All they've got to worry about is that Mumu right now. Robo Santa's also getting fairly ahead, but that's only in terms of CS. He hasn't actually got too many kills onto Pac-Man. In fact, that's actually been all the other people roaming up to the top lane to pick up the kills on his deaths. In fact, actually, one of them's claimed by the Raptors in the jungle. But
that's true.
Yeah, so he's not actually doing as bad as you might think, but everything is in the favor of Imperium right now.
Oh, Mumu's going 1 versus 2. I think he didn't realize it was 1 versus 2 though, because he went in. T-Rex was hiding in the brush and followed through straight away with his ulti and picked up the reply kill there. So a kill in exchange for a kill and assist. Probably not worth at this stage. Vayne trying very hard to create a situation where he can hard carry, but at 4, well, he was looking much better at 3-1-1. He's now 4-4 in his kill stats, so not looking too strong as Bark heads on into the middle and catches Asian. A nice little chaining there of CC's. Liberty takes a massive amount of damage though and decides to lantern on out there. Rather than go for the kill.
And you know, we've been talking about how much of a threat Mumu has been when we have not talked about Asian at all. I mentioned it in Champion Select. Vladimir's a great late game mage, can put out a huge amount of damage, especially in a team composition that relies on getting that Glacial Prison, a lot of follow-up crowd control, and then suddenly there's a Hemo Plague right on top of you. So the fact that Asian is that far ahead, actually, you know, 4 kills to 1, you know, while his opponent's 0 for 1, and the CS is relatively even. That's actually pretty huge right now, and the fact that he's just going to keep scaling and scaling. We already saw how much damage he could do to Liberty. Imagine what that's going to do to an entire team later on in the game when he's completely fed.
Yeah, and right now his mid-game's doing, well, it's not even quite the mid-game, I would say. We're heading towards the start of the mid-game. His mid-game is doing great because they are 3 turrets to 2, so they've got that extra global gold. Of course, they do have a dragon buff, and they're going for a second one. Sorry, 2 dragon buffs. They're going for the 3rd now.
Yeah, and Robocenter seems to be emulating a lot of the Vayne play as well. Oh, Kaffa actually on Pac-Man. This is brave.
Yeah, Pac-Man just distracting more than anything else. He's popped his ulti, and Robo Santa tanking turret after turret, gets knocked up and stunned, in fact, so Pac-Man's going to wander away. T-Rex, the man of the hour, coming through, catches Kaffa, and pops his ulti. He's going to take him down too. Beautiful play then, and in the meantime, while all of that was happening, we had Dragon number 3 going on to Imperium. Robo Santa almost down. In fact, he does the double kill onto this Morgana, who's actually on 407 at the moment.
T-Rex coming out MVP so far, really holding his own, especially against the lane. It didn't go quite so well once Mumu started getting rolling. Had to go down there in the 2v2 after the lane swap, but things have really started to come out. And we talked about it before. Morgana's a support that loves to actually start getting gold. Now he's got his Zhonya's Hourglass. There's an Hourglass not too far away on Asian as well. In fact, I believe, yep, he can actually grab it right now. So that's 2 Zhonyas, which is going to make it even harder to actually catch these guys out of position, which seems to be a lot of how VGN have been gaining their advantages. So now Imperium are able to rely a lot more on their team fights, a lot more on their team play, and start winning the game from that way. And you're 3,000 gold ahead, but then you've got to ask, how much gold are those 3 dragon buffs worth?
A huge amount. Just coming back very quickly to T-Rex on the Morgana, he's less than 1,000 gold behind the Vayne. So doing fantastic work there as a support, because Vayne has been solo farming, pushed his lane all the way up to that bottom turret, what is that, the first tier turret, and solo farmed all the way there. So not lacking in CS for sure, but the Morgana support are able to keep up there. 3-0, we're heading to 3-0 in Dragons. We're heading to the 20-minute mark. It's 13-6 in terms of kills, 4-2 in terms of turret. The map control really in favor right now of Imperium, and they're kind of gathering around in this middle lane. They don't want to let the mid lane turret go down.
Yeah, I feel like one of the better options for VGN right now is to leave Mumu alone in a lane, get him farming, because he's one of the 1v1 champions right now, because team play is not working against Imperium. They are winning every team fight. Every time they get together, team fights are theirs, and there's no surprise. You look at their ultimates. You've got Glacial Prison, Hemoplague on top of that, follow it up with Soul Shackles. It's just monstrous. So the best way to deal with that would be to get Mumu solo pushing on that Vayne, get Robo Santa solo pushing on that Shyvana, and then they can start splitting Imperium up instead of going for those 5v5s in the lane, or even worse, in the tight areas of the jungle.
Yeah, go for some sort of a 1-3-1. Liberty's gotten caught in the chain. CC goes down on him, but there was a lantern waiting for him. He heads on out and to the summoner pool to lick his wounds. That was really painful. Mumu might be caught out of space now. He's been trying to split push, uses his ulti to try and get a consolation kill, but unfortunately it's onto Pac-Man. He flashes away, takes the lantern, and the ticking of the ignite takes him down. Blue Hawk NZ picks up that kill, and he's going to love that on the Lucian. 4-2-4, and for the first time in this game, Vayne goes down onto a negative kill-death ratio.
That was just, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a reference, like a golf reference. Pac-Man got the hit, but T-Rex!
Yeah, T-Rex gets his ulti down, puts down the Zhonyas, and locks up Bark and one other. Meanwhile, up in the backline, Asian takes on his counterpart. Liberty goes down. The fight continues. Blue Hawk NZ using everything in his kit to try and get away from this Robo Santa. Successfully does, because it's not just his kit, it's also Wongs's that's smacking down on him. Pac-Man from across the wall managed to get a knock-up as well. So everybody coming together to help out Blue Hawk NZ. And out of that whole series, they come up with yet another turret kill.
Things are looking pretty grim for VGN right now. As someone that looked like their main hope earlier on, the Vayne, getting a little bit caught out. Mumu not quite able to solo carry a team. Robo Santa, who also gained a pretty massive advantage earlier on, isn't really gaining anything out of it. And now that Pac-Man, he's picked up Righteous Glory, it's going to allow Imperium just the options to engage any fight they want to, any fight they can. And it can also stop the split push strategy that VGN might go for. They'll force fights, favorable fights for them, 5v4s, while Vayne's off in another lane, and start tearing down even more turrets. So in a way, it's indirectly forcing VGN to go back into just the 5v5 strategy. They can't split themselves up.
Yeah, I wonder if the team, VGN needs to do a little bit more to help this Vayne get ahead. The wardage that they've got down at the moment, very, very defensive. They can't really stick their heads out into the jungle. And we've got Mumu having to take the passage out. We've got Pac-Man ulting in, catching Mumu, and locking him up really at the moment. So Vayne trying desperately. Well, he can't carry his team if all the focus is onto his team. He manages to get the kite going. Liberty gets a charm down, and down goes Pac-Man. Robert, meanwhile, the double kill going down onto Blue Hawk. NZ. And at the end of that, we've got a whole team available. So I was sure that Vayne picked up a kill.
No, actually, that was Pac-Man wandering away on almost entirely 0 HP, but did manage to get back into a fight. Now, this inhibitor turret's going to go down with the inhibitor pretty soon to follow. The timers aren't too long. We're only 24 minutes into the game, so of course, BGN are going to come back. That's going to be about the choice that Imperium go for here. Do they go straight for the Baron? No, they're going straight for the Dragon instead. A choice that BGN have here is that they could rush a Baron while Imperium is too busy picking up the Dragon, recalling, getting all their health back, because it's going to be their only opportunity to do so. But BGN going for the safe route, just clearing up their base, making sure nothing else is going to go on, but it does give up so much presence to Imperium.
Yeah, so that's 4 Dragons in a row, and they've pretty much got them on the respawn since that first dragon early on. It was, what, a 5 or 6 minute dragon early on that Imperium managed to pick up. And yeah, like clockwork, they've ticked them off. They've got 6 turrets, they've got an inhibitor. Everything is sitting in their favor at the moment, looking for a win. Of course, not only are they led in the in-game statistics, the out-of-game stats, they're ahead as well. A reminder to our viewers, you can see the score there. They are 1-0 ahead in this best of 3 grand final of the day's tournament.
And of course, that's because they made it to the grand final, going through the winners bracket. They haven't lost a game yet, and even getting forcing this into a 2-1 victory for Imperium would be good for VGN, just to prove that Imperium, they are mortals. They're not gods. They can die. They can bleed. But so far, struggling to prove that so far. But yeah, like I said, they came through the winners bracket, so it's also a mentality thing too, because if you're VGN, you're sitting there thinking, we've got to win 2 games in a row to even win this series, whereas all Imperium have to do, they've got to win 1. And when you're in a position like this, it's looking a little bit hopeless. However, they're still putting up the best fight that they possibly can. Robo Santa, he's going to ride the Dark Passage Express to safety.
Yeah, he gets caught out, but he's super tanky, and Bark's able to walk within range, drop the lantern down. They're trying to get a little bit of a counter gang. Bear in mind, down in the bottom lane, Pac-Man is pushing a solo. He's got a TP advantage though. TP's through, pops his ulti, gets the stun down onto 2 players as the team fight goes crazy. Mumu gets himself monstered somewhat. He's trying desperately to stay alive, but 3 players once again paying attention to him. The culling in the background picks up, I'm not sure, gets the damage down onto Robo Santa. It's a lottery who's going to pick up their kill, because let's face it, T-Rex had the damage to put down.
And it's the surrender.
Oh, surrender.
And Imperium are your New Zealand University champions, the best university team in New Zealand so far. Of course, they will be moving along with VGN and HKC. I think that was, yeah, HKC moving along to the next stage of the OCC, which is going to be against some of the best teams from every state in Australia, and competing for that top 2 spot in the next stage, which will get them flights to Sydney, accommodation in Sydney, and also the chance to play that grand final in the Riot Studio office. So congrats to all 3 top teams. In fact, congrats to every team that managed to compete in today's tournament. But in the end, it's going to be Imperium taking out the grand victory, knowing that they are a #1 team. Repping Otago, yeah, boys.
I was just thinking as that game was progressing, you must feel pretty proud, Smite. And I didn't want to ask you that because, we shoutcasters are meant to be non-partisan. But yeah, a very good job by the boys down south.
Yep, and that's going to be all for us today. This is, of course, the New Zealand qualifier for the Oceanic Collegiate Championship, but we're all done for today. We've got our champions. We've got our top 3 teams that are going to be representing us. It's going to be on May 9th and May 10th. Is going to be, we're going to narrow the 16 teams down to 2. And then 1 week after that, on May 17th, that's going to be the grand final in the Riot offices in Sydney. So make sure you write those down on your calendar. That's when the teams are going to compete. So until then, I'll see you guys next time. It's been Smite and Chrisis signing out.